Stay tuned for more on INDYCAR Radio.
A white flag to Tom Sneva with a 10-second lead. Starts his last 2.5 miles.
Sneva, age 34, from Spokane, Washington, on his way to his first 500-mile victory, Doug.
And the fans on their feet in turn number 2, waving their hats, waving their scarves, whatever they've got, sending him up the backstretch. Right here, they're doing the same thing. Everyone frantically and happily waving as he approaches turn 3.
The hats are up, the hands are up. Tom Sneva, a half a lap to his first Indianapolis 500 victory. He could coast almost from here. He's in 4th. The 67th running of the Indianapolis 500 is about to be capped off. To call the winner, here is the voice of the 500, Paul Pate. The Texaco star, Tom Sneva, screams for the line, the double checkered flag, and Tom Sneva has won the Indianapolis 500, his first victory ever at Indianapolis.
Stay tuned for more on INDYCAR Radio. This is INDYCAR Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
And there is the white flag for number 3, John Rutherford. Pick it up, Ron Carroll.
Okay, Sid, and here he comes right now from that number 25th position in the starting field. Johnny Rutherford wins or is about to win his first 500 over to Howdy Bell in turn 2.
I'm really happy for Johnny and Betty because they're great people, and he likes homemade strawberry ice cream, incidentally, as he heads up the backstretch to Jerry Baker.
He just now goes past us, Howdy, heading in toward number 3, and as you say, one super guy apparently off to the best win of his career. Doug?
The crowd on its feet, waving their hats, waving their arms, as the red, white, and blue helmet of Johnny Rutherford in the bright orange car goes streaking by over into turn number 4. Here's Jim Shelton. Handsome driver.
From the streets of Toronto, this is the Verizon INDYCAR Series on the Advance Auto Parts INDYCAR Radio Network.
Practice session number 3. We go green immediately. Welcome to Toronto, the side of the Honda Indy Toronto tomorrow afternoon. I'm Mark Janes. Happy to have Jay Query in the broadcast booth with me for this session. As we mentioned, this is the 3rd practice session. Final tune-up before we go qualifying a little bit later on today. So far, to the surprise of no one, I suppose, Penske continues their practice dominance. It'll be interesting to see if that carries over to qualifying. Simon Pagenaud and Will Power, the fastest after the 2 practice sessions in terms of the combined results. Pagenaud, these times come from session 2 with a minute 2:5.73. Power, Dixon, the top 3. Rahal, Elio Castroneves trying to hold on to momentum. Gathered at Iowa Speedway with his win after a long drought a week ago. Marco Andretti had some issues in the first session with an oil line. They got that fixed. He was 6th quick. Newgarden, Sato, Hunter Ray, and Hildebrand, the top 10. A couple of the stories we worked on yesterday. Of course, Sebastian Bourdais is here. He's supporting the team in any way he can, working feverishly in his recovery to hopefully get back in the car at Watkins Glen. And then Sebastian Saavedra in for Mikel Aloshin this weekend. As we mentioned, this session underway. A couple of pit reporters to help us through it. One of them is Dave First. Hi, Dave.
An opportunity. Hi, good morning, everyone. An opportunity to catch up with Super Tex, AJ Foyt, who's made it here north of the border, back in Toronto. First of all, you guys had a very interesting day yesterday between Connor Daly and Carlos Munoz. You guys ready to go here today?
Yeah, we had some ignition problems on found him. What's the name? Connor Daly. He broke a lower heim joint.
He's back at it. Everything's fixed and ready to go for that?
Yeah, everything should be good today.
And Munoz is good. He said as well he was involved in a slight incident yesterday. He's good to go. Carlos Munoz?
I can't hear you.
It's hard to hear down here because we're at the exit of turn number 10, and AJ Foyt and Carlos Munoz has the first spot. Hey, 40 years ago, you've got some success here in Canada. You won at Mosport. What was that like?
Oh, it's great. Anytime you win, it's great. You know, it's when you get beat when it's not good.
That is true. And by the way, you're not only interested in what's going on here this weekend, you've got a racehorse at a track back in the Indianapolis area, Shelbyville, called Indiana Grand. What's the name of the horse, AJ?
Colonel Dark. And actually, he's a pretty good horse. And there's 11 horses in the race. He drew the 10th hole. He's never run at night, but I think he'll hold his own.
He's running in the Indiana Derby, which is for $500,000. This could be a very lucrative weekend for you if you get a win here tomorrow and the horse wins here tonight.
Well, if he wins, he'll probably make more tonight than my race cars will tomorrow.
Have a great weekend, AJ.
Thank you very much.
He's got some success here. Not only, of course, a four-time Indy 500 champion, but back in the USAC days, they used to run at a track about an hour from here at Mosport, and he won there as well. Great to catch up with with Super Tex, AJ Foyt here on the streets of Toronto.
Interesting to note, Jake rode up the elevator with a member of that crew, and they kind of combined their efforts to get both of those cars ready, prepared for today. And you mentioned that suspension issue Dave did that Connor Daly had, which ended his session. What caused that was that pronounced bump that we've been talking about that is right in the racing groove at the entrance to turn 1. That's going to make the start of tomorrow's race very, very interesting for these drivers.
The other thing that's going to make it interesting tomorrow, I hate saying it, but the reality is there, Mark, and that is the fact that it's not supposed to be. It rained a lot here in the Toronto area on Thursday, and in particular Thursday evening. The forecast is not for steady rain, but just those occasional summer pop-up thunderstorms, and if they're going to come into the Ontario area, it's supposed to be in the mid-afternoon. So there is what then becomes an interesting and fun strategy of figuring out how long you stay out on wets if the track is wet, and whether or not you eventually go to the slick tires once it's drying up. We see that gamble that happens a lot, as a matter of fact. And Jim Murphy, when you look at it right now, it's dry out in Toronto right now, and as a matter of fact, it's turned into a pretty nice morning here on the streets of Toronto.
Absolutely gorgeous morning there, and good morning to everybody. Temperatures down here on the pit lane right now, a very comfortable 73 degrees. The track itself only about 80 degrees, so that's not terribly warm. This track is going to get warmer if the sun stays out for qualifying, but as you mentioned, the real issue is going to be the issue of the race day tomorrow. What are those weather conditions going to be? They're going to be changeable. They're going to be variable. We're going to have to keep an eye on it down here in the pits. And as you say, whenever that rain comes in, frankly, I find it very entertaining on a road and street course like this because you do get that added strategy effort there of when do you go to your rain tires. Looks like we've got a little bit of an issue out there on the track, Mark.
Yeah, the 12 of Will Power in a runoff area, and it doesn't look like the car is still under power, but he's out of harm's way, so the Cholmatro safety team will get him refired and get him back underway. We get a look at the replay, and it's one of those newer portions that have been paved, and Power full song through there, climbs on the binders to the right-hander, and the car just absolutely would not turn. He was able to gather it back in and get into the runoff area without hitting anything, but losing some valuable time is Will Power. Happy to have Jim Murphy with us this weekend. Of course, Murph's been a longtime member of this radio network and joins us for races when we get to the northeast. So welcome back, Jim Murphy, this weekend. Happy to have him with us here on the streets of Toronto. Jake, 31st time, 33rd race, going back to the doubleheader days of a few years ago. And Michael Andretti, the master here, 7 wins, in fact. But, I mean, you look up and down the roster of winners here. Al Unser Jr., Bobby Rahal won the first one way back in 1986. Emerson Fittipaldi won here. Alex Zanardi, of course, Dario Franchitti, a win here. Paul Tracy, that was a popular win, clearly. The late Justin Wilson, Sebastian Bourdais victorious here. Will Power, a 2-time winner. Scott Dixon going for the three-peat here at Toronto. So the best of the best have found victory lane here at Toronto.
When I think about Toronto and dominance here, you know, it's a lot like Long Beach in the fact that I think of Michael Andretti, and I think of the legacy of the Andretti name, and I think that's why Marco Andretti yesterday, about 24 hours ago, as a matter of fact, Mark, you could see the frustration and just the incredulous nature on Marco Andretti's face when he had that problem that you had mentioned earlier about the oil line, because he had laid down a really good lap and had a really good car going and a good practice session going, and then all of a sudden it comes to a premature end, and he and Brian Hurd had debriefed for a while before finally he brought the car back out, and as you mentioned, was 6th fastest yesterday in the practice session. So certainly he's aware of the expectation, pressure perhaps, if you want to use that word, and as a result, you could bet that Marco Andretti, who has had a down year, disappointing and frustrating year, no doubt about it, some of that his own fault, some of that gremlins just electronically with the car, a little bit of both, but certainly would like to get things turned around and try to get a positive weekend here in Toronto, as we see Will Power has brought that number 12 machine, which is the reason why the caution had come out when he ran off in turn number 8. He brings that Verizon machine back onto pit road, Mark.
6 races remain after we depart Toronto. Looking at the battle for the championship, Helio Castroneves gained some momentum in his quest to win that first championship as we see the 18 car into the runoff area. He's able to get back underway. That's Esteban Gutierrez. Jake Helio is 8 back. Pagano 31 back. Power, Newgarden 53, 56 respectively. Rahal and Sato tied at 66 back. Then you get to Kanaan in 8th place, 108 back. Rossi and Chilton, 113 and 135. I think good weekends for Rahal and Sato are a necessity in order to keep pace with those in front of them. I think same for Will Power and Joseph Newgarden. But right now, pretty tight between Dixon, Helio Castroneves, and Simon Pagenaud.
And it's funny, Mark, because I think there was a lot of thought process that once you got to Road America, then it becomes Will Power time, because we saw a year ago that's where Power really, dominated and got things going. Of course, Pagenaud last year, the points champion. But what happens? You go to Road America, Scott Dixon wins at a place where he has not won before. We have now seen 9 winners over the course of this season, so you have any of a dozen different drivers that could, in fact, take the checkered flag from week in to week out. Then you look at a guy who's had a struggling year. As we take a look at Ryan Hunter-Reay, who you know is capable of all of a sudden finding that consistency. And yes, it might be too late for Ryan Hunter-Reay from a points championship standpoint, but stealing points away from perhaps a Scott Dixon or a Will Power or a Simon Pagenaud or Joseph Newgarden. So just because you have drivers like, let's say, Hunter-Reay, Hinchcliffe, even Sato, who's fallen out of the equation a little bit, Mark, that's not to say that they can't still become a big-time factor in this points championship.
Well, you see it. I mean, guys can play spoilers because, take the pressure of a points championship off, knowing that you don't have a shot at it. You're just coming into a race weekend concentrating on just that, winning the race. And, maybe a gamble a little bit on fuel strategy and something falls your way and the brakes come your way. And, yeah, you could certainly be a factor in that championship. We're watching Ryan Hunter-Reay. And again, a lot of these drivers seeing the balance of that race car really altered at the entrance to turn number 1. And again, those bumps are right in the racing groove upon the high side of the wall when they start to set up for that turn. And if you don't catch them just right, you start to turn that car. Not much there in terms of rear grip. Although, Jake, honestly, I think they've gotten a pretty good grip on it, if you will, because knock wood, we haven't seen anyone really get out of sorts going into turn number 1. Or spin or fortunately touch the outside wall.
This track presents itself with a lot of different challenges for the driver, and I think one of them that Davey Hamilton's talked about a number of times, any street course that we go to, just the different surfaces. You have asphalt at points, you have concrete at points, it gets slick some areas, there's some grip in others. You are correct that we've seen, pretty good runs so far this weekend. One of the areas a couple of years ago that was interesting to me to watch that they've kind of tried to take care of, and that is in turn number 5, which is a left-handed turn. But when they make that turn, they are basically turning left on a city street. The curbing there, they had put a rumble strip, if you will, over the curb there. But one thing that I noticed as they go around that casino into turn number 5 years ago is that drivers, once they got more comfortable and the car started feeling better, would start to cheat that turn more and more and more. And it got to the point where instead of working your way in a left hand around that turn, drivers were getting comfortable essentially just trying to cheat as much space as possible and just kind of hop over it, Mark. And, of course, you do that the wrong way or get in too deep, that can irritate the balance of the race car. So there are a lot of things that have to be taken into consideration when taking a circuit here at Toronto.
Well, and to that end, Jake, they actually double stacked the curbing there, to keep drivers from going to the left of that curbing, getting half of the race car over it. We saw that a lot over the past couple of years. So they double stacked that. Also, portions of the race course have been altered a little bit. Some of the tighter turns have been widened, some 6 feet or so, that final turn 11. And, of course, a pretty sizable amount of paving from around 5 or 6 all the way around to 8. We see the car of Joseph Newgarden testing that high curbing there, and the left side's got well off the ground and well off of that curbing. It's interesting, Jake, the first few years that the Verizon IndyCar Series returned here, things got awfully interesting down in turn number 3, and I believe it was that 2009 race. I think I was down there calling the action, and by the end of the race, I think I had 7 cars stacked up in the runoff area down there that were disabled, and they couldn't get back to pit road. But last year things were relatively calm, and the action most of the action took place between 4, 5, and 6.
Yeah, as soon as you move me to a location, everything calms down, right, Mark? I think any time that you have, how many times have we seen it at different courses, whether it be courses that we no longer run, say Baltimore comes to mind, or courses that we've become very familiar, Toronto, Long Beach, the street courses. Anytime you're coming off of a long straight, you can bet that drivers, when they're going into a straight, are either thinking that they've got a good run, or if they're out there with other cars on the track, that's your opportunity, right, to try to dive into a corner first. Somebody makes, just a judgment in terms of how fast they're going into that or how much room they have, and that's where all of a sudden you run into some issues.
So we are now just a few minutes into this session. It's a 45-minute session. As a matter of fact, about 15 have gone by. Elio Castroneves, P1. He's the first one under a minute, 59.8285. Pagano at a minute, 13.49. Newgarden at 26.52. Pickett, Kanaan, Rahal, Rossi, Sato. We don't get into the 101 range until we get down to the 11th position, Ed Jones. So again, Castroneves is P1 as final preparations continue before we go qualifying later today here on the streets of Toronto.
You can't take a 700 horsepower Indy car out on the road, but you can take the tires. The new Firehawk high-performance tires from Firestone are built with racing-inspired technology and have better wet and dry handling than ever before. Now the only thing missing is a pit crew.
Hi, Dad.
Well, that's a start. Find your perfect Firehawk performance tire at your local Firestone retailer. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Toronto's exhibition place, side of the Honda Indy Toronto tomorrow afternoon. Final practice session. Mark James, Jake Query in the broadcast booth. Jim Murphy is on pit road, along with Dave First, who has an update. Dave?
Yeah, I have to admit, sitting here on pit road, watching all of these crews pour over these machines, to me, it looks like they've never spent more time on the rear end of these machines, adjusting the springs, trying to get the balance of these cars exactly right as we head into qualifying later this afternoon. I mean, when they come off pit road after a couple of laps, you know, the drivers always give feedback a little bit, but I don't think I've ever seen so many guys up and down pit road take the rear cowling off and really work on the balance. And when you talk about throughout the course of a circuit around this 1.7 mile layout, as we see, it looks like the number 21 of J.R. Hildebrand, he was going slow through turn number 10. It's an off-camber turn, so these guys really get up close to the outside wall in turn 10, but he continued on. It did not appear that as though he made any contact with the wall. That's just opposite of pit road here, where everybody up and down pit road can see what's going on here, but these guys are really trying to adjust these cars to find the proper balance, and what we're finding out is you really can't do that. It's a compromise. You get good in one corner, but you got to give up a little bit in another corner. It's something I think these guys are going to be dealing with throughout the course of the weekend here, Jim Murphy.
And one of the guys that was dealing with that was Charlie Kimball. I'm looking at a tire that came off the rear of his car, and frankly, there's about a 4-inch gash of rubber off the sidewall that has been peeled off. He didn't manage to puncture that Firehawk. It was a very durable tire, but it definitely took a wallop on the wall as he struggled with the back end of that machine. And the other thing, Dave, I've noticed here looking on the pits, these guys are spending a lot of time being careful and paying attention to the brakes. As soon as these cars come into the pits and the wheels come off, they've got ducted fans that they're putting on these brakes, trying to keep them cool, because as we mentioned, this is a street circuit. It's about going fast, it's about grip, but you've got to be able to woe it down there at the end of the runoff, as we've seen today. So the brakes, just as important as horsepower here in Toronto.
J.R. Hildebrand brings the 21 car to pit road for a look-see. Look for some damage on the left front of that car. He made some contact with the wall, and it's the ragged edge, Jake, most assuredly, and the walls here obviously very unforgiving, and you know, it's a challenge, obviously, to strike that balance, and the last thing you want to do, especially during this session, is wad one up and put your crew under the gun in terms of making repairs, because you'll go qualifying a little after 2 o'clock today.
It is understandable if J.R. Hildebrand, as we see Ryan Hunter-Reay went through one of the runoff areas, but gets that DHL machine back onto the track. It's understandable if you get J.R. Hildebrand a little bit confused to the eye in most race weekends with Spencer Pigot, or perhaps with Ed Carpenter, if they are both running the Fuzzy's Ultra Premium Vodka paint scheme. But this weekend, as Nick Yeoman pointed out yesterday, it's that preferred freezer services number 21 for J.R. Hildebrand. But that still can create a little bit of a trick to the eye, because it's a blue and white machine. So too this weekend in blue and white is that of Charlie Kimball, which normally Kimball, of course, and that Tresiba Insulin green and black machine. But this weekend it is strictly Diabetes Canada is what is being labeled as the sponsor for Charlie Kimball. I would assume that's simply because of the availability or distribution of that insulin product not as prevalent in Canada, if at all. I don't know that as what we see in the United States. Scott Dixon, by the way, just went with that NTT data machine over some of that curbing we talked about. That balance can get a little bit irritated on that 9 machine, another one of the blue and white cars that we see out there as Scott Dixon works his way now around BMO Field here at Exhibition Place in Toronto. Dave, first?
Quick update on Jerry Hildebrand. He has climbed out of the car, and I'm taking a look at the number 21 Preferred Freezer Services Chevrolet for Ed Carpenter Racing, and yeah, a little damage to the left rear of that car, and that includes some suspension damage as well. So it looks like Jerry Hildebrand's practice session here this morning is done for the day. We're going to hear from JR here in just a bit, guys.
Just what we talked about, Jake. Fortunately for them, it looks like something that's fairly easily repairable. So at least from that standpoint, it's good news. But JR started to find a little pace in practice yesterday, and was 15th before that contact occurred. Looking at the timing and scoring, good things continue for the folks at Penske At Chevrolet, the top 3 spots, Castroneves, Pagano, and Newgarden. Hinch is 4th quick. Sato is 5th quick. Then Will Power, Spencer Pigot, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Tony Kanaan, and Marco Andretti. And Jake, we talked a little bit earlier about the points of Scott Dixon and Elio Castroneves. Interesting to note how consistency is rewarded, because over the last 2 races, both Elio and Dixon finally picked up their first wins of the season.
And both have been in this situation before. This is the time of year where typically Scott Dixon seems to just find that groove, where he and Mike Hull are able to figure out exactly what they need out of that 9 machine. And even in race weekends where maybe he doesn't have a winning car, where he has a very consistent car, it'll be fun to watch what both of those do for the rest of the season. Speaking of watching, unfortunately, J.R. Hildebrand's got to do that for the rest of this session. He's with Dave.
Yep, here with J.R. Hildebrand. They can't say you weren't pushing it out there. What happened?
Yeah, I was working on some different things coming through this final section here, and we were still on older tires, and just pushed wide and got offline. And yeah, I mean, it's obviously not uncommon to get a little bit of wall around here, when you're trying different things, but he just got into it too hard and too aggressive an angle. So unfortunately, it did enough suspension damage that they'll have to bring it back to the garage, and we'll just have to figure it out for qualifying.
Turn 10's right in front of us here on pit road, so everybody gets a good look at that corner. It's an off-camber corner. It seems like it's a pretty tricky area, this race course.
Yeah, it's definitely tricky. You can't see that far around it. The problem that I had is you kind of lose it on the way up, that you have a tough time gathering it on the backside of it's a big mound that you're driving over, basically. So it's just a small mistake that unfortunately cost us the rest of the session here. But this place is tricky for sure.
Cosmetic stuff. These guys will have it ready to go for qualifying. Real quickly, how would you describe your season right now? Obviously, a podium finish, a second place finish at Iowa last week. But how would you describe it overall?
I mean, I think we've obviously been really good on the ovals and been able to execute when we've needed to get those finishes. But for sure, places like this, road and street circuits, we're looking for some improvement, and that's the focus for the second half of the year here.
First time back this season full time. We talked about that at St. Pete. It seems like forever ago now, but the learning never stops here, does it?
No, I mean, you have to just keep trying to figure things out. I mean, I spent more time this year looking at all the little things that I do than I ever have in my career, up to this point. So, so you got to do, but at the end of the day, it comes down to executing when it matters. Also, I mean, at some point you have to be able to put the learnings into play.
All right, we'll see you back this afternoon.
Thanks.
That's J.R. Hildebrand, guys. Against a cosmetic damage, these guys will have it fixed, ready to go in qualifying. J.R. 13th in points after that second at Iowa last week.
It's just what he needed. In fact, Jake Query, that run in Iowa last week at 13th in points, and I don't think anyone ever worked any harder over the course of the weekend. He had that issue in practice and had to make repairs to the car. Set on pole for a very long time, and then was consistently among the front runners throughout the race.
The thing that impressed me about that run, Mark, was the fact that J.R. Hildebrand, here I was thinking in the last dozen or so laps of that race, and I can't remember exactly what lap it was where Castroneves took the lead, but I was thinking, okay, J.R. Hildebrand is about to break through here and finally get that first Verizon IndyCar Series win. I don't say finally because he's been in the series so long, but simply because he has been close and been competitive and been a driver that we're not surprised to see up front. But once Castroneves took the lead, I think oftentimes we see it, Mark, where then a driver either pushes too hard and suddenly an incident follows, or just starts to drop off. That focus goes away a little bit, and what should have been a podium ends up a 5th or a 6th. Didn't happen with J.R. Hildebrand. He was obviously very, very strong, but I think he knew once Castroneves got around him that he still needed to do what he could to get the most out of that car, and was able to do it and bring it home in that impressive finish.
Yeah, he needed that badly. Going back to the Indianapolis Grand Prix, 14th, 16th in the 500, 17th and 18th at Belle Isle, a 12th in Texas, and a 16th place at Road America. Now, a pretty good start to the season. 13th at St. Pete, 11th at Long Beach. Of course, he had that contact and suffered the injury, which caused him to miss the race in Phoenix, but missed the race at Barber, rather, but rebounded nicely and had a podium finish at Phoenix. So, no question, we have witnessed some flashes of brilliance for J.R. Hildebrand, but I would imagine there's a rhythm as much as anything. Sure, being back in the race car full time, and it's been a while. And I know this, when the announcement was made that he was essentially going to replace Joseph Newgarden, who moved on to Team Penske, that was, I think, well received throughout the IndyCar community. No question about it. So 16th is where he sits on the grid. But they'll repair that crippled race car and get it ready to go qualifying a little bit later on today. Interesting to note, a couple of drivers toward the bottom of timing and scoring that were near the top after practice yesterday. And Dixon, Rahal, Marco, and Jake, bottom line is you don't really know exactly what the checklist is for the first part of this session. My guess is that for the most part they're qualifying sims, but some may be working on the race setup as well if they were happy with their qualifying setup in the session yesterday.
Of course, the trick also, speaking of J.R. Hildebrand, and that is going out, I realize now on a street course, not an oval, but if you are getting yourself in qualifying trim, seeing what the car can do, seeing how far to push that edge to making sure you don't step over it and all of a sudden make one misstep and what should have been a practice session to get your car ready and give you the confidence necessary to find out how much speed you have in it becomes one where you are now all of a sudden trying to regroup and get everything ready. Of course, that's what happened in Iowa, but fortunately Hildebrand had another session to get the car, or excuse me, had plenty of time to get the car ready for qualifying and then go out and turn those good qualifying laps.
Jake, looking like Sebastian Saavedra is achieving some level of comfort after putting the car through the paces yesterday, getting comfortable with the race team. Announced very late in the week, in fact, that Sebastian would be spelling Michele Alessi this weekend. Alessi is here, just out of the car. And Saavedra is currently 9th quick, piloting the number 7 with assistance from his longtime sponsor, Gary Peterson, and from AFS. And so Saavedra getting an opportunity this weekend with Schmidt-Peterson. Very happy to have it, in fact.
Here's what's interesting to me about this. I agree with that. First off, I like Sebastian Saavedra. I think, a really, really nice guy in this series, no doubt about it. And so too is Michele Alessi, though. That's not to say anything against Michele Alessi. What's interesting to me is there have been conflicting reports. I don't know that anyone has a firm idea, including Sebastian Saavedra. I can tell you that I asked Sebastian Saavedra the other day if this was indeed a permanent for the rest of the year change, and he said, as of right now, I don't know that. This was kind of a last-minute deal that was put together. It was originally reported that this would indeed be Michele Alessi stepping out for the year, but then yesterday reports came out that no, actually this is just a reset to kind of get everything reset and allow Michele Alessi to just maybe sit back and observe. But you mentioned Gary Peterson working with automatic fire sprinklers. He's with Dave on pit road right now, Dave.
Gary Peterson, he's got a big smile on his face. Happy to be back in the IndyCar series. We wish you could see you guys a little bit more often,
we'd like to. It's just timing and the cost and trying to get everything together, an opportunity. And, we had something came up. Sam and Rick gave me a call. I've been friends with him a long time. Asked if Sebastian was available to come back, and I said, sure, we'll be here. We caught a plane. We just found out about it Thursday. So
sometimes you have helmet will travel. You're not exactly the case for Sebastian Saavedra, but he seems so much more comfortable today than he was yesterday.
Yeah, to be honest, this is the first time we've ever been in a Honda. They're so different from the Chevy package, and I've been with Jim a long time, and the whole thing's different. It's a total different package, so he's trying to learn, and it's good. Great package, though. Both cars are great, but that's the biggest thing, is just trying to learn how to drive it, how to the clutch, and everything else.
We saw you, of course, at the Indianapolis 500. I know you would love to do some full-time racing. What is that process like, knocking on doors and picking up the phone here and there?
Well, it gets old. I mean, it's
not easy.
No. I mean, Ari Leyendijk Sr. and we kind of went through the same thing, and I just kind of remember that when Ari explained it to me, he said, Gary, I honestly feel like I'm a pimp sometimes. But I don't knock on doors to make calls. I try to find the opportunity for sponsorship for my company or other sponsors that help us. And normally we get the calls, but we're looking at other things again. I mean, I love Indy, I love open wheel, but I think the rumors are out there that we looked at some of the IMSA stuff, but we're just looking at all different forms of racing. But I'd like to stay here.
26 is in turn 3. That, of course, is Marco Andretti as a red flag is now out. Just check that. Takuma Sato has brought out the red flag in turn 3. Last thing, Gary, for you, we've got another race in a couple of weeks at Mid-Ohio. The odds that we're going to see you guys and Sebastian back in the car then?
I'm not sure. I don't know. I hope so. That's one of our favorite tracks, so I'm not real sure. That's going to play on what happens down here. Opportunity comes out. There's a few things that are happening, but I still have a car. Everything's Indy. It's just right now it's real tough trying to get the team back together. That's the biggest thing, is trying to pull the team together. Everybody's spread out. I mean, every one of these teams here has a crew member on it. Anyway,
we'll see what happens. Hope to see you back in a couple weeks.
Thank you.
Gary Peterson and the Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports. Sebastian Saavedra sits in the car right now. Scuffed black tires on that number 7 machine, ready to go whenever we go back green here on the streets of Toronto.
It has been a long time since I can remember either Indy Lights or IndyCar without Gary Peterson being involved in some way, shape, or form. Loves the series, loves motorsports, and certainly thrilled to be back at the racetrack. And good to see him back here. And Jake, we just got a look at the 15 of Graham Rahal, almost in Dukes of Hazzard mode. It almost looked, a little bit like Robbie Gordon Stadium Truck Series going down that main straight. And my goodness, is that bumpy? And they take the cover off the shocks and springs on the front of the car.
It looked like a bucking horse, didn't it? You know what I mean? It was just up and down and up and down. And Graham Rahal now, and what I find interesting, and obviously this is just the old guy in me, but it's been a few years that we've seen this now. But those drivers that come in, as Graham Rahal has done right now, and the first thing you do, grab the iPad, start looking at it, looking at that telemetry and that data immediately. And you got to think about guys like, Gary Peterson mentioned Arie Luyendyk or Bobby Unser or Johnny Rutherford or Bobby Rahal for that matter. 30 years ago they didn't have that. You didn't come in and have that right there at your fingertips.
No, AJ just grabbed a hammer and started swinging.
That's right.
When he got out of the car and things were going well. An update on the conditions on this course, most notably the area through 9 and 10 from Jim Murphy.
That area of the track, Mark, right here in front of the pits, and I think it's very indicative of how things are going around the course, because I'm watching the cars come through there. It is very rough. It is very bouncy. The cars are darting and jiggling around, and you can see the driver's hands up over the cowling, the left hand, the right hand, back and forth. A couple notable exceptions, the 4 Penske cars and James Hinchcliffe. They're coming through there. That car, very stable, very smooth. When I look at the speed charts, look who's up at the top. Those guys have got this car's working very well on the rougher sections of this course. I see very talented guys like Scott Dixon with a big handful of steering wheel coming through that section of the course as they continue to chase it.
11 minutes remaining in the session. Elio Castro Neves is P1. Simon Pagino is second quick. Then Newgarden, Hinch, and Sato. Again, Elio the only one sub 1 minute at 59.8255. Munoz, Power, Piggott, Hunter Ray, and Rahal the top 10. Saavedra 11th. Canan 12th, 13th Marco, 14th Dixon, 15th Rossi, 16th Ed Jones, Max Chilton 17th. J.R. Hildebrandt's session is ended due to suspension damage after some wall contact. He was 18th, quick 19th Connor Daly, 20th Esteban Gutierrez, 21st Charlie Kimball. Again, under 11 minutes remaining in this final warm-up session before we go qualifying this afternoon in preparation for the Honda Indy Toronto.
During the 1969 Indy 500, Mario Andretti's crew couldn't get his tire to come off, so he had no choice but to keep driving on it. That tire held up the whole race and took Mario to the winner's circle. Right, Mario?
That's right. If it wasn't for the dependability of Firestone tires, I wouldn't be an Indy 500 champion.
Here's to making more champions with the official tire of the Verizon INDYCAR Series. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone.
Final preparations before we go qualifying a little bit later on today. A busy day, in fact, for us, and a fun one for sure. Kyle Kaiser in the quest for a championship leads Matthias Laced, and those Laced and Kaiser will run 1-2 of the championship, and they'll start 1-2 when we go racing this afternoon for the Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tire. 1 p.m. for Nick Yeoman, Davey Hamilton, Jake out on the course along with Dave First. Rob Howden and Jim Murphy will be on pit road for that. And then Davey joins me in the booth for IndyCar qualifying at 2:10 Eastern this afternoon. Jake and Dave out on the course, and Rob Howden and Jim Murphy will help us wrap up this day. Then, of course, we qualify for Lights race number 2 tomorrow morning. That'll be at 9 Eastern. And then we'll have the final IndyCar warm-up at 11:30. And Lights race number 2 at 12:15. And then the Honda Indy Toronto beginning at 3 p.m. Eastern tomorrow. A lot of work to do between now and then, Dave First.
Just a quick update on Takuma Sato, who brought out that very brief red after he turned it around and turned 3, brought it back on pit road. The crew with a look-see and no damage at all. Didn't even spot the tires at all. So Takuma Sato, the reigning Indy 500 champion, already back on the race course. 5th quick here in this practice session this morning.
There was a time a few years ago, Jake, if you remember, Takuma Sato went into the month of May with the points lead, didn't win the Indianapolis 500, and kind of struggled a little bit after that. Now, Road America and Iowa, 19th and 16th. That has caused him to slip in the standings a bit, but boy, he had a pretty strong run. Of course, winning the Indianapolis 500 and then finishing 8th and 4th at Belle Isle. And, you know, he's been in contention. He started 5th at Iowa, and as we mentioned, finished 16th. So a good finish here could keep him in position to at least threaten for the championship.
I think the thing about Takuma Sato that makes him, you know, what Takuma Sato fans that draws you to him is the fact that you know he's going to he's fearless. There's no doubt about that. And sometimes, Mark, that means that you are going to go feast or famine on a weekend. Either he's going to go for it and go for the win, or something might happen where he takes a risk that he looks back at and thinks, maybe I shouldn't have done that, and falls back into, you know, the 15th, 16th category. But you can say this about him. There is no doubt about the fact that Takuma Sato, when it's coming down to it, is not going to be afraid to make a move. Once again, we talked about there's that curbing. Simon Pagenaud, the latest to kind of experiment with it. And again, good grip to be able to hold on to that number 1 machine when that balance on the rear end of the race car started to swing around on him. One of the many challenges presented here in the streets in Ontario.
Radio issue for the 19 car of Ed Jones. He's been given a black flag as a result. So again, radio issue for the 19 of Ed Jones, shown the black flag. So a visit to pit road for the rookie, 17th right now.
We've had radio issues for 20 years between the two of us, right?
Yeah, haven't been
black flag
yet,
us.
So yeah, Penske, Jake, Chevy, the top 4 spots. Penske, the top 4 spots. Elio and Power both now in the 59s. Newgarden 3rd quick. Pagenaud is 4th quick. Hinch is 5th quick, much to the delight of his countrymen and women assembled here this weekend. Sato, Munoz, Kanan, Pickett, and Hunter Ray. So Penske, Chevy continuing to flex the muscle.
The teams that, or the drivers, I guess I should say, that I expected to see a little more out of, I'll be honest, Esteban Gutierrez, the rookie, who's running for Dale Coyne, but considering his essential road and street course background, thought we might have seen a little bit more than right now what he's showing. That car currently 20th out of 21. Charlie Kimball would be the other just behind him. We certainly expect to see a little bit more out of that particular machine with Charlie Kimball, who, again, go back to Texas, had a really good car, started on pole, was running strong on pole, and then came in. Mark, we've talked about this, but the ultimate sign of the team sport, Charlie Kimball came in to make a routine pit stop during one of the cautions at Texas, and his rear tire changer noticed oil that was accumulating on the tire itself. He was having an issue like Marco Andretti had yesterday with an oil leak, and they were able to determine right then, look, this is going to be, you know, he goes out with oil on his tires, especially on an oval at a high speed. It could have been a very disastrous situation. Very heads up by the team itself to notice it and immediately start to take an examination and determine that the car was leaking too much oil from a safety standpoint to even go back out. It caused an early expiration for Charlie Kimball in that race in Texas that kind of typified, I think, his year. Just things haven't gone his way, and it looks again like that's the case today.
Hinch with a simulated stop on pit road by his pit crew. We saw them put some Firestone Reds on that car. With about 4.5 minutes remaining now in this session, Delio, Castro, and Evans, Will Power, Newgarden, Pagenaud, and Hinch continue the top 5. Interesting to note, Jake, the highest running Ganassi car right now is Tony Kanaan, who is in 8th. Scott Dixon is 15th. Max Chilton is 16th. And Charlie Kimball is 21st.
Watching James Hinchcliffe on his onboard camera here. This, of course, the hometown guy. Hinch yesterday had sent a picture out on social media of him in turn number 6 saying it was great to be home again. And Hinchcliffe, wildly popular here, no doubt about it. Again, Mark had mentioned he finds himself 5th fastest, does James Hinchcliffe. Just went across the timeline in this session. Castroneves, Power, Newgarden, and Pagenaud, that Penske quartet running 1 through 4. Now Ryan Hunter-Ray works his way into the top 5. Hinchcliffe, Sato, Munoz, Rahal, and Tony Kanaan rounding out the top 10.
Hinch had not enjoyed a lot of success here in Toronto prior to last year, Jake.
I wonder how much of that, Mark, is just, you know, I hate to say the pressures of it for any guy, really.
Sure.
You know, I mean, yeah, you've got a lot of commitments. You got sponsorship commitments, media responsibilities, and sometimes I think you probably just want to get in the car and race, right?
Well, that podium finish a year ago, he finished 3rd. I think you remember it. It was almost like he had won the race. I mean, it was a thrill for him to be on the podium here, and certainly well received by the fans. And I will say this, you know, I mean, you know, a lot of guys and gals have gotten cheers at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway and other racetracks over the years, but Jake, there's no question that the time that I've been here, the race a few years ago that Paul Tracy ran, I mean, when Tracy went around in the back of that truck, I mean, that was a rock star going around this place, and you know, they transferred all of that love and support towards James Hinchcliffe for sure. And you know, you turn on local media and you watch you know, their coverage of this event, and rarely, if ever, will you see a story come across the screen that doesn't in some way, shape, or form reference James Hinchcliffe. Ryan Hunter-Ray is 5th quick. An update on his practice efforts today from Jim Murphy.
Ryan Hunter-Ray is using all of the racetrack and then some. He just came in after that fast lap to the attention of his crew, and I can tell you the left side tires are all scuffed up. There's a little bit of indications on the side of that car that he's had, as J.R. Hildebrand mentioned earlier, you're doing it right here. You're going to use a little bit of wall. It's just not a matter of a lot, but a little bit helps. A little bit too much will cause some trouble. And we watched Graham Rahal with a big save just a lap or 2 ago there, Dave First.
Watching the timing and scoring here with Kyle Moyer, who helps call the shots for Simon Pagenaud. And guess what? Simon Pagenaud now quickest in this practice session as he brings the number 1 DXC Technology Chevrolet back to pit road. I was going to ask you if Simon's comfortable. I guess he is.
Yeah, no, we're comfortable. We got held up in traffic the first time with that second run on tires, so that lap time makes us feel good. But at the same time, I mean, Simon's just driving really, really good this weekend. He's confident. You know, the DXC cars, when we unloaded, it's been fast, and he just built his confidence up, and he's just muscling it around.
I'll tell you what, you guys have quietly put together quite a season. You're the only car out here that's finished every lap, only car out here that has finished every race. You're 3rd in points. This is quickly becoming another championship season, perhaps, for you guys.
Yeah, I hope so. It's just going to be, you know, we looked at it and we figured it was probably going to be a different way to win a championship this year because, you know, last year, you know, we got some luck there. Plus, you know, the car was just fabulous. And it's been good this year. It's just some things have been thrown our way. And, you know, it's a different way to try to win the championship. But at the same time, you know, the guys have been fantastic. Cars running. And so, you know, that's how we have to win this one. That's what we're doing.
You'd still like to win some races, though. I know that.
Oh, you're going to have to win races to win this championship. No doubt about it. There's too many good guys up top.
Good luck this weekend.
Thanks, Dave.
Qualifying later on, Kyle Moyer, as once again Simon Pagenaud has brought his number 1 DXC Technology Chevrolet back here to pit road. A little different livery this weekend here in Canada. Gone is that bright yellow Menards. In is the black, white, and silver Chevrolet. So keep an eye out for this machine later this afternoon, guys.
Checkered flag on the session, and we have 5 drivers now. Sub 100, Pagano, Castro Neves, Power, Newgarden, and Rahal. Kyle Boyer, the race strategist for Simon Pagano, Jake, referencing the need to win races down the stretch. That's the obvious, because if you win races, as they say, the points will take care of themselves. But interesting to note, the top 3 in points, to tell you the benefits of consistency. Talking about Dixon, Castro Neves, and Pagano, each with 1 win apiece. The only multiple winners, Power and Graham Rahal.
Look at it in the Indy Lights Series, presented by Cooper Tires, Mark. The same thing. Kyle Kaiser may not be a guy that's going out and just dominating each and every race, but when you look at the standings race in to race out, consistency.
Yeah.
On weekends where he's not winning, he's still managing to get himself a top 5, top 6 finish.
Yep, he just has 1 win as well, and the only struggles for Simon Pagano came back-to-back. 14th of the 500, but they had all kinds of issues that were kind of out of their control, and then he finished 16th after starting 7th in the first race at Belle Isle, but since that time, he's been 5th, he's been 3rd, 4th, and 7th, and was awfully pleased to get that win at Phoenix after starting 5th and winning that race. He led 116 laps, and Jake, that winning on that 1 mile oval at Phoenix, very, very important to Simon Pagano for sure.
Not just winning, Mark, absolutely dominating that race.
Right.
You know, he was literally, as I think I said at the time, halfway to Flagstaff when anybody else was coming into view, because he was absolutely dominant.
Okay, speaking of Simon Pagano, as we mentioned, Dave, the last couple of minutes of the session, 59.7864. He's at the top of timing and scoring.
59.7 brings a smile to Simon Pagano's. But this is just practice. We got qualifying today, and more importantly, the race tomorrow, right?
Yes, it's not the right time to pick yet. So it was an interesting session. Track changed quite a bit, and it's about guessing what the red tires are going to do and how the car is going to be balanced with it. So we're trying to find some tools to help the potential understeer that's going to come from the red tires. Track is so much fun, especially the last section here. It's quite something to drive around here.
We're able to watch you guys come off turn 10 and head into 11. It's an off-camber turn. It looks like one of the more difficult turns out here, but I know they're all difficult, aren't they?
Yeah, they all have different aspect to it. It's turn 8 is very difficult on the braking. Turn 11 is very difficult because of the wall and the apex. You never know if you're going to clip it. So there's a lot of difficulties around the track. It's really a lot of fun because you got to adjust to every corners differently, and I think that's what makes it for such a fun racetrack.
I was talking to Kyle earlier. Actually, I was up in the timing stand as you ripped off that fast lap of the session. You're the only driver to finish every race this season, the only driver to finish every lap this season. It's quietly becoming, knock on wood, another championship year for you guys.
Yeah, it's the goal. We're here to win championships. We have the best equipment in the paddock, so that's the goal. And repeating would be very exciting. So we're working toward it. We haven't had the swiftest start of the season, but in this last half, I think we need to pounce. So we're going to try. We're going to try hard this weekend. We got a fantastic race car in the DXC #1 car, so we're going to try.
I keep looking for the bright yellow Menards car. You're not in that one this weekend.
Not this weekend, but that's a good problem to have. Too many sponsors.
Good luck today.
Thank you.
Yep, the Simon Pagano getting ready for qualifying this afternoon.
Pagano P1, Castro Neves, Newgarden, Power, Hunter Ray the top 5, Rahal, Rossi, Sato, Hinch, and Munoz the top 10. Canan 11th, Quick, Piggott 12th. Gutierrez 13th, Marco was 14th, Sebastian Saavedra 15th, Ed Jones 16th, Scott Dixon 17th, Charlie Kimball 18th, Max Chilton 19th. Gerald Hildebrand's session ended early after some contacted suspension damage to the car. 20th quick, 21st quick was Connor Daly. Not done today, far from it, in fact. Lights race #1 comes your way at 1 o'clock Eastern. Then following that, at 2:10 Eastern, we'll go qualifying for the Firestone Fast 6 to set the field for the Honda Indy Toronto. The director of the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network is Wally Levitt. On-site engineering and production by Rick Evans. Thanks to Jim Murphy and Dave First for outstanding work on pit road, as always. For Jake Query, I'm Mark Janes. So long for now from the streets of Toronto.
the NASCAR PINTY'S Series happening at 3:45. That's green flag time for that. And we'll wrap up the day with the GT3 Cup Challenge race number 1. That is the lineup for today. You pick a great day to come out and see some fantastic racing action. We thank all of you race fans for making us a part of your day. And a big thank you to the folks at Make-A-Wish, Honda Indy Toronto, about more than just racing. It's about community. And at Honda, we believe in the power of dreams. And together, we can make the dreams of children with life-threatening medical conditions come true. Join us at Honda World Race Weekend and make a difference by donating to Make-A-Wish. I know we made a lot of money yesterday. Let's keep it up. A great job and a great cause. And you also have a chance to win some exclusive raffle prizes, including once-in-a-lifetime fan experiences from the NHL, the Toronto Blue Jays, tickets to Indy 500, and much more. Don't miss out. Donate today. Well, the Honda Checkered Flag event is back. Race on Indy drivers and what they're seeing. Download INDYCAR Mobile. Experience Indy like never before with access to in-car cameras, telemetry data, audio feeds from the pit crew, and more. Get inside the race with INDYCAR Mobile, brought to you by Verizon. Coors Light, the world's most refreshing beer, is proud to be the official beer of the Verizon IndyCar Series. Born in the Rockies, their mountain is brewing the world's most refreshing beer. Their mountains make them who they are. Whatever your mountains, climb on. Getting set for our first race of the weekend, 7 minutes away. You picked a good one. Beautiful day. Thank you for making us a part of your race weekend. The MX-5 Cup coming up next. It's day number 2 of the Honda Indy Toronto. Well, welcome, race fans. Time to go racing here. Day number 2 of the Honda Indy Toronto. Getting set to throw their green flag for the Global MX5 Cup. This is the MX5 Cup Toronto GP, joined in the public address booth by the voice of the MX5 Cup, Tony Laporta. Tony, good morning. Been a long time coming. We've seen qualifying, we've seen practicing. It's about time to go racing.
I love racing. That's like my favorite thing in the world. And now it's time to go racing. And, folks, it's such an exciting weekend here in Toronto, and all of you are in for a great weekend. Of course, I never want to downplay any of the on-track action that you're going to see on an IndyCar weekend. But I do have to say, and I'll admit sometimes I can be biased, but this racing in the Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup presented by BF Goodrich truly impresses and surprises every single weekend. These are low-horsepower, momentum-driven race cars, and it's grassroots-style racing, but it's professional quality competition. And all of that you will see explained once the green flag flies. We have a race today and a race tomorrow. It's the 4th weekend of competition, and every single weekend so far this season, the racing has been intense. We had 2 races back at Road America in Wisconsin our last round back at the end of June. Both days' races, the finishes were less than a tenth of a second between first and second place, separating the two. So the racing here in the Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup is going to be intense. Please get somewhere where you can see it, get near a big screen, get near the fence, because you are not going to want to miss the on-track action here.
Starting lineup, let's run down the 17 machines that make up this field.
Yes, sir. Patrick Gallagher is your championship point leader coming into the weekend. He will lead the field with the green flag. A little bit of drama late in qualifying yesterday when Patrick Gallagher and the 77 of Luke Ochsner were involved in an incident in between turns 4 and 5. Gallagher was involved in the red flag, but because he was not the car that brought out the red flag, he was able to keep his fast lap time. Matt Cresci in the number 51 is your scholarship shootout winner. That means he has money from Mazda, making sure he's able to race this season. Cresci will start on the outside of row number 1 in second. Tom Martin, with his best starting position of the season, rolls off third with your reigning champion, the number 8 out of Spanish Fort, Alabama, Nathaniel Sparks, the man they call Sparky. Again, he's your reigning champion. Sparky will start 4th today. Robert Stout is in the 5th position. Stout is teammates to Patrick Gallagher under the McCumbee McAleer Racing tent. And Stout is the only driver this year to win a race other than your championship point leader, Patrick Gallagher. Stout starts 5th with the 84, the 2009 champion, Todd Lamb, in the 6th position. Luke Ochsner in the 77 starts 7th. Ochsner racing out of Greeley, Colorado, my hometown. He will roll off 7th. Keith Jensen out of the great state of Texas rolls 8th with Max Faulkner in 9th. And Hernan Palermo rounding out your top 10. Lee and Bashura make up 11th and 12th. Nicholas Avancic 13th. Patrick Wilmot and Ashton Harrison, teammates out of GB Racing with Racing Analytics, start 14th and 15th. Joe Da Silva was involved in an incident in practice number 2 yesterday that kept him from qualifying. And then the number 4 of Brian Ortiz, and I'll be honest with you, he qualified P2 yesterday. I am not sure why he is starting in the 17th position, but we're going to find out where he ends up. Green flag in the air. We're racing here in the streets of Toronto. The field flies down into turn number 1, that long front straightaway that's going to narrow up really quickly. And they're almost 4 wide, racing for 4th on back. The whole field makes their way through the opening corner cleanly. We're off and racing here. Patrick Gallagher doing a good job of maintaining that top spot. And there you see these Global MX5 Cup cars fan out all the way around turns 1 and 2. They run down the back straightaway here. And Gallagher doing a good job getting out front early here. And then keep an eye on that Lucas Oil Racing TV-sponsored car. Robert Stout, his teammate, not far behind. The field comes through the end of the back straightaway. Challenge for the lead on the outside, and I think that is the 4 of Ortiz. I think maybe our scoring monitor here possibly a little screwed up. Ortiz qualified 2nd, and I was not told of any penalties. That is the 4 of Brian Ortiz now leading the way as they work the first lap here. Ortiz did qualify that car 2nd. Our scoring monitor showed Cresci starting P2, but it is the 4 Ortiz, and as they come down, that is the white and orange number 4 car. Brian Ortiz, your leader. Patrick Gallagher, your pole sitter. Now back to 2nd. The field getting ready to complete the opening lap. Battle for 3rd right there. Robert Stout taking the fight to Matt Cresci out of turn number 9. They snake through 10. Lap 1 is coming to an end here, Michael. And it's already been an exciting one as Brian Ortiz leads championship point leader Patrick Gallagher at the end of the first lap.
Little beating and banging at the exit of turn number 10. But for lap number 1, car number 4. Here they are as they come down the line. Ortiz, your leader, then Gallagher. Stout, Lamb, Cressy, Sparks, Martin, Faulkner, Wilmot, Ventura round out your top 10. Great opening lap.
Now watch out, because there's a good shot of that Soul Red Mazda. He's your reigning champion, Nathaniel Sparks. He's the Soul Red car with the bright green roll cage. Sparky starting to move his way up already. He's getting ready to bring a little bit of the battle to Matt Cressy. Those two cars look very similar. They are the exact same paint, that's Soul Red. And if you're fans of the Mazda Road to Indy, you're familiar with that color. It is the color of the car that is a scholarship-winning driver from the previous year. In this field, there are two. A scholarship check was given to Sparks after winning the 2016 championship last year, and then a scholarship check was given to the car of Cressy after winning the scholarship shootout last year. Safety car. Yeah, safety car pulling out in front of us here on the front stretch, and yellow flags fly around the circuit. Two laps into this one.
We will find the reason for our caution. So 2 laps in. This race, a 45-minute race. There we see the 07 of De Silva, I believe, at the very tail end of the field. So potentially that is Joe De Silva, the reason for our caution.
And that would be quite a bummer, as we talked about. De Silva was involved in a shunt. Well, there we see. Well, that's one of the GB racing cars. That's
is that De Silva?
That's the that looks like the 07 to me.
Yeah,
that is Joe De Silva, and that car was not driving correctly at all.
It had a little side giddy up to it.
Yeah,
it had a little crab walk going on as it entered the pit lane.
So yeah, it's looking like possibly the 07 of Joe De Silva, who was involved in an off at the end of the second practice yesterday. Here comes the field by us now. They'll get picked up by the Mazda safety car. Matt Cressy and Nathaniel Sparks running nose to tail in what would be 5th and 6th.
Yeah, for De Silva, that was a huge hit at the exit of turn number 11. Car whipped around, the back end just smashed into the wall, as you said, bent the frame just a little bit on that car. The team did not make it to qualification, spent all night repairing that car, and either the car wasn't properly fixed, maybe there still was something wrong. He was pushed a little bit and it stepped out. Who knows, but De Silva out.
Yeah, who knows is unfortunately the only thing I have. It's there was rear subframe damage to the 07 on De Silva after he backed it into the concrete retaining wall on the exit of turn 11, and it was a much harder hit than I'd first believed. I originally stated that it looked like simply cosmetic damage, but there was quite a hit to that rear subframe. It was shifted over to the passenger side, and De Silva explained to me that part of the trouble with coming up here to Canada is it's travel woes on these smaller teams, and one of their guys was not able to make it. So as De Silva put it, they only had one of the crew guys that really knew every inch and every part of the car, and it was up to him. One guy to kind of fix the entire back end of one of these MX-5 Cup cars. And I know a lot of you race fans, you work on your own cars, you guys race yourselves, and let me tell you, it's not fun when you're the only person there to work on your race car or someone else's race car, and the pressure's on. So De Silva's team doing a great job getting him back on track for this race. Not sure what happened, if he slapped the wall, or if it's just still residual effects from the crash yesterday in practice number 2. But his race probably done here early in round number 7 of the 2017 season.
Yeah, 4 guys fixing a 10-hour job, certainly, or 2 guys even fixing a 10-hour job knocks it to 5. But one guy, it's going to take the full 10 hours, and you run into any problems, makes it even worse. Safety vehicles, there you see the Cholmatro safety crew looks as if oil down from the 07. So
they're putting down Speedy Dry.
They'll get that down. The field will run the outside racing line to stay out of that. So for Brian Ortiz, the jump to the lead, front row starter, now on point. Patrick Gallagher running second, our pole sitter. And what makes for good racing is that we're going to have a restart, and Brian Ortiz will have to defend. Patrick Gallagher will want to get that lead back. Boy, they drug oil all the way through. That was back through turn number 6, 7, and 8. So you see the Cholmatro safety crew trying to get this track back in repair. And for De Silva to get down out of the racing line was great move on his behalf to just keep that oil out of the racing line.
Yeah, certainly. And just talking about your new race leader here after starting in the P2 position, there you see him right there in that white and orange Global MX-5 Cup car. That is your leader, Brian Ortiz. And we talked about it yesterday. A very crazy weekend for Brian Ortiz. He hails from Puerto Rico, and he was dealing with travel problems himself getting up here north of the border to Toronto, Ontario, and he got in very late, missed the entire first practice session yesterday morning, got to the track 10 minutes before practice number 2 went out, literally was putting on his suit, running to the car, getting in, putting on his helmet, and they were firing the thing up and sending him out on track. Got in all of his laps in practice number 2, had a really solid qualifying session to put that thing P2 on the time charts, and then boom, he was able to jump right up and steal the lead from Patrick Gallagher right after this thing went green. So a whirlwind weekend, but Michael, as you kind of talked about yesterday, maybe that's what he needed, not that time to sit around and worry, is this what's going to happen, what's going to happen here, these walls, this track is narrow. He literally just got in the car, they said go, and boy, has he gone ever since.
Speaking of going, Robert Stout, Todd Lamb. Stout starting on the outside of row number 3, Todd Lamb on the inside of 4. They currently run 3rd and 4th, respectively. That's a good start for those two cars, both garnering a couple of spots on that opening couple of laps.
Well, and Robert Stout has done a lot of racing before coming to this series, and he's competing for that $50,000 of the year Rookie of the Year bonus. And but Stout has competed in a lot of different stuff, all the way from sprint cars, short track, dirt track stuff, off-road racing. So just to find himself now in one of these roadsters turned race cars on the downtown streets of Toronto, he feels right at home in any kind of race car with a helmet on. So not surprised out of that gain in positions by Robert Stout. Definitely impressed as you see the field still making their way around the track here under yellow flag periods. And Michael, I just got here yesterday. I'm still trying to learn every inch of this track. Man, it lends itself to great racing. The fans here are incredible, but it is a physical joint to get around. They showed great shots during IndyCar practice that we were watching, and it's physical around this place.
Well, you're driving 35 kilometers an hour, 40 kilometers an hour, 60 on some of these streets, but mostly they're all 40. You feel a little bumps, but you're not really feeling the bumps. You started going at a high rate of speed, and we obviously don't recommend the race fans do that here on the city streets, but these streets take on a whole different look and feel as we see the field starting to make their way around the final portions. Turn number 10, safety car, lights still on. We'll see if we can't get back to green as the Cholmatro safety crew finishes up work on the circuit. We have fluids down in turns 6, 7, and 8 for the machine of Joe Da Silva that sits on pit lane. Still see the yellow flag being displayed, not seeing one to go. Hard to see the flag stand from our vantage point.
Yeah, you can just barely see it here.
Yeah, lights are still on.
You see the double yellows at the starter stand, but lights are still on, as you said.
Yeah, so we'll go another lap with getting this track back up to racing grade as we clean up the incident with Joe Da Silva. A little bit about these cars. We talk about Mazda, all that they do in the Mazda Road to Indy week in and week out, but this program new this year as far as being part of Anderson Promotions, and John Doonan and everybody at Mazda really have brought a great package, great racing action, and have married it to this Anderson Promotion project.
Well, and that's the thing, Michael, and you're very well aware of it yourself. And folks, you've been watching IndyCar racing this weekend, but you've also seen the Mazda Road to Indy. And simply put, the Mazda Road to Indy is exactly what it sounds like. It is a road dedicated, a ladder system designed to get young open-wheel race car drivers to the top level of American open-wheel racing, which is, of course, the Verizon IndyCar Series. Well, that's the Mazda Road to Indy. It's all those open-wheel cars from USF 2000. Pro Mazda is not here this weekend up to Indy Lights. The next step is, of course, Verizon IndyCar Series. Well, Mazda wanted to develop and help a system to encourage sports car racers to find their way to the top level of American sports car racing. So they have developed the Mazda Road to 24. Again, it's simple for a guy like me to keep track of. You got the Mazda Road to Indy, and now here with these MX-5 Cup cars, the Roadster, this sports car that Mazda produces, there is the Mazda Road to 24. And, of course, that's alluring to the 24 hours of Daytona, maybe even the 24 hours of Le Mans. But just as the Mazda Road to Indy is designed and promoted by Anderson Promotions to get young open-wheel race car drivers out of go-karting, the fundamental beginning block in all motorsports, out of go-karting and up through a learning rank to the Verizon IndyCar Series. That's what the Mazda Road to 24 is about. And just in case you folks were wondering, how does Mazda do that? it's through money. Mazda steps up and gives these young race car drivers money. If you win the USF 2000 championship on the Mazda Road Indy, you're given a scholarship check to race Pro Mazda. Same if you win Pro Mazda into Indy Lights. And if you win the Indy Lights championship, you are guaranteed a 3-race program in the Verizon IndyCar Series, one of those being the next year's Indianapolis 500. Same here with the Mazda Road to 24. Mazda has $50,000 on the line for just the highest finishing rookie in this year's championship, and then $200,000 goes towards the champion. Lights, I thought, went off there for a moment, but we still see them on. They'll come by the starter stand. If they shut off this time by, we'll know we're going racing next time. And, of course, the safety car ducks behind the trees. But, yeah, Mazda is stepping up and helping young race car drivers all around the world and all around the country. They're doing it here with the MX-5 Cup. They're saying, you want to go racing sports cars professionally? Well, here's the best place to start. Here's the best place to learn. Oh, and if you are the fastest and the best, we're going to write you a check to help you get there. So it's a really cool deal that Mazda's doing, and they've married with Anderson Promotions out of Florida. Anderson has promoted open wheel racing for a very long time. They're the promotions company for the Mazda Road to Indy. They do a phenomenal job. They took the MX-5 Cup over from SCCA at the end of last year, and they have done just a phenomenal job with it. And with the promotions from Anderson, MX-5 gets sanctioning, rules and everything written by INDYCAR. And again, I keep hitting on this, but the biggest benefit, in my opinion, Michael, to being sanctioned by INDYCAR and being a part of INDYCAR race weekends is that orange truck that we just saw fly by us, having the Cholmatro safety team at the aid and at the response of these MX-5 Cup drivers should there be an incident. Cholmatro is the best in the business, and when these guys are with us on an INDYCAR weekend, Cholmatro, there in an instant should an incident happen. So all of that, it's what the MX-5 Cup has changed from 2016 to 2017. Anderson's promoting them, INDYCAR is sanctioning them, and the racing has never been better.
MX-5 Cup, very cost-effective, but I think in what you touched upon in just your description of the road to Indy and the road to the 24, there is a definite road. There's a definite future for these drivers. Before, you'd see these various series all over the United States and Canada, North America, Europe, but really no ultimate goal. You just kind of raced and tried to find your way up. Now there's a definite path, not only for the open wheel guys, but for these Mazda guys as well.
Exactly. It's a unification. And I mean, if any of you have started racing and you've gone through karting, I mean, karting is such an incredible sport, but it's got so many levels. It's got so many series. It's hard to find out who the best karting driver is in this country or in Canada or anywhere, because everybody can race everywhere every weekend, and there's no unification. The pace car is pulling off here, so we're getting ready to go back to racing. Pretty long yellow flag. They're going to get the green flag here with just over 30 minutes remaining in this one. In round number 7, Michael, they come out of turn 10. They'll head for 11 here. We're getting ready to go back racing.
12 minutes of yellow, but it will pay off as we get set to go green. Brian Ortiz leads Patrick Gallagher back down to turn number 1. The 84 of Lamb starts to take a look to the inside of Stout.
We got cars together on the exit of 11.
Yep.
That's the 77 of Oxner. And
I believe it's the 41. 41, I believe.
Oh, Avancic. You're right. I think it is. Nicholas Avancic. 2 cars getting together on the exit. Now, we've got even more. That's one of the GB Racing cars. That's the 03. That's Ashton Harrison. So they must have gotten stacked up coming through 10 and into 11 right there along pit lane. Green flag still out, though, so we are racing.
And Gallagher has a whole mirror full of somebody. Didn't get to see who it was as Gallagher takes a look to the inside. That's either the machine of Stout or Lamb, and we will go yellow. Full course caution here in this MX-5 Cup Toronto GP. Full course caution, safety car back out.
That is a bummer. That is a bummer. It's too bad because this is the first street circuit of the year. It's the first street circuit these cars and these drivers have run on in these cars for quite a while. And it bums me out because you folks deserve to see the MX-5 Cup racing that is typical that we see on the big purpose-built road courses like Indianapolis, like Barber, like Road America. But the tricky turns of Toronto are providing difficult for these MX-5 Cup drivers.
I thought Robert Stout might lose that third position as Todd Lamb took a look to the outside down into turn number 1, and then Stout all over the rear fender of that Patrick Gallagher racing entry. And just as he was set to make a move, as Gallagher dove low trying to get around Ortiz, we go back to full course caution here on the streets of Toronto. The MX-5 Cup Toronto GP.
Well, the good news is, I think, Michael, is that there was no oil put down. It was just some cars getting stacked up between 10 and 11. So I imagine what this yellow flag really is for is to clean up debris that was knocked off these cars right there in the entry to turn 11. The Mazda safety car has picked them up. I would imagine this is going to be a pretty quick yellow. I'm, of course, not going to speculate when we're going back to green, but I doubt there was any catastrophic engine failures that put down oil or any other fluid, so I do imagine this should be a very quick yellow flag period.
Yeah, I think it was one of those situations where the two cars were stacked up down there in turn 11 and weren't getting themselves sorted out. By the time they did get themselves sorted out, they had already thrown the yellow, so potentially one circuit. We'll keep an eye on that safety car as the field starts their formation. They are now through turn number 2 and down Thunder Alley towards turn number 3. Yes, indeed, we see the safety workers down there picking up bits of debris at the exit of turn number 11, the point of contact. And the reason for our caution.
It's been the tricky turn so far this weekend.
It's a tough one. You try to go through these final couple of corners too wide or even get racy down there, you run out of real estate in a hurry. Those concrete walls will bite you here at the streets of Toronto.
Yeah, they don't move.
They are made not to move. You may try with all your might to get them to get out of your way, but they're not going anywhere.
They don't move, and it's a very well designed and very safe racetrack here in downtown Toronto, which is the most important part. And the drivers are learning, whether you're in an IndyCar, a Porsche, a Mazda, the walls aren't moving. No. So
field picking up. I think we may go back to green. We'll keep our eye on that safety car. They're through turn number 5 now. But as we see the field start to make their way, this is turn number 7. And we'll keep our eye on, indeed, those lights are out. We'll go back to green. So Patrick Gallagher will try one more time to get around Brian Ortiz. We'll keep an eye on the Robert Stout, Todd Lamb battle. That's for 3rd and 4th. Field now to the entrance of turn number 8. Safety car will peel off, and then we will go back to green flag racing. We'll keep our eye on turn number 11. And Tony Laporte, I'll let you keep an eye on turn number 1 for the battle for the lead. We'll make sure the field finds themselves cleanly through this time by. Again, pace car off. We're back to racing the MX5 Cup Toronto GP. Field out of turn number 11. Going back to green.
The field takes off across the start-finish line here. There's a good look down that long front straightaway. It's nice and wide there, but it's going to get tight here really quickly. Gallagher wants to take a look. Doesn't have enough room, but he's got his teammate Robert Stout right behind him, giving him a little shove. They're going to try to do what they can to keep up with the 4. Brian Ortiz, as they come out of 1 and 2. Good start here. Let's hope we can keep it clean this opening lap following the second restart. A little bit of smoke coming off one of those GB Racing with Racing Analytics cars, but we're off and rolling. Big 4-car train up at the front. That's going to be your leader, Ortiz. The McCumbee McAleer cars of Gallagher and Stout in the 84 McDonald's sponsored Atlanta Speedworks entry. Todd Lamb in 4th. Cresci and Sparks are trying to get up there. Cresci gets around Sparks on the outside. And that's the reigning champion picking up another spot. That should put him now solidly inside the top 5, battling throughout the rest of the field. And we're off and running here.
Clean thus far. Vantage came back out right as the field were going back to green. I was worried a little bit that I was going to get caught up in there. There's a look at the lead, and Patrick Gallagher will fall a position. Brian Ortiz brings the field through turn number 7, now turn number 8. So Gallagher drops back 1. Stout looks like he dropped back 1. That might be Todd Lamb making the big move this time by. Field now through turn number 11. We have 24 minutes remaining in this first race for this MX5 Cup Toronto GP. So the number 4, the number 84, Todd Lamb, big move, but he's looking for the lead in 1.
Todd Lamb's got a big run of steam coming down the start-finish line here. We're going to see what he can do heading into turn 1. Lamb, not enough. Brian Ortiz able to hold on, and then it's still Patrick Gallagher leading his teammate Robert Stout in 4th. Sparks up into 5th after that pass around Cresci on the outside in about turn number 6, I believe. Tom Martin started 3rd. He's down to 7th. Wilmot up to 8th. Faulkner 9th, and Alex Bashura round out your top 10 as they come down the back straightaway there, Michael. They should be heading for, what are they looking?
Turn number 3 right now. And Todd Lamb will look to the outside. Gallagher looks to the inside, nearly contact as they enter turn number 3. Patrick Gallagher, Todd Lamb, the battle up the hill there through turns 4 and 5, working their way down through this very technical portion of the circuit. That's turns 6, 7, and 8. We're not sure where Lamb made the move, but boy, he got around Gallagher. That's a power move.
Yeah, absolutely, and you saw how close they got running through turn 2 and then into turn 3. We'll take a look here. Still Todd Lamb getting around Gallagher, so he's up to that second position. They're all chasing the 4, Brian Ortiz, and Ortiz has been so close all season. He's had a bunch of podium finishes, but has just not been able to crack through that McCumbee-McAleer stronghold at the front, and it's all about handling and the driver this weekend. Big engine isn't going to do much for you, but in these MX-5 Cup cars, Michael, Long Road Racing makes sure all the engines are very, very equal. Ortiz leads him down. Let's see what the gap is this time by. It was just at 1/10 of a second. Last lap between P1 and P2. Ortiz able to stretch that lead out.
And Robert Stout makes a move down into turn number 1, gets around his teammate Patrick Gallagher. So Stout up to third.
Good move. Ortiz able to grow the lead from P1 to P2 by 0.2 of a second thanks to a flying lap. Ortiz lays down a minute 26.1620. Lamb back to second. And then, as you called it, Robert Stout with a big move on the inside of turn 1 around championship point leader and his teammate Patrick Gallagher.
Well, Patrick Gallagher falling from the pole down to 4th, but you can't give enough credit and kudos to Todd Lamb. Started 7th in this race, now running 2nd. Teammate Brian Ortiz. The gap, 0.3 of a second. Field works their way through turn number 5. Now making their way through turn number 7, what we see. Through 6. Now this will be turn number 7. Still see the oil dry down, the speedy dry. Ortiz with about a 1 car length advantage, and Patrick Gallagher is starting to think about getting back around Stout.
So they come through the back section of the track now out of 9-10, and they'll aim for 11 here, which has been such a troublesome part of the circuit. Everybody's still playing nicely. Really surprised at the gap that Robert Stout is pulling on Patrick Gallagher. And it continuing to grow. Gallagher losing a little bit of room to his teammate here as the field comes out of level 11 down that long front straightaway into turn 1. That flowing right-hander turn number 2, and they aim for the back straightaway. And quite a technical lap here at Toronto.
Well, you get the big keys getting out of turn number 11. You got that stretch down into turn number 1, and then down by the Princess Gates, down through turn number 2. Then that long drive down Lakeshore, down to turn number 3. Looks like a battle there for the lead. Ortiz, his teammate, Todd Lamb, who started 7th. Boy, they are nose to tail working their way through turns 4 and 5.
We got really good 2-car battles, 1st, 2nd, and 3rd. There's 3 packs right now. The 2 Soul Red Mazdas are battling to stay inside the top 5. That's Matt Cresci with the white roll cage fighting with Nathaniel Sparks, your reigning champion. They're that 3rd 2-car pack. Then ahead of them, you have the McCumbee-McAleer racing drivers, Patrick Gallagher, trying to get back around his teammate Robert Stout. And then up front, you've, of course, got your leader, Brian Ortiz. But Todd Lamb is charging that lead still right around 0.3 of a second. But that's only at the start-finish line. In the infield, in the tight technical sections of this track, it is a lot closer than a big 0.3 of a second margin. 2-car battles, 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th all around the track.
Yeah, that 6th position, Cresci there. Wilmot all the way from 15th, currently running 7th. So big shout out to that and trying to get 6th.
Yeah, Wilmot's had a really good run while his teammate, unfortunately, Ashton Harrison, caught up in that turn 11 incident that put us out into our 2nd yellow flag not too long ago. But this is more what I'm talking about here, folks. It's street racing for Global MX-5 Cup, so they're a lot more diced up and cut up than they typically are at our big road courses like Barber Motorsports Park or Road America. But everywhere you look, there's a battle going on around the track. Like I said, you've got 3 individual 2-car battles up at the very front of this field. Brian Ortiz knows that Todd Lamb is there and is starting to defend. They're all over each other, the McCumbee-McAleer boys and those 2 Soul Red Mazdas. Good racing in the top 6 right now.
When Nathaniel Sparks trying to get around Cresci. There are all kinds of great battles. The front 2 battling it out, 3rd and 4th battling out, 5th and 6th battling it out. Remainder in this race, 20 minutes to go, so still plenty of time for the rear of the field to make their way back up to the front. But great 6-car battle at the front of this field.
And the best part about this is it's so affordable, Michael, to be racing at a professional quality of competition at amazing tracks like this. One slow car coming out of turn 8 back there. Everybody's able to split and get around. That car's going to hit pit lane, trying to keep an eye on it. It might be one of the GB racing cars, possibly Ashton Harrison, still with damage as the field comes around. Boy, Robert Stout has got some speed. The 28 is starting to track down the 84 at Todd Lamb. That lead from second back to third has shrunk to only 0.2 of a second. Stout all over the back bumper of Todd Lamb as they come out of 1. They'll head for 2. And then down the long back straightaway. Todd Lamb better watch out, Michael, because Robert Stout has some big speed right now.
Well, you just look, the gap back to 7th position. Those first 6 cars literally nose to tail, snaking their way now down Lakeshore into turn number 3. Thunder Alley. Patrick Gallagher will take a look to the outside. That's actually...
Stout.
That's right. That's Stout.
Taking a look at Todd Lamb as they come down the back straightaway. Through 3, now the left-hander 4. And boy, does it get tight right there. This is 5.
This is turn 5 back in. That's a left-hander. Then they'll hit the right-hander, turn 6. No cameras in turn number 6. Our next opportunity to see these cars will be turn number 7. That's where you'll see that speedy dry. Shot now to turn number 7. The leader Ortiz, Todd Lamb second. Then that third place machine of Robert Stout, Patrick Gallagher running fourth, Cressy Sparks round out that top 6. Boy, they're right there, all 6 of them battling and in the shot for the lead.
Boy, Brian Ortiz has got such a battle on his hands right now because mentally, what does he do? Does he defend and run a narrow line? That's a good idea to keep the cars behind you, but it kills your exit speed and it makes you a sitting duck coming down the long front straightaway here out of turn 11. So Ortiz needs to really pick his battles and be smart here. What does he do? Does he run that narrow line, keep the cars behind him? But that just bottlenecks the field behind you. And at the end of these long straightaways, it's really not a wise idea. He's doing a good job right now, in my opinion, of running the traditional racing line, high in at the straightaway, dive down, run a low corner, hit your apex, and then shoot right back out to the outside. He's doing a traditional racing line right now, and it seems to be helping him. The lead still at 0.3 of a second. Stout closing in on Todd Lamb, Patrick Gallagher in fourth, Matt Cressy and Nathaniel Sparks. They haven't left each other alone either as they fight to stay inside the top 5.
And Robert Stout taking a look to the outside of Todd Lamb. Gallagher there, the other 2 following them through, nearly touch into turn number 4.
This is it right now. Now with Lamb and Stout doing the battling that they have side by side for second, it's done 2 things. It's allowed Brian Ortiz to drive away in that lead, but it's allowed Gallagher, it's allowed Cressy, and it's allowed Sparks to catch up. And so now we've gone from having 3 individual 2-car fights to having 1 big 5-car pack battling for second through 6. They come down the straightaway, and boy, these cars are all over each other. Brian Ortiz is cool with it because if he just keeps doing his job and putting in good laps, he can drive away. But these low horsepower cars, it's all about momentum. And right again, they've almost all sucked up right back to each other.
Robert Stout looking at a couple of different racing lines than that of the leader. Stout looks to the inside there of turn number 10, trying to get that momentum out of turn number 11, nose to tail, less than a car length between each, the leader to Lamb to Stout. An eye down as Lamb takes a look to the inside of Ortiz.
Big move by Todd Lamb, and he's through, but Ortiz tries to cross him over out of 1. Is he able to make it happen? No. And the lead that time, Michael, went from 0.3 of a second to 0.8 of a second because Todd Lamb had a monster run, and he threw it down to the inside of turn 1. He's your new leader. Brian Ortiz now can't really focus on going after Todd Lamb because he's got Robert Stout on his left-hand side, and he's just trying to hold on to second here as they come down the back straightaway, heading for turn 3.
3 wide, 2 wide, into turn number 3, and there was contact down there. Stout contact with the Ortiz machine. Cressy and Sparks, there was a battle down there for that 5th position as things get settled out. And who got shuffled out? Patrick Gallagher falls to 5th in that battle down into turn number 1.
And this is the kind of racing that I was promising you folks. It's not the big 10, 12-car packs that we saw at the Super Speedway at Road America at the end of June, but it is just as good. I'd rather take quality over quantity, and that's exactly what we have. You got 6 cars, 6 very talented drivers, and they are fighting for every possible inch. They snake out of 9. That's such a cool complex of corners because you shoot out of 9 and you got to get way over to the opposite side of the track to set up for the left-hander 10. Todd Lamb leading Brian Ortiz, your second place starter is in second currently. Robert Stout, your round 3 winner, runs third. Then it's Matt Cresci in fourth. Patrick Gallagher, your championship point leader. He's won all but one race this year. He's in fifth, and your reigning champion is in sixth right now. That's how stacked this field of MX5 Cup drivers is.
Todd Lamb, your leader. Brian Ortiz trying to take a look down into turn number 1 for the lead. Lamb will shut the door, says, no, you stay back there one more lap. Down Lakeshore, that's Thunder Alley towards turn number 3. You see the Cresci machine getting around Patrick Gallagher when he was trying to make the move down into turn number 1. Now we have a battle for the lead as Gallagher then dives down low trying to get that 4th position back.
And Ortiz and Todd Lamb continue to fight, and Ortiz is able to go around the outside and take the lead back. New leader, Brian Ortiz, around the outside heading into turn 3 at the end of that long back straightaway. Ortiz able to get around the 2009 champ. Todd Lamb now back to second, and Stout, Cresci, Gallagher, and Sparks continue to just sit back and watch this fight for the lead. They want a bit of a piece of it, but now we're starting to see a little bit of separation here. Cresci and Sparks have fought so hard that they're almost in jeopardy of losing this pack here. Gallagher's in fourth. They need to do their best to keep up with him.
Yeah, Patrick Gallagher got the 4th place position back down there in turn number 3 as we had a pass for the lead. The field now through turn number 10. So Brian Ortiz back to point over Todd Lamb. Swings out of turn number 11. The field making their way down the front straightaway. This is the biggest gap we've seen, Tony, thus far. They've been nose to tail, those front 6, for most of this race, and we will not see any battles down into turn number 1 as the field kind of resets itself. I think everybody just kind of catching their breath as they get through turn. Maybe we'll see something down at the end of Thunder Alley into turn number 3.
I agree with you. This is the biggest gap we've seen amongst the top 6 all race, and we're just on the outside of 10 minutes to go. I'm not saying that these guys are aware of the time and they know, okay, boom, at 10 minutes we're going. But I think we're seeing a little bit of a mid-race break here, and then they're going to pick up the intensity here in the next lap or two, and it's going to be on again till the very end. Fight for second as Stout takes the outside line to Todd Lamb, and it's going to work.
Yep, he'll have the inside all the way through turns 4 and 5, so as long as he holds that position, he'll gain that spot, and Gallagher gets around to third.
The teammates working together. Stout opens up the door, and Gallagher says, I'll walk right on through, and he does. Todd Lamb on the bad side of a 2-position swing, so Lamb's going to go from second back to 4th now, as it's going to be Ortiz, your leader, Stout in second, Gallagher 3rd, Lamb 4th, Cresci 5th, and then your champion from last year, Nathaniel Sparks, rounding out that top 6, and then, boy, it's a country mile till you see 7th place driver Tom Martin. Faulkner runs 8th, Oxner up to 9th, Keith Jensen rounds out your top 10. The field should be aiming for turn 11 here very shortly as we complete another lap. 11.5 minutes to go in this one.
We talked about Wilmot making that big charge, now off circuit, 5 laps down on pit lane, running 14th. There you see the camera angle. From turn number 1, looking back to turn number 11, the 6 cars that make up this front pack. And for Nathaniel Sparks, just kind of sitting there and wait. Hey, guys, battle all day long.
Right.
You have a little problem, I'm going to pounce and take the lead.
Well, Patrick Gallagher, meanwhile, while this pack is starting to group back up again, Gallagher lays down the quickest lap of the race at a minute 25.269. That's 0.2 of a second quicker than his teammate who's right in front of him, and it's a lot more. It's almost 0.6 of a second quicker than our leader, Brian Ortiz. Gallagher again doing that in traffic. Fight for the lead now at the end of the back straightaway, rolling through 3. Brian Ortiz has the McCumbee McAleer racing drivers all over him on the left, on the right. Stout, Gallagher giving Ortiz everything he can handle, but actually it looks like
Todd Lamb got back around Gallagher.
As Lamb broke that up.
Stout tried to block Gallagher down into turn number 3 as to defend that position, and Todd Lamb took advantage and got back around Gallagher.
Chad McCumbee and Stephen McAleer right now are saying, guys, just bring these cars home in one piece. Look right there for third as Todd Lamb peaked on the inside of Robert Stout. Nothing working there. They come out of 9, snake back over to the left-hander in 10. They'll make that short little kink along pit lane before they fly through.
Turn number 10 there, and now turn number 11. The final 2 turns. Ortiz, Stout, Lamb around Gallagher. What an exciting race it's been thus far. 10 minutes remaining in this MX5 Cup Toronto GP. No changes up front into turn number 1. They'll go down by the Princess Gates. Now through turn number 2. You're going to get a run. You want to get a good one. Robert Stout all over the rear bumper of Brian Ortiz as they exit turn number 2 down Lakeshore Thunder Alley to turn number 3.
Well, and the thing we haven't talked about, Michael, is drafting does have quite a bit to do with this field. There's a look at your 7th and 8th place drivers. That's be Tom Martin and Faulkner as Ortiz defends pretty well going down the back straightaway into turn number 3. And boy, Gallagher is trying to pick Todd Lamb's rear wheels up off the ground heading into turn 3. That's going to make it difficult to make it through that right-hander.
So the front 4 right there, nose to tail. Brian Ortiz and Robert Stout. Watch them here through turn number 7. Todd Lamb, Patrick Gallagher. So there's your leader, Brian Ortiz. Robert Stout second. Lamb still third. Gallagher losing that position to 4th.
This race is so far from over, though, folks. I mean, with 9 minutes to go.
9 minutes to go. We still got a long way to go.
There is so much time to play here. It's not even worth trying to decide what's going to happen here, because these top 6 could very easily swap every position in the next 8 or 9 minutes, and that's exactly how much time we have left. Nathaniel Sparks surprising me, though. He's almost struggling to keep up with this pack, but as good of a driver as Sparks is, I don't think that's the case. Part of me almost wonders if he's just laying back and letting this unfold out in front of him. Stout took a pretty deep line heading into turn 1 right there. He wasn't close enough to make anything happen. Boy, and Ortiz has been shot out of a cannon as the lead for the first time today is as big as we've seen it, over half of a second from Brian Ortiz back to Robert Stout. That's the biggest lead of the race we've seen yet today, Michael.
I saw Robert Stout kind of defend that inside line.
And
Todd Lamb, but Todd Lamb took a look to the outside. Indeed, he lost it. But now taking a look to the outside is the machine of Robert Stout. Robert Stout alongside the leader. He will have position. If he can keep it there through turns number 4 and 5, that's the battle for the lead.
They come into turn number 7 now. Well, that's turn 5.
That's turn 5.
Yeah.
Patrick Gallagher has moved up. This is turn 7. So Gallagher able to pounce, moving up a couple of positions.
And that's this low horsepower style of racing. You can never really run away from a guy because the draft on these straightaways.
Contact out of the exit of turn number 7.
Lamb got a little crossed up, and one driver into the wall. That's going to be Lamb. Oh, boy. Good impact on the exit there. As after he got to that speedy dry, he got a little bit of help, I think, into the speedy dry. And then once he hit that oil cleanup down there, it got on his tires. He had no grip. He got into the outside retaining wall. That's definitely going to bring out a yellow flag.
Yes, indeed. Still green as they race back to the start-finish line. Todd Lamb sits at the exit of turn number 7. So it's Robert Stout, Patrick Gallagher with a power move. Brian Ortiz, Cresci, Nathaniel Sparks, the front 5. Todd Lamb's car ailing on the outside barrier at the exit of turn number 7. The field now through the Princess Gates down at turn number 2. So they'll scream down that back straightaway. Thunder Alley to turn number 3. Still green. No sign of Todd Lamb if he's rolling or not.
Yeah, this is interesting. I would have expected to see yellows by now, but we are still clean and green with just over 6 minutes to go. And Todd Lamb, again, what I think happened is he had a little bit of help getting into that speedy dry. It got on those tires, and he had no chance of getting going after impact of that wall. He still sits at the entry to turn 8. We have not seen him move yet.
Yeah, that car is still sitting there. We will keep an eye on the field.
There
now
we go.
Turn.
Yeah, now yellows fly. The track goes yellow as the leaders were 2 corners away from him.
Yeah, Todd Lamb,
and it's a bummer to see the race go yellow like this, but it's the right call. There's the leaders right there.
Todd Lamb hit that wall hard. You can see where it's moved just a little bit in there, an inch or two. Backed it in, lost it in turn number 7. Hit that speedy dry. Started to lose it in 6, and then saved it through turn number 7. Then lost the apex of the turn and hit, I think, the inside retaining wall in 7, and that shot the car out to the exit of turn number 7. And boy, what an unfortunate afternoon for Todd Lamb after moving up from 7th to battle for the lead, to fall back to 3rd, and now to be out of this race.
Well, and I hope people understand, and it's a car accident on the road in your street vehicle is never an enjoyable experience. But if you've ever been involved in a car accident out on the street, you know how quickly things happen. You think you got under control, whether you're driving on ice, whether you're driving in slick conditions. And that's the same thing on a racetrack, except multiply that by about, 100, and then put concrete walls around every part of the road you're already driving on with no room, no shoulder. And that's exactly what happened. These MX-5 Cup cars may not be going as fast as the Indy cars or the open-wheel cars around this track here, but things happen so quickly. And Todd Lamb, there was a little bit of contact there. Again, I'm not even going to speculate who it was with, but he had a little bit of help getting over that speedy dry. And, folks, when that stuff gets on your racing tires, it's like driving on ice. It is like driving on just oil everywhere. And the car hooked left, and he had no way of saving that. So it really is unfortunate, but that's a tough way to end the race early, especially with how well he was running. So this thing's under yellow with 4.5 minutes to go. I hope they get it cleaned up quickly and get back for like a green-white checker possibly, but I'm going to remain cautiously optimistic.
Kind of give the fans an idea of what that little section like is out of turn number 6 and 7. Imagine yourself going into a construction zone where they have set up concrete barriers on either side of you. Maybe you're down to 1 lane or 2 lanes, but imagine a semi next to you and you're in that outside lane and that semi starts to drift over and all you have is concrete wall. Kind of that same feeling when you're racing side by side. You really can't force you're just a helpless, innocent bystander at that point. You just hope that that person next to you keeps their line and they don't drift into you and force you into that wall. And boy, you get in those tight racing corners, those cars hit those apexes and they want to allow themselves to drift out to carry that speed. But through that portion, when Gallagher made that move around Lamb, Gallagher had the inside advantage. It's the outside going into turn number 3, but through turns 4 and 5, you have the inside. Yeah. So that gives you that advantage. And if you can work your way around, if you can hang out till turn number 6, you'll have the inside line again. But far too many times, those 2 inside lines just forces the guy on the outside to either check up or to hang on, and that's when you start banging into those walls.
Well, and that analogy is perfect with coming into a construction zone and the car or the semi-truck on your other side starts moving over and you have nowhere to go. And that is exactly the case here in the streets of Toronto. It's a perfect analogy. And as we saw the Cholmatro safety team over there tending to the 84 of Todd Lamb, I'm worried that we will not see a green flag fly in this one with 3 minutes to go.
Let's get the fans accustomed to where they need to go for Victory Podium celebration. This is the first race of the race weekend. The stage, the Victory Podium stage, where it is each and every year on the west end of the INDYCAR Center. There's that stage. If you walk out of the INDYCAR Center, make a right there. There's a stage there. That's where we'll have all of our Victory Podium celebrations throughout the race weekend. Tony Laporta will be there with our top 3 finishers for this first race, the MX5 Cup Toronto GP. We'll celebrate with the finishers there and throughout this entire race weekend. That's where all of these celebrations will go down. So we invite you, race fans, to become part of that and celebrate with our drivers and really make this a special weekend, not only for you, but for the drivers as well.
Yeah, we would love to invite and have everybody come join us for Victory Lane celebrations here. Round number 7 of the 2017 Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup, presented by BF Goodrich, and we'll have our top 3 drivers as well as hand out a check to the Hard Charger, the driver who passed the most cars under green flag conditions during round number 7 here today, and it'll be the same case tomorrow for round number 8. So yeah, Michael brings up a great point. Please come join us for Victory Lane celebrations. It's always fun. Get a chance to meet some of these drivers, grab a picture, grab an autograph, and get to know these guys a little bit better. The thing about MX5 Cup is, folks, these are road cars. These were cars bought from a Mazda dealership. They are normal street cars that got turned in to race cars, and I like to sort of use that same analogy for the drivers. They're just normal people who happen to be really good at driving really fast, but they do it with not blowing a ton of cash every single year. So they're normal people, and they're a lot of fun. The paddock, the garage area in Global MX5 Cup, it's filled with great folks, the drivers in the cars, the guys working on the cars. So come out, hang out with us over at Victory Lane. We'd love to see you there. With just over 60 seconds remaining in this one, we're going to see a checkered flag under yellow, I do believe.
I do believe our Hard Charger may be our winner. Robert Stout started this race in the 6th position and able to garner a victory. Again, less than a minute. This field will not have an opportunity to go back to green flag racing. The light's still on that pace car. Checkered flag will come out this time by, and we will celebrate. Robert Stout, 6th place starter, winner here in race number 1 of the MX5 Cup Toronto GP. Patrick Gallagher, Brian Ortiz, Cresci, Sparks, Martin rounding out the top 6 positions.
McCumbee McAleer Racing continues their stranglehold on this series here in 2017. As I said, your championship point leader, he runs 2nd currently. He started on the pole position. Patrick Gallagher won 5 out of the 6 races coming into this weekend. The only driver to beat him, well, he's the driver that's about to see the checkered flag for the 2nd time this season. Teammate to the number 29 of Patrick Gallagher. Your winner here today will be Robert Stout, and that number 28. Both those drivers competing for McCumbee McAleer Racing. They have been lights out, scoring every victory in 2017. The checkered flag will fly as they come out of that final corner, folks. Give them a wave, give them a round of applause. That is the 7th round of the 2017 Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup presented by BF Goodrich. Robert Stout scoring the victory here today. We will be back on track, though, tomorrow, and with a little bit of luck, we will see a little bit more green flag racing. Patrick Gallagher, your championship point leader, scores a solid points day in second. Brian Ortiz third, Matt Cressy fourth, Sparky in fifth, Martin sixth, Faulkner in seventh. Luke Oxner has a very up and down weekend, coming home in eighth, Keith Jensen ninth, and Alex Bashura your top 10. So, Michael, as always, thanks a bunch. I hope you enjoyed your first taste of Global MX5 Cup racing.
Can't even imagine race number 2. If what we're seeing is going to be what we're going to see tomorrow, I'm looking forward to it. It was quite a thrill, and we will see you on the victory podium, Tony Laporta.
Yes, sir. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks a bunch. Join us tomorrow for round number 8, race number 2 of the weekend, and come join us in Victory Lane. Michael Young, thank you as always.
You got it. And thanks to Tony Laporta, the voice of the MX5 Cup. The MX5 Cup Toronto GP, our top 3 finishers. Brian Ortiz coming home third, Patrick Gallagher second. Your winner, Robert Stout, in race number 1. Coming up next, the Cooper Tires USF 2000 GP of Toronto. We welcome you, race fans. It's day number 2 of the Honda Indy Toronto. we will begin our pre-race festivities, USF 2000 Series. Rob Howden will join us as we finish cleanup from that MX5 Cup race number 1. There you see, if you are in the grandstands and the exit of turn number 11, the Todd Lamb racing entry. Beat up on nearly every 4 corners of that MX5 machine. What a great run had going, and all came apart with about 8 minutes remaining in that first race. There you see the official results for the Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup and that MX5 Cup Toronto GP. Getting set to introduce you to the Cooper Tires USF 2000 GP of Toronto starting lineup. Our pre-race festivities, one of the drivers from the Pro Mazda Series joins us in the public address booth. We'll speak to him as well, Anthony Martin. See what he's been up to on the 2017 trail, the little break that they have between races. Rob Howden will join us in the public address booth as well as we begin our pre-race festivities. Now, race fans, a quick reminder, some of the cool things that we have going on here at the Honda Indy Toronto. This is one of my favorite. Any future racing champions, if they're here, start them on the right track with the Honda Junior Red Rider program. The Junior Red Rider team will be teaching kids ages 6 through 12 the fundamentals of how to safely ride a small Honda dirt bike. Honda supplies the bikes, the safety equipment, and lessons, so stop by early and sign up today. For more Junior Red Rider program dates, visit jrr.ca and get the most out of this year's festival by going beyond the race at Honda World. And that Junior Red Rider program just on the other side of the Honda Bridge next to BMO Field. If you make a right when you get across that Honda Bridge, it is right there. Well, hopefully you fans have had an opportunity to make your way over to Victory Podium. Time to do a little celebrating. Tony Laporta, take it away.
Michael, we are here in Victory Lane in the streets of Toronto for round number 7 of the 2017 Battery Tender Global MX5 Cup presented by BF Goodrich. Hey, how about a round of applause for these MX5 Cup drivers here today, folks? If you enjoyed the race, and make some noise for these drivers. All right, so we're going to kick things off with our Battery Tender Hard Charger Award. In the number 28, please welcome Hard Charger Robert Stout. We'd like to thank Evan Prelick, Director of Advertising and Marketing at Battery Tender, for helping us out with our check today. And Ken Stout joins him on the podium. How about one more big round of applause for your Hard Charger today, ladies and gentlemen? We might see him a little bit later on in this celebration also. Robert Stout, starting 6th, driving up to the front here today. Robert, thanks a bunch. We'll clear the podium and get ready to start with our top 3. We'd like to thank Michael Prelick, Sr., for helping us out with our trophies here today from Battery Tender. Michael, thanks so much for being here. Again, Robert Stout scoring the Hard Charger Award. Dad'll take the checks. We'll get ready to go here.
Race fans, what a great day it is so far. The sun now shining as we get set to go for the second race of the day here at the Toronto Indy. The very first rung of the Mazda Road to Indy, presented by Cooper Tires. It'll be USF 2000 getting set to go. My name's Rob Howden. I'm the voice of the Mazda Road to Indy. Pleasure to be here in Toronto, as always, and we have a bunch of great drivers set to go here in USF 2000. Again, the very first rung of the Mazda Road to Indy. These drivers chasing a championship that would give them the scholarship to go run next year in the Pro Mazda Championship. That worth over $350,000. We've got some great local talent here as well, some Canadians looking to try to go for victory. But right now, 17 drivers getting set to go here today. Let's have a look at the grid as we are getting close to the call to fire up these engines. Starting in the 17th position here today, the driver from India. First ever driver from India to qualify or race to the podium position. Ricky Donison was on the podium at the race at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. He's driving for Cape Motorsports with Wayne Taylor Racing, a very talented young driver in the number 2, starting in the 17th position. Had trouble in qualifying. He'll have to come through the field. Moving now to row number 8 on the outside, driver out of Atlanta, Georgia. One of our rookie drivers in the series in the number 92, the DD2 champion from the U.S. Open Rotax category in karting last year, Dev Gore in the number 92 for Exclusive Autosport, starting in the 16th position. A lot of young drivers here between 15 and about 22, 23 years of age. If you're kind of my age, in your late 40s, ladies and gentlemen, here's the guy you got to watch for. It's Jason Clooney in the number 93, 48 years young, very talented driver for Exclusive Autosport. He's won at Daytona before in the IMSA series. Great to have him with us here this year in USF 2000. Clooney starting in 15th in the number 93. Moving now to row number 7 on the outside, a quick young driver, an American karter, making the move here to the Mazda Road to Indy. Darren Keene from Boca Raton, Florida for Newman Walks Racing. The rookie driving the number 36, and he will start from the 14th position. Inside of row number 7, a driver out of San Antonio, Texas for a brand new team here this year. The beautiful cobalt blue cars of DE Force Racing. Starting on the inside of row number 7, P13, number 12, Moises de la Vera. Moving now to row number 6, a driver who worked his way to the podium at Road America just 3 weeks ago from Brazil. Second-year driver running for Pabst Racing in the black belt code number 23, Lucas Cole, starting in the 12th position. Cole on the outside of row number 6. Inside of that row, young driver to San Antonio, Texas, the second of 3 DE Force drivers here this weekend. Corey Enders, the young American, the rookie, in the number 11, starting in the 11th position. We'll move now into the top 10, starting on the outside in the number 7 for Arms Up Motorsports out of Syracuse, New York. The rookie Devin Wojcik has had some great runs this season, working his way into the top 10. Solid qualifying effort for the number 7, Wojcik, starting on the outside of row number 5. Inside of that row, it'll be Calvin Ming, multi-time podium finisher here this year, running for Pabst Racing. Calvin Ming in that number 22, the rookie, starting in the 9th position. Moving up to row number 4. Great to see this driver back from France. Alex Barron in the number 4 actually won here in the Indy Lights Series back in 2014. He's been working hard to try to get back into the program. Has a lot of great sponsors around him. And again, back here with USF 2000, hoping to see him back in Indy Lights in 2018. He will start that number 4 for Arms Up Motorsports in 8th position outside of row number 4. Inside of that row, last year's Rookie of the Year in USF 2000, a winner on the streets of St. Petersburg back in March. He could be quick here today. Watch for the driver of the number 80, the Palo Alto Networks Team Pelfrey Vibrant Yellow car, Robert McGinnis out of New York, 7th in the number 80. Moving now to row number 3 on the outside. Debut weekend for this driver out of Mexico. 2 times a runner-up in the Mexican F4 NACAM series for DE Force Racing. An excellent debut in qualifying. Starting 6th, Jose Sierra in the number 10. Moving now to P5, inside of row number 3, a young kart racer who has shone in international competition. His 3rd ever race weekend here in USF 2000. Their own team, BN Racing. Keep an eye on David Malukas in the number 79. He was on the pole at Road America, looking for another podium finish. Malukas and Sierra on row number 3. Going now to row number 2, 15 years of age, of incredibly talented driver to Potomac, Maryland, Kalen Frederick for Team Pelfrey, the number 81, starting in the 4th position. Alongside Kalen will be a driver who has 2 wins this year, swept the weekend at Road America, currently sits in the 2nd place in the points for Pabst Racing in the jumbo-sponsored number 21. From the Netherlands, it's Renus VK in the number 21. 17 drivers in the field. We'll put 2 on the front row, and they are 2 good ones, ladies and gentlemen. On the outside, your current point leader, having won the Mazda $200,000 scholarship shootout last year at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca, won himself a scholarship to run USF 2000 this year, has hooked up with multi-time champion Cape Motorsports, came out of the box strong at St. Petersburg with a podium finish, and then ran off a slew of 5 straight race wins. Wasn't able to grab a victory at Road America, but came back on the ultra-fast 7/8 of a mile Iowa Speedway just a week ago to score race win number 6. The driver I'm talking about, Oliver Askew, out of Jupiter, Florida. Definitely a driver to watch here in the Mazda Soul Red number 3. For the driver who was able to put the car on the pole, fantastic run for your defending race winner. Last year's runner-up in the USF 2000 Championship from Red Deer, Alberta. The Canadian Hope here today for Exclusive Autosport, the team out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, in the Weyburn Energy Solutions TriQuest Open Roads exclusive Autosport Badlands number 90, Parker Thompson starting on the pole position. The Canadian driver starting P1 in that red and black number 90. Thompson and Askew on row 1. VK and Frederick on row 2. Malukas and Sierra on row 3. McGinnis, Barron, row 4. Ming and Wojcik, row 5. Row 6, we'll see Enders and Cole. Row 7, Delavera and Keene. Row 8, Clooney and Gore. And on row number 9, it is Ricky Donison. We have 17 drivers set to fire up their spec Mazda MZR 2-liter power plants. Again, the great thing about this program, all the drivers, same engine, sealed engines, built professionally and always supported well by the guys from Elite Engines. Going to have Logan Knapp here this weekend, taking care of the engines here. Again, spec chassis, the Tatis USF 17, and it's Cooper rubber all the way around, all 4 corners on these cars. This comes down to the drivers. Limited setup adjustments here as well. It's the drivers who are able to make the adjustments to what this track needs. They're the ones that are going to find themselves at the front of the grid when we get set to head to the podium later on here after this race. This is going to be a good one. The very first rung of the Mazda Road to Indy. And again, this Road to Indy, you've seen it before if you're a race fan here in Toronto. USF 2000, the first step. Second step, essentially Pro Mazda Championship. Third step is Indy Lights, presented by Cooper Tires. If you're a hockey fan, essentially Junior C, Junior B, and Junior A. Of course, all those Junior A drivers at Indy Lights trying to win that scholarship to move into the 2018 Verizon IndyCar Series. Our champion in Indy Lights will win a 3-race scholarship to run IndyCar, including the 102nd running of the Indianapolis 500. Drivers down on the grid here now. Of course, umbrellas out as we have beautiful blue skies today. It'll be interesting to see how things roll out when they get the green and work their way up into turn number 1. This track has been repaved in some areas from turns 6 over to 8. These drivers love this racetrack. Of course, the big run down Lakeshore Boulevard to turn 3, that hard-braking right-hander. Very important part of the racetrack. Turn 1 will be interesting, of course, quite bumpy through turn number 1. And right now, folks, just about a minute away before we get things underway. Again, these drivers staying focused, trying to walk their way through this race, thinking about the start, trying to keep those emotions in check. Again, young drivers between 15 and about 22, 23 years of age. Your age limit here with can we have 48-year-old Jason Clooney racing as well. He's a fantastic driver. We're thrilled to have him on the part of the program. But again, these young drivers all looking to try to win this scholarship to run next year in the Pro Mazda category. We're almost set to go, folks. Give you those most famous words here in racing. We have one of our guests from Allied Building Products, Marcelo de Campos, to give us the command to fire up these engines, these 17 Mazda MZR power plants. Ladies and gentlemen, our drivers are ready to go. Marcelo, fire them up.
On behalf of everyone at Allied Building Products, drivers, start your Mazda engines.
Engines coming to life down here on pit lane. It is going to be a great race here for the drivers on the very first rung of the Mazda Road to Indy. Joining me in the booth, where I'll be heading to right now, the voice of the Toronto Indy, Michael Young, and we're also going to have an ex-driver, last year's champion in USF 2000, Anthony Martin, joining us in the booth as well.
Well, we thank you, Rob Howden, as we get ready to set this field of 17 and turn them loose to the streets of Toronto. As Rob said, Anthony Martin, currently second in the point standings of the Pro Mazda Series. You got a little break in the action, huh? What are you doing with yourself?
I don't know, just hanging out up here in this beautiful country and, yeah, get to watch some race cars go around a racetrack.
Now, clearly from your accent, we can tell you're from somewhere in Kentucky, correct?
Yeah, down south.
Yeah, down south. You're way down south, and there's all kinds of bad weather down where you're from.
Oh, yeah, there's a lot of bad weather down there, down under.
Yeah, you're down in your winter time for you guys down there, where we're enjoying the nice summer climate. You guys have turned south, and I know New Zealand actually had a bunch of bad weather the other day, so a little close to your home, not necessarily right knocking on the door, but we welcome you to the nicer confines of the streets of Canada. Obviously missing probably running out here. This is such an exciting place to run.
Oh, yeah. I love this place. I pulled it here last year, and it's got so much character, this track. You know, it's a typical street circuit. It's got concrete. It's got massive bumps. It's got all the things that you love, and it's just such a great, fun track to be driving on. And, yeah, it sucks to not be out there, but it's always cool to still be here and witness all the action.
Tell the fans quickly, and we're with Anthony Martin driving in the Pro Mazda Series, as he said, sat on pole here last year. What it's like to drive in what we call a concrete cannon. What is that like? I mean, just describe the sensation of being that low on the racing surface.
Yeah, I mean, it's such a great feeling. I mean, as race car drivers, we love adrenaline, and I think it just escalates tenfold when you're in between concrete walls. So it's always great fun, and, I mean, we all love it out there. Of course, it's very, very intimidating at first, but you get used to it, and you eventually evolve and, you know, pick up the pace in there.
Speaking of intimidation, Rob Houghton just sat down next to us, and it's like the whole mood of the public address booth changes. The intensity ratcheted up just a little bit. This field of 17 cars, this first step of this Mazda Road to Indy program, it's going to be an exciting race, Rob.
You know, there's a lot of pressure on these guys, Michael, and the big thing is, and Anthony will tell you this is a race where we kind of really get into that championship run. Only a couple more events after this. These drivers will go to Mid-Ohio and to Watkins Glen. They're thinking championship already, and a guy like Parker Thompson, currently sitting fourth in points, he knows a couple of race wins would just change his entire story this year. If he's able to get some victories, you're going to see him with an opportunity to potentially run for the championship.
So the field making their way side by side out of turn number 10. Now forming the field, exiting turn number 11, the first race of the weekend for the first step of this Mazda Road to Indy program. The USF 2000 machines now setting onto the main straightaway. We're ready to go green.
Green. Racing into turn number 1 for the first time. 2 wide, 3 wide. Good start there for Parker Thompson. He takes the initial lead. Oliver Askew in that Mazda Soul Red number 3 sliding into second. These opening couple of quarters going to be crucial. Let's see if these young drivers are able to mind their P's and Q's coming through here. Indeed. Now into the train, down the back straightaway. The long run down Lake Shore Boulevard into the heartbreaking turn 3. Here they all come. 2 wide. He's going to move further back for that second position. That's Renus VK trying to hold off Kalen Frederick. Good through there so far. These opening corners, these opening laps, that's when things can get sketchy. When drivers try too much, Michael. They try to push a little too hard. That's when contact ensues and we find a yellow.
Kalen Frederick able to get that inside racing line. That's how it sets up. If you can get to the outside of 3, make it stick, you'll have the corner in 4 and 5. That's a big corner here at this racing track.
Oh, it's huge. If you can, as you said, get around the outside on 3, then you've got the inside line and the advantage. So you'll be able to get that move made, and looks like he did that.
Some pretty great racing midway through the pack, but let's just put it this way. Parker Thompson has jetted out to a pretty solid lead as Oliver Askew now has his hands full with Renus VK. The Dutch driver able to now start putting pressure on Askew. Remember, they are first and second in points. They run now second and third on the racetrack. Kalen Frederick holding up the next group. Young driver David Malukas, only in his third Mazda Road to Indy event, was a pole setter and a podium finisher at Road America. Malukas putting a ton of pressure now on that yellow car of Kalen Frederick, who's 15 years of age. Watch for a move as they work their way down Lakeshore Boulevard. Does Malukas have it? Does he want to make that move early? Indeed. Kalen Frederick to the inside. The block locks up the right front a little bit. That's going to allow Sierra and Ming to close up a little as well. Michael, very aggressive defense early here for Kalen Frederick driving that inside line.
And it almost looks like Kalen Frederick's holding up this entire field. The top 3 have kind of broken away, that being Thompson, Askew, and VK. Frederick takes that inside line, trying to hold off the hard-charging Malukas down there in turn number 3. As you said, locks him up now through turn number 7, the braking zone here in turn number 8. Things settling down just a little bit, but Parker Thompson checking out the early stages of this race.
And David Malukas having to change that mindset. He was on the aggression. He was trying to make the move around Frederick. Now he's got to think about Jose Sierra, the young Mexican driver, making his debut here. His first ever race on the road to the USF 2000 program. He's now putting some pressure on Malukas to try to get into the 5th position. Malukas closes back up on Frederick again. A Again, that run out of turn number 1 through turn 2. He'll tuck up right under the gearbox to see if he can't make that move again down into the turn 3 braking zone, that long back straightaway. Great part of the racetrack. And again, yeah, Malukas right there. He's been able to gap himself from Sierra, so no worries. Again, all the way to bottom of the racetrack. Here comes, oh yeah, big defensive move for Kalen Frederick. You expect the car to push out once he gets to the concrete section, but Malukas stays right there. I'll tell you, I'm going to give Malukas some props here now, showing some poise and some maturity, Anthony Martin. When someone's blocking you like that, you start getting frustrated.
Yeah, for sure, and you can get very flustered, especially on the street circuit. You'll find that a lot of drivers want to try and make the move too early, and you know, that's how things happen. But Malukas is holding his own, and he's going to keep on giving a crack at Frederick.
Yeah, we've got a 26-minute race, so a great point, Anthony. Yeah. You've got a long race, but when you have a good car, you don't want to lose touch with the leaders. You want to get around somebody that's holding you up as quickly as you can. Field now swinging out of turn number 11, and Kalen Frederick holding up that Malukas machine. No other big battles thus far. And I just, looking back, where's Kalen Frederick?
Where's Kalen Frederick? I was just going to say, looking for that vibrant yellow car. There's Malukas.
Dropping through the field on pit lane.
So to pit lane comes Kalen Frederick. He was holding everybody up, and Michael, maybe some kind of a mechanical issue with the car. You're saying that he has gone to pit lane and he's falling to the tail of the field now. So Kalen Frederick, the driver who was running in that 4th position, now finds himself in pit lane. A quality result will not come here in race number 1 in Toronto, and that has just simply opened the door for David Malukas. Let's watch his lap times now that he's not getting held up by Frederick. Is he able to catch up to VK? Are we going to see more of a battle here? Right now, though, Parker Thompson out to about a 1.4-second advantage just early in this run. 4.5 minutes in, 25.5 minutes to go in a scheduled 30-minute race for USF 2000.
Well, Robert McGinnis, the Soul Team Pelfrey car, trying to hold off Alex Barron. Barron was in touch trying to get around that Pelfrey machine. That was for the 7th position. But how about Parker Thompson? Put such an emphasis on this race, and so important for him, even though he's from Red Deer, Alberta, so far away. Still, this is his home race and wanting to impress these Canadian fans.
Yeah, this is red and white Maple Leaf territory. He's in Canada right now. He wants to win. He's got a lot of great fans and sponsors. Parker Thompson, I've said this before, kind of in the model, in that mold of a James Hinchcliffe. Just such a gregarious young man. Very well spoken, lots of passion for what he does. You know, Michael, we always talk about the fact that he does so much work with teenagers as well, with his drive to stay alive, to stop texting and driving, distracted driving. He spoke to over 100,000 students over the last 3 years with his distracted driving program. Parker Thompson, a great young Canadian driver. There is someone that we would like to see Canadian motorsports get behind. He won here last year, leading right now. I can't reiterate enough how important this could be for him to potentially get back into the championship chase.
Well, a nice battle starting to shape up between Calvin Ming. Robert McGinnis wants that 6th position. So we'll await the field as they make their way through turn numbers 9, 10, and 11. Parker Thompson swings out. Then second place Askew, VK and Malukas. Then the machine of Sierra. There's that battle shaping up. Calvin Ming, Robert McGinnis, and Alex Barrett. Nice little 3-car battle there for 6th.
Interesting update as well as we look at timing and scoring. They're actually noting that Kalen Frederick was contacted. So whether or not he got together with David Malukas or potentially contacted the wall, he was pushing that car hard. Remember, it's so close. You just go over the edge. You're into the wall. You're in the pit lane.
And I'll say this, Anthony, and we could, I guess all day long, because we've got a great battle in the back. Alex Barron starting to take a look outside of Robert McGinnis.
McGinnis trying to hold off that Frenchman Alex Barron. Able to do it coming through turns number 3, 4, and over to 5. And indeed, David Malukas starting to close up on Renus VK as well. Let's go back to Anthony and get that question.
So when we saw Kalen Frederick dive down into turn number 3, really holding Malukas up, an odd line going into turn number 3, carrying a lot of speed, you're braking, potentially throwing your rhythm back off as you defend, potentially hitting a wall at some point. We would think potentially if it wasn't contact, potentially a wall.
Yeah, I mean, I did briefly see a yellow flag down in turn 8, so I think something may have happened right there. Whether he hit the wall or whether it was contact between the 2 cars, we're not sure. But yeah, it looks like his race is done.
Parker Thompson still leading by 1.3 seconds. seconds. He's held that lead. Last time by, though, Askew turns a 1:12.7. In fact, Askew, VK, and Malukas all a little bit quicker than Parker Thompson last time by. Parker's got to get back on the throttle. Got to keep nailing it here right now. 1.3, still a good gap.
Well, Alex Barron wanting that position. He takes a look to the outside of McGinnis.
Look at him coming down the straightaway to turn number 3. McGinnis to the inside. Gives the Barron way to the outside. He's going to swing it up here, coming out of turn number 3. Oh, look at Barron right on the gearbox. You couldn't even see him coming in there. He was so close, right tucked under the rear wing. Excellent drive here. This battle, again, that is for the 7th position between Robert McGinnis, the Team Pelfrey yellow number 80, and Alex Barron, the driver out of France. A winner here just 3 years ago in Indy Lights. He's come back to USF 2000, trying to restart his Mazda Road to Indy career with Arms Up Motorsports in the number 4. Barron now running in that 7th position. It's noteworthy to say Arms Up Motorsports was actually a winner here last year with Victor Franzoni, but of course a brand new race car that's had his USF 17 this year.
All right, Alex Barron, let's see what he has this time. Really giving Robert McGinnis fits down into turn number 1. The battle for 7. Barron starts to look to the outside. We'll try to get a good run. And Anthony, this is the spot you really want to get yourself set up. It's that run out of turn 2 down to turn 3.
Yeah, turn 1 and 2, it's very important to get a good run because down that straight is a long way there. So you got to get in under the gearbox, and looks like Barron is going to try again behind McGinnis.
Right with them as they work their way down the back straightaway. Again, McGinnis all the way to the inside. Barron's going to set him outside. He's got an outside run on him. He's on the outside. They're side by side to the inside. Turn 4. Over to 5. Side by side. Book it. Pass by Alex Barron. That was beautiful.
And that's textbook. You have that run on the outside. If you can get alongside, you'll have the advantage in turns 4 and turns 5, and that's what happened right there with Alex Barron.
Exactly right. That was perfect. You know, a couple laps before, McGinnis, he was blocking a little bit, but Barron was able to make that pass stick on that third lap there.
How close is that, though, that you can almost have contact there? If the guy on the outside, if McGinnis didn't want to give it up, there could easily be contact there. We've seen guys wreck coming in at turn 4 side by side because the guy on the outside just does not want to give that spot up.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, that track, it really narrows up on exit of turn 3, so it's very hard to go too wide through there. But they were able to do it, and looks like Barron was able to get past him.
You know, Michael, looking back at lap times again, Parker Thompson now down to a 12.3. The gap had shrunk a little bit, but he just turned a lap time about a 10th quicker than Askew, over a half a second faster than David Malukas, who's now got by Rinus VK. So remember, David Malukas got held up by Kalen Frederick early once he was able to get clear track, rolled right up on the back of Rinus VK. It's hard to say enough good things about David Malukas right now in only his 2nd race. Michael qualifies on pole at Road America. Of course, had Victor Franzoni coaching and helping with setup. Victor's not here. He's at a kart race in Texas, so they're doing it on their own right now on a track he's never been to. And this young rookie, in only his 3rd weekend at USF 2000, has chased down the driver who swept the weekend at Road America.
And I think that's a testament to just a driver gelling with the circuit. Anthony, you said how much you love it. This place can be so daunting for drivers, and either you have what it takes or you don't. When you come in, you unload quick, and then you get out of here after a practice session or 2 and say, oh, I love this place. You start to figure it out, and then all you want to do is attack.
Yeah, for sure. Toronto is on a next level. I mean, we start off in St. Petersburg down in Florida, and yeah, for sure, it's quite daunting starting there, but coming here is just very crazy and definitely extremely daunting when you come here first. A lot of drivers struggle on the first practice session, and yeah, I mean, it's great track, and I love it here.
Let's talk about how this storyline is starting to change a little bit here and evolve. David Malukas just laid down the fast lap of the race, a 1:12 flat, over a half a second faster than Parker Thompson. Michael, he's only 1.4 seconds back. You do laps like that, you're going to find him battling for Askew here pretty soon for second. David Malukas, the driver on the move, whether Thompson's just kind of chilling out a little bit, holding on to that 1.1 second lead or not, he better get rolling here right now because David Malukas has got that BN Racing number 79 machine fast on the track, and we have contact. Somebody got into the wall. That's Malukas. Malukas got into the wall, I believe, coming out of turn number 8, and he heads to pit lane.
What heartbreak for Malukas after setting himself to be on the podium, potentially taking a step to that 2nd place finishing position. And turn 8 can bite you. Heartbreaking. There's a different The asphalt and the concrete there, a tough corner. You get aggressive, it can bite you.
He can definitely do that, and we just witnessed that with Malukas. Very unfortunate. He just pumped out an extremely fast lap time, and he was really fast and looking pretty good for the end of the race there. But unfortunately, a bit of contact and has done a bit of damage.
At a street course like this, like we all know this, you're running the very ragged edge. And all it takes to do is make a little mistake. You get over that line, you're pushing a little too hard, lose the rear end of the car, you tap that wall. And these cars are designed to take that kind of impact, yeah, but they're also designed to, break a component so it doesn't break the gearbox. Issue again for the driver of that number 79 machine, just as we were talking about how fast David Malukas was getting and that he may have a car that had the ability to go for the race win. He taps the wall, heads the pit lane. He's going to fall down the order, probably going to finish officially in the 14th position. Malukas is going to be strong, though, for race number 2 tomorrow, no doubt about it. Here comes a great battle as well, though, for the top 5. Alex Barron, again, another driver on the move, just 0.2 of a second behind Calvin Ming. We'll watch as they come out of turn number 2. There's Thompson with a nice lead.
I was going to give the shout out to Jose Sierra, and then Calvin Ming started to close in, and as soon as Calvin Ming closed in on Sierra, Alex Barron starting to become a threat. So that will be the battle for 4th if Ming can get around Sierra. But Alex Barron won 5th. There he goes, making a move into turn number 3.
Oh, it could be contact there when they come through.
Oh, it is. Alex Barron.
That's the worry. We just talked about that. Alex Barron went on the outside of Calvin Ming. Calvin didn't want to give it up. Alex tried to start coming back across from left to right to make the corner and just hadn't cleared him yet, and Calvin Ming just didn't want to give it up and got to the back. Barron's able to continue on, and there's that contact we talked about. It was slight contact, no damage to the car of Barron, but he loses the spot. Tough one for Alex Barron, and that's exactly what we saw, Anthony. He made a move around Robert McGinnis. Robert gave him the room. This time Calvin Ming did not give up that room.
Yeah, it's always a risky take when going around the outside. It's very difficult to make that move stick, and unfortunately we just saw it not stick. So, very disappointing for his race. He was moving up the field very quickly, so, shame to see.
And as a driver for Calvin Ming, he's got the line on the inside. May not have seen Alex Barron on the outside. Of course, Alex is thinking, man, I'm going to have the inside line and get it. But if Ming just swings out ever so slightly, basically Barron ran out of room.
Exactly. I mean, the track bottleneck's up there, so you've got to be very careful going too wide. And, they just both ran out of room and a bit of contact was made. So, unfortunate situation, but that's the way it goes.
Kind of one of those racing things, if you will.
Yeah, definitely. That's racing for you.
I don't think those drivers are going to think
No.
I don't think Alex is going to call that because he was definitely around the outside. That was definitely left front to right rear contact that sent him in that clockwise spin. Let's have a look at the top 10. Again, a big hello to those of you listening live and watching live on the Mazda Road to Indy TV app, or potentially watching on USF2000.com. Of course, the race control of INDYCAR. Parker Thompson leads the way. Oliver Askew was in second. Reed third. What do you got there, Michael?
I just thought I saw Robert McGinnis get around Calvin Ming. Don't know if I was seeing something. Just saw McGinnis.
No, Ming's in the pit lane. There.
Yeah.
So, not surprising, Michael. Contact between Alex Barron, so potentially left front damage on the suspension for Calvin Ming. He was running in the 4th position. He now goes into the 5th spot. So let's reset. Thompson with the lead by 1.8. The Canadian driver looking to go back-to-back jacks here in Canada. He won again last year. Oliver Askew now running in second. Renus BK in third to 21. Jose Sierra, debut run here for DE Force Racing. Sierra running in the 10th position, or the 4th position in the number 10. Robert McGinnis inherits the move to go up into the 5th spot. Lucas Cole now runs 6th. Moises de Oliveira in 7th. Devin Wojcik 8th. Alex Barron able to recover, get back on track at 9th. And Deb Gore has come from 16th up into the 10th position. Of course, paying with that attrition, allowed to move up as other drivers are finding themselves in trouble. Only, 11 drivers remaining in the lead lap.
Well, Parker Thompson, that lead 1.8 last time by. Let's see where it fares. Oliver Askew closing that gap now. 1.5 seconds. Renus BK down about 4. He runs 3rd. Jose Sierra 4th. And Robert McGinnis in what was all kinds of great battles. Has got to change as we look back to that Wojcik de Oliveira Cole battle.
About 12.5 minutes remaining, Michael. Still to go here for Parker Thompson. Again, 1.59 the gap between first and second. The great battle is Lucas Cole, the number 23, but actually a better battle just behind them is Moises de Oliveira, the blue number 12, and the number 7, the gray machine of Devin Wojcik. They're battling it out for 7th position now. De Oliveira in the 12th, Wojcik in the number 7. Alex Barron about 5.3 seconds back, but he's a full second quicker than them. He's trying to close them his way up here as well. Other battles on the racetrack, not quite as close as those two fighting it out for 7th. 1.59 still the gap between first and second.
Wojcik de Oliveira, that battle, we'll get an eye on that in just a moment. Turn number 7. There you see de Oliveira. There's Wojcik in the 7 right behind him. Closest battle currently on the circuit.
Right behind those drivers as well, the Newman Watts pilot Darren Keenan of Boca Raton, Florida. He had trouble early, so he's out there knocking out a great lap. Good opportunity for him to put laps down, get comfortable. Just more seat time for Darren Keenan to set up for tomorrow's race.
Devin Wojcik nearly lost it out of turn number 11. He was trying to get a run. That back end stepped out. He caught it. These cars seem so sketchy to me, Anthony. You watch them come through, and they just bounce and jag their way through the turns.
Let's talk about turn number 11, because if I'm not mistaken, didn't Anthony Martin stick it in the wall in turn number 11?
Yeah, thanks for reminding me about that.
Hey, you ended up going to win the championship anyway.
Right, yeah.
This wasn't your highlight weekend, but that corner was even tighter last year, and you guys were just pushing so hard. It was bumpy. That really kind of exemplifies how easy it is to make a little mistake and get in the wall here.
Yeah, this last section, it's new last year, so it's only 2 years old, so it's very difficult to get through there. Extremely bumpy, and it's very tight. So if you make a little mistake, then it's very hard to gather it back up.
Yeah. Speaking from experience right there.
You look at it right now. As you look down at turn number 11, doesn't it look like a canyon? They've made the walls a lot wider, about 5-6 feet wider. It has to look like it's a canyon now to you compared to the way it was last year.
Oh yeah, I mean, this year it's just so big. There's so much space. You've got so much room to play with. It looks great. I mean, last year, yeah.
I sense a little bit of anger in that. It wasn't that big last year, but I ain't hitting the wall. Again, watching a solid battle here for the 7th position. Moises de Oliveira, there they are, the number 12, the DE Force car, that beautiful blue car. The striking silver, red, and black of the arms up machine for Devin Wojcik. That's the battle now for 7th and 8th. Wojcik trying to get that draft as they work their way again down Lakeshore Boulevard. Starting to get some, the clag on the outside there, those marbles from the tires starting to spin up on the outside a little bit. You got to watch that when you're making that run down the straightaway, Michael. You don't want to get offline to get into the marbles. It's going to affect you when you get into the braking zone.
Especially the latter portion where these Cooper tires, they have endured so much here on the streets of Toronto. Your line potentially could change, but you could find yourself taking a half a line out. And I'll tell you, 2.5 seconds last time by, it really looks like Oliver Askew closing that. Still about 1.5 seconds, though. If he's going to get it done, he's got to hurry because we only have 9 minutes remaining in this race. But you kind of run out of racing line as the dirt and the debris starts. You can't really let that car slide. You really got to be mindful of how this track changes, especially during a race.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, the big thing with these tires is you got to stay on the racing line, because as the race goes on, you got a lot of marbles, dirt. I mean, typical street circuit stuff, And if you go out there, you're going to get a lot of that on your tires, and you just lose grip straight away. So
tremendous run so far for Parker Thompson. Again, we talk about going to certain races where it may be your race. There's guys that call St. Petersburg home, or you think about Graham Rahal always wanting to win in Mid-Ohio. If there's a guy that wants to win here this weekend in Toronto, in his home country, it's Parker Thompson. Very emotional was the victory last year when he was able to get the job done. And what a turnaround it would be for Exclusive Autosport. This team is based in Saskatoon as well. This is an all-Canadian team trying to win here in Toronto. That just could be huge for the squad.
Well, for Parker Thompson, you could see it in his face last year. You talked about this place, what it means to win. You could just tell he was just so taken aback that he was able to win here on the streets of Toronto. You see it on James Hinchcliffe's face. To finish on the podium, it looked like he won the race. It wasn't like he won the championship last year. It was just, this means so much to these young Canadian drivers. I thought it was a little closer last time, and indeed, Oliver Askew down to about 1 second. I don't know if Parker Thompson's in cruise control, but Oliver Askew closing that gap quickly. Anthony Martin joining us in the public address booth. When you get into that debris, What's it like on slick tires when you get in? It takes a while to get it to come off. How it changes the handling of the car. Explain it.
Well, it's not good to start with. Generally, it does everything you don't want it to do. So, if you're out in the marbles to start with, generally you're in a bit of a bad situation. So, and the marbles just tend to make it a bit worse. So, a lot of oversteer happens, understeer, you name it. It all sort of comes into place. So, you really got to focus on basically getting the car back under control and getting it back into the groove of things.
We are watching the time wind down. It's about 7 minutes remaining in this race. So I'm going to say, Michael, what do you think? 5 laps, potentially 5-6 laps remaining here for Parker Thompson. It's a 1.2-second advantage. He just reset fast lap of the race. Talk about getting the job done. A 1:11.97, fastest lap of the weekend. Fastest lap of the weekend. 19 laps in. Well, thank you very much, Super Tires. What a great compound they have for these USF 2000 drivers. Fastest lap of the weekend, 19 laps in.
Normally, drivers screaming, "Hey, I need new tires," and they're up, wore them out. He just said that. Just think about it: 19 laps into a race, and you're still going quicker.
That's almost a full second faster than pole time.
Yep.
His pole time is a 1:12.8. He's at a 1:11.9. Stretches that advantage now to 1.2 seconds. I've been watching Parker Thompson for the last probably, I want to say, there's almost a lock up there for one of the E-Force drivers. That battle. That's the battle between, I believe,
Moises De Oliveira.
Wojcik and De Oliveira. That's going to put Wojcik through, but back onto Parker Thompson. I've been watching this kid run through the karting ranks, Michael, and he's one of those guys, you give him a lead, it's going to be hard to take it away from him. He's so consistent, so focused, doesn't make a lot of mistakes. He's knocking it here. He's hitting all his marks. Entry, apex, exit. He's getting the job done here. You know they're on the radio keeping him calm, but he really wants this win.
Talking about a guy, though, getting the bit between his teeth. Oliver Askew last time by. Just as good, nearly a minute 11, 99.66. So he's trading quick laps with Parker Thompson. 5 minutes remaining in this USF 2000 race.
Look at this fight as well as Alex Barron is close right back up on De Oliveira, just 0.3 of a second back. Wojcik was able to get by De Oliveira for 6, so that's one arms up pass. Looks like Barron's going to try to get by as well. They'll set up coming out of turn number 2. Again, that run down the back straightaway.
I really think De Oliveira he was constantly being pushed by Wojcik. Finally broke when he missed the turn, and now Alex Barron trying to make the move around.
Barron to the outside. A little bit of a lockup coming again into the braking zone for De Oliveira. He'll go wide. It's going to be a crisscross coming out of turn number 4. Over to 5. Here he comes to the inside. No. Tried it. Had a look. And hey, just fill the mirrors, right? Just fill the mirrors. Get that driver in front of you thinking.
I don't think Moises De Oliveira started thinking about braking until he was halfway through turn 3 that time.
Yeah, that was a pretty big lockup. That front tire's definitely copping a big beating.
Again.
And
talk about that, Anthony. Once you lock up a tire and get that little flat spot, it makes it easier and easier for it to flat spot every time by again.
Yeah, it exponentially gets worse. I mean, as you lock up, it just starts to get worse and worse and worse. Every time you lock up that tiny bit, it just always lands on that same pesky little spot on the tire. So it's always quite annoying, but yeah, I mean, 4 minutes left. That tire's going to be crying for freedom at the end of it.
Alex Barron looking to the outside, just letting Moises De Oliveira know he's there.
Right up under the gearbox again, Michael.
Yeah, the run down Thunder Alley, and it looks like Alex Barron trying to make that move down into turn number 3.
Again, side by side. Oh, there's a couple different moves there from De Oliveira. I'll guarantee you race control won't like that. Oh, wide again. Oh, almost puts it in the wall. The exit turn number 3. Barron around the outside. Book it. Another pass there for Alex Barron. Let's go to the expert here first, Michael. Moises De Oliveira almost put it in the wall next to 3. That was a whole handful.
No, unbelievable. I mean, to keep it off the wall was really good of him to do that. But, you know, it gave Alex Barron the room to slide up on the inside and through the outside of turn 5 there.
It's almost as if Moises De Oliveira was looking at his mirrors that entire time. I mean, he just locked him up, and he knows Barron's quicker. Barron had that incident and put him in the back of the field, so he knows he's quicker, but he's just hoping. We only have 3 minutes left. I want to hold on. I don't want to lose that position.
You know there's trouble when you see the driver's left hand, right hand, left hand, right hand.
Full lock, full lock, full lock.
When you start seeing those gloves come above the steering wheel out of the cockpit, you know something's going on. That's a tank slapper for USF 2000. Great run so far, though, folks. As Michael said, now down to 2.5 minutes remaining. It's a 1.2 lead for Parker Thompson. Rinus VeeKay trying to close back up here as well, turning a good lap of 1:11.9. He still runs in third. Again, thinking championship. VeeKay running in second. Askew, your leader. Try not to let him get away with it. You look at the championship chase. Oliver Askew, as it stands right now, if they finish where they are, is going to gain about 35 points up. But look at Thompson. He'll be less than 100 points back with the races we have left. Remember, 33 points maximum available here for a race win, fast lap of the race, most laps led, and of course qualifying on the pole position.
And for Oliver Askew, a big picture. Hey, I'm looking at championship.
Oh, yeah.
Obviously, he'd love to win this race. Parker Thompson, it's going to be tough to win the championship. All he wants to do is win this race. He's not thinking championship now. He's thinking about, I want to win in the streets of Toronto again.
And he wants to do it for his team. He wants to do it for his sponsors. He really wants, like, their exclusive Autosport. This is going to be their first win.
And think about it. Just a week ago in Iowa on the Oval, they struggled, and to come back here and to rebound and to come away potentially with a victory in this first race, huge for this team.
Tremendous run for the Canadian driver from Red Deer, Alberta. He'll roll his way out of turn number 8 through turn number 9. You see the gap there. Back to Oliver Askew in the Soul Red Mazda-sponsored number 3. Will we see the white flag this time by? I'm not quite sure.
I think I see a
little bit of white. There it is. White flag flying. 1 lap to go for Parker Thompson. Askew trying to close up on him. 1.5 seconds the gap last time by. Thompson leads in the 90. Askew. Then it's Rinus VeeKay resetting fast lap of the race, a 1:11.8, a full second quicker than the pole time. Jose Sierra now runs in 4th. Lucas Cole 5th. Alex Barron has raced his way back to 6th spot. 7th is Devin Wojcik. 8th is De La Vera. 9th is Clooney. And 10th now Darren Keane. Keane staying out of trouble. Back up into the top 10. But it's a 1.2 second change. Michael coming through turn number 4, number 5. Parker Thompson looking to get the job done here in Toronto.
Not letting his emotions get away from him just yet. We eye turn number 7. The young man from Red Deer, Alberta, Parker Thompson. Once he got the point, stayed there this entire race. Parker Thompson through turn number 8 for the final time. Oliver Askew closes in but will not have enough. Parker Thompson leading this race out of turn number 11 for the final time.
Here he comes, the driver of that exclusive Autosport number 90. He won in 2016. He'll do it again in 2017. The winner of our first race in USF 2000. Team Canada, Parker Thompson, victorious for exclusive Autosport on the streets of Toronto. Excellent run as well for Oliver Askew. He will take second. Rinus VeeKay in the final position on the podium. Talent in this field. Michael, props to Jose Sierra. Here he comes down front in the front straightaway. First ever race. Street track he's never been to, P4. You got to give it up for P4.
That's an impressive run. Yeah. And I wasn't sure if it was Clooney or whomever. They went out by the Princess Gates. They just went out turn number 1. And I believe it was Alex Barron that, like, where are we going, guys?
It might have been all the leaders going. So I think it was Thompson, Askew, and VeeKay all just blew turn number 1 to go around the outside.
Right, they went to the Princess Gate, so that run off to the outside.
There's first and second side by side rolling down Thunder Alley, as Michael has said. Parker Thompson, Oliver Askew, a couple of great young drivers who worked their way up through North American karting and are now stars here in the Mazda Road to Indy.
Well, I'm not quite sure what that was all about running down there. Is this a new tradition that we're starting right here?
Traditions have to start somewhere. Let's do it right now. Parker Thompson, though, will roll around. Folks, if you see him, ladies and gentlemen, that is a Canadian driver winning in Canada. This kid is going to be ecstatic.
Oh, yeah, the fans down there in turn 3 loving it down there at the entrance of Thunder Alley, or at the end of Thunder Alley. What a great run. I think you're going to enjoy this Victory Podium celebration. Again, a reminder to all of the race fans, our Victory Podium stage outside of the INDYCAR Center. You just make a right. You'll see the stage there. We will celebrate with Rinus VeeKay, Oliver Askew, and that young Canadian from Red Deer, Alberta, Parker Thompson, to the top step of the Victory Podium, winner of race number 1 in this USF 2000 series, the Cooper Tires USF 2000 GP of Toronto. Anthony Martin, and of course, running second in the Pro Mazda Championship class right now. You guys have a little time off. We'll see you again in a couple of weeks in Mid-Ohio.
Yeah, for sure. I can't wait for that race. It's going to be great venue, and yeah, there's plenty more racing this weekend, and it'll be good to watch it all.
So you're not driving here this weekend, so you're able to enjoy Toronto a little more. Have you done anything special, or are you still in driver mode?
A little bit in driver mode, you know, helping out the team, helping out Oliver and Ricky, just doing what I can for everyone involved. But yeah, for sure, it's a lot more relaxed. There's no weight on my shoulders. But of course, you know, just doing everything I can to help everyone out.
Well, it's great to see you. It's always a pleasure. And anytime you want to come up and join us, we're happy to have you. From Australia, Anthony Martin, second in that Pro Mazda. Second rung of that Mazda Road to Indy program. We wish you all the best in Mid-Ohio, but love to see you tomorrow as well. Stop on by.
Yeah, we'll do. Thanks, Mike.
You got it, indeed. Anthony Martin. And there he is, race fans, with the Canadian flag in hand. Parker Thompson bringing that exclusive Autosport entry to victory podium. First win for that team. And Parker Thompson, you can see the elation in the cockpit of that car. Taking the helmet off momentarily. Rob Howden will be down there for our victory podium celebration. And again, congratulations, Rinus VeeKay, Oliver Askew coming home second. Parker Thompson, your winner in this USF 2000 GP of Toronto.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, we are down here in Victory Lane, and I'll tell you, this is a huge one for this Canadian team based out of Saskatoon, Saskatchewan, the Canadian driver Parker Thompson. He's got the flag down here. Wow, what a huge day for Michael and Kimberly Duncalf. They get their first Mazda Road to Indy victory coming off what was a struggle at Iowa Speedway last weekend. Parker, though, winning here in Canada. Huge for him, no doubt about it. He's trying to find the crew here now. He's going to the family. A lot of friends, family, and sponsors here for Parker Thompson as Canada scores its first win of the weekend with Parker. We got some drivers to bring up here. We got some good friends of our program, guests from Allied Building Products, from Meridian as well, to help us out with some trophy presentations. Championship definitely heating up here in this program. Ladies and gentlemen, coming home in third place today, a round of applause for Pabst Racing driver Rinus VeeKay. Second in points, a solid podium finish in third. Sonny Sodi is going to bring in our third place trophy. Sonny, thank you so much, from Meridian. Third place custom trophy for Rinus VeeKay. Know this name, 16 years of age. Such a talented young driver. Finishing in the second spot, another podium for your point leader. Did a great job for Cape Motorsports. Finishing second today. Round of applause for Oliver Askew. Great job for Oliver up on top there. William Finnerty, one of our guests from Allied Building Products, will add to the trophy collection for Oliver Askew. 6 wins this year already. 6 wins for Oliver. The car in front of us, though, is going to belong to this next driver, the number 90 machine for Exclusive Autosport. Again, as I said, a Canadian team winning here in Toronto, and a Canadian driver draped in the red and white, the Canadian flag. Ladies and gentlemen, he's your home country boy. Give it up for your winner today, Parker Thompson! You stay down here with me, buddy. Tough weekend last weekend in Iowa Speedway. You didn't have it. You guys come here, though. You knew you were going to be fast here. You won here last year. let's straight talk about emotions winning here in Canada.
Oh, man, to repeat it is absolutely unbelievable. We've got a Canadian team. My mechanic's Canadian. My team owner's Canadian. My engineer's Canadian. I'm Canadian. Canadian car, Canadian race, and we got a Canadian win. It's unbelievable. I can't thank all the fans here at the Honda Indy enough. You guys are amazing. So for me to take this home victory, you have to know from the bottom of my heart it means everything.
Get on top of that podium. Parker Thompson, ladies and gentlemen. You can hear the emotion there. Unbelievable run for Parker. Let's bring that first place trophy in. Larry Mondaro is going to bring that gorgeous trophy in for Parker Thompson. This is one that he will remember. Again, victorious here last year. He was the runner-up in the championship. This young team starting to find its stride here now. And what a run. Again, you could feel it. You could hear it in Parker's emotion in that interview, how important it is for this Canadian team to win here. It's staffed by Canadian drivers. The Toronto event here, always so huge for these young drivers on the Mazda Road to Indy, presented by Cooper Tires. What a drive. Of course, Indy Lights drivers getting prepped to go. We've got a couple Canadians ready to rock there as well. Dalton Kellett and Zach Clayman DeMello. Wow, just to be able to get this race in nice and clean as well. Excellent drive for Oliver Askew. He and Renus VK thinking championship, of course. They're first and second. I believe just 38 points now separate first and second. But Parker Thompson, less than 100 points back for the championship now. I believe 99 points. He is back. If he can win another one here tomorrow, he keep clawing away. We had a great race, though, there in USF 2000. Again, first rung of the Mazda Road to Indy. The drivers in this championship battling for the scholarship that will give them a full ride in the Pro Mazda Championship in 2018. Again, we've seen drivers like Spencer Piggott leverage those sponsorships, those scholarships, all the way to the Verizon IndyCar Series. And I can tell you this right now, all three of these drivers here on this podium worthy of being Verizon IndyCar Series drivers in 2019, 20, or 21. That's when they're going to try to work their way into the headline program of Open Wheel Motorsports here in North America.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome back to more Mazda Road to Indy Racing. My name is Tony Laporta. I'm your host of Road to Indy TV. We're down here on pit lane getting ready to kick things off for the first Indy Lights race of the weekend. It is the Cooper Tires Indy Lights Grand Prix of Toronto, presented by Allied Building Products. And I'm lucky to be joined down here by a good friend and a great race car driver, and he's a fast qualifier too, Kyle Kaiser for Uncos Racing. Kyle, putting the green machine on the front row inside here. Tough place here in Toronto. Hopefully you don't have too many cars to pass. It's got to feel good to start up front.
Yeah, starting up front is definitely the goal here. It's a tough track to pass on, so our goal was to qualify on pole, so we got one of the races on pole. Hopefully we can lead the whole thing.
I agree, leading the whole thing. In the book I read about racing, it's a good strategy to stay up front and score the victory. 10th round of the 2017 season, and you're currently in the driver's seat, that championship point leader. And as folks this weekend have been learning, the champion of the Indy Lights Series receives a 3-race ride in the Verizon IndyCar Series, one of those races including the Indianapolis 500. We're not to the end of the year yet, but the pressure is starting to build. How does it feel knowing that's on your shoulders right now?
It's, it's pressure. It's got to be pressure. It's closing in. I'm leading the points, so I'm doing everything I can. I'm getting the pole positions. I'm trying to win races. This guy behind me, he's on a hot streak right now. He's won 3 races. He's been really strong at every event. So my goal is to keep him behind me for this race, and hopefully we'll get the pole tomorrow and win that one, and just try to extend our lead as the season comes to a close.
And the guy behind him that he's talking about, the number 26 for Carlin, Matthias Leist. Kyle Kaiser, thanks for always stopping to talk to us. Wish you the best of luck in this one. Go out there and try to have some fun in Toronto, okay?
Always having fun. Thanks, Tony.
Kyle Kaiser, ladies and gentlemen, your pole sitter. We're going to keep on walking here a little bit and have some fun, meeting some more drivers. Matthias Leist, sir, I wasn't in Iowa. You scored the win, though. Congratulations. Your spotter, Chris Wheeler, helped you out. Kyle Kaiser says that you're the man to really worry about the rest of the year. What do you think about that?
Yeah, definitely. He's in a very good position right now, but we've closed the gap quite a lot from the beginning of the year, so I'm pretty happy with our second place now. I think we need to score as much as possible here because this is a street course, my first time ever here, so I'm feeling very excited to this race, but I'm going to think of the championship today.
Matthias Leist, he scored the 2 wins of the year on the oval so far. We're going to keep on moving a little bit farther back. One of the local drivers here from Canada, Zachary Clayman, as he's putting the helmet on. We catch him at the worst possible time. Zach, you look great. I like the headstock. How are you feeling?
Feeling good, just as good as I look, so.
just as good as he looks. I love that. We're here in the home country this weekend in Toronto. It's not exactly home for you. You're a little bit still farther east, but it's got to be nice racing here in front of a more home crowd than ever before.
Yeah, the atmosphere here is great. There's a lot of fans. I'm really excited to race here. Hopefully I can bring Canada a win and do my best.
All right, now for some simple American like I am, what's the thing I got to do while I'm up here in Canada? What's the experience? What's the most Canadian thing I can do here, eh?
Probably go eat some poutine, but after that you'll definitely have to go to the gym.
Okay, we'll definitely have to go to the gym. Zachary Clayman, thanks so much for that. At this time, we need drivers to your cars. Again, at this time, we need all drivers to your cars. We're getting ready to kick things off for the 10th round of the 2017 Indy Lights Championship presented by Cooper Tires. This weekend, it is the Cooper Tires Indy Lights Grand Prix of Toronto, presented by Allied Building Products. You see the full field of cars lining up behind us here on pit road. We are trying to find out who is the king of the streets. We kicked the year off on the street course in St. Petersburg, Florida. Well, just past the halfway point, we're back here on the streets of Toronto. The mean streets, the concrete walls on both sides. We're trying to find out which driver can outlast the competition and stay off those white walls. We're getting ready. Round number 10 of 2017, the Cooper Tires Indy Lights Grand Prix of Toronto, presented by the Allied Building Products. We're getting ready to go racing, folks. Let's find out your starting grid here in Canada.
Thank you so much, Tony. As we get set to go again, a fantastic drive there for Parker Thompson, young Canadian, winning again here on the streets of Toronto. And again, we are getting ready to fire things up for the drivers in the Indy Lights program. Race officials giving the drivers and crews the 5-minute sign down here on pit lane. $14 drivers are set to go here in this Indy Lights presented by Cooper Tires main event. Again, the Grand Prix of Toronto. And again, a couple of Canadian drivers looking to score wins here, but we're thinking championship run here as well. The driver who currently is in the P1 position in the championship standings will start on the pole position. Great job for him. But let's have a look at this grid as we get set to go. Row number 7, starting in the 14th position from Pennsylvania for Carlin Racing, the rookie driver making the jump up from USF 2000. Garth Rickards in the number 11 will start in the 14th position. Alongside Garth, driver we saw win last year at Mazda Raceway Laguna Seca in Pro Mazda from Argentina. In the number 31 for Uncos Racing, the rookie Nico DePero. To row number 6 on the outside, young American driver who has really shown well here in 2017, rookie driver in the series, ran last year in the Atlantic Championship for Andretti Autosport. In the number 48 flip side entry, it's Ryan Norman starting in the 12th position. Inside of row number 6 on the outside, a winner from the streets of St. Petersburg back in March, your reigning Pro Mazda champion. That is the driver out of Minneapolis, Minnesota, Aaron Tielitz in the number 9 for Bilardi Auto Racing. That Mazda-sponsored car, the beautiful soul red livery for the driver who won Pro Mazda last year, is, of course, racing on that scholarship from Mazda. Moving now into the top 10, starting on the outside, multi-time winner in USF 2000, in fact, the champion of 2 years ago, won at Mid-Ohio last year in Pro Mazda, and already a winner this year as well. He won at Barber Motorsports Park, and he won on the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway for Andretti Autosport. It is Nico Jamin from France, the rookie, starting in the 10th position. Jamin in the number 27. Inside of that row from Charlotte, North Carolina for Bilardi Auto Racing in the starstruck number 51, Shelby Blackstock. Blackstock starting in the number 9 position. Moving now to row number 4 on the outside, second-generation driver, winner on the series already. Keep your eye out for the rookie Colton Herta for Andretti Steinbrenner Racing, the number 98 machine, starting in the 8th spot. Alongside Herta on row 4, Neil Albarico out of Los Gatos, California, a winner in USF 2000, a winner in Pro Mazda, looking for that elusive first victory here at Indy Lights for Carlin Racing. Albarico, the 22, starting in the 6th position. Row number 3 now on the outside, that vibrant yellow for Team Pelfrey. Juan Pedrahita from Colombia in the number 2, starting 6th. Inside of that row, and that very familiar Hinchcliffe kind of design, Aero Electronics, Bilardi Auto Racing, BSE number 5, the black and yellow machine from Uruguay. Last year's runner-up in the championship, Santi Urrutia in the number 5, starting in that 5th position. Moving now to row number 2 on the outside. In fact, it's an all-Canadian row 2 on the outside from Toronto, Ontario. Ladies and gentlemen, for Andretti Autosport in the K-Line Insulators number 28. Give it up for Dalton Kellett. Dalton Kellett, the Canadian, coming off a third-place finish at Iowa Speedway. He'll start 4th. Inside of that row, these Canadians looking good here this year, starting in the 3rd spot for Carlin Racing out of Montreal, Quebec. In the number 13, ladies and gentlemen, a winner at Road America, your other Canadian in the field, Zachary Clayman DeMello. 14 drivers in the field. We'll put 2 on the front row. Off pole, 3 wins in the last 4 race weekends. This guy's got it going on. British F3 champion from last year, the Brazilian for Carlin Racing, the rookie number 26, Matthias Laced, starting in 2nd. But the driver on the pole position, his 3rd year in the series, showing the poise, the maturity you need to win a championship. Consistent finishes. Every finish but 1 inside the top 6. His non-top 6, 9th place in the Freedom 100. This guy can get it done on the pole position for Uncos Racing out of Santa Clara, California. Kyle Kaiser, your point leader, starting on the pole. Folks, we are getting set to roll here, and I have to give me the call from Cooper Tires with TireCraft. Maggie Calvert is going to give me the call to get things underway. Again, those most famous words in racing to fire up all these Mazda power plants. Ladies and gentlemen, 14 Indy Lights drive.
Live from the streets of Toronto, it's time for the Indy Lights, presented by Cooper Tires on the Advanced Auto Parts INDYCAR Radio Network.
It's time to go racing in the Indy Lights Series, presented by Cooper Tires for 35 laps or 45 minutes around the streets of Exhibition Place. Nick Gilman here alongside Davey Hamilton. Davey, this is always a fun race weekend, doubleheader weekend for the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires here in Toronto.
Yeah, always a great weekend here, as you say, Nick. And the track, a little unique, obviously. It changes every time we come. A few additional bumps, I think, get down into turn 1 for these guys. But it's the same basic layout. I mean, obviously last year they changed pit in, which doesn't affect these guys as they're not on pit road, but it did change the course very tight to that area. So with a doubleheader weekend, always got to remember, hey, there's a race tomorrow. Don't tear up your equipment beyond fixable anyway. So.
Field of 14 rolling out of the racetrack. Qualifying was held this morning. Everybody was chasing the points leader, Kyle Kaiser, who picks up the pole for race number 1.
Kyle Kaiser, we continue to talk about your consistency. That's what's putting you in this championship hunt. 3rd year in the series, you've learned a lot over the last couple of years. Consistency is one thing, but you qualify in the pole and get those bonus points. We've talked about it. You've said it before. You just win races, it's going to take care of the championship. Tell me a little bit about that session and how important it is to qualify P1.
Yeah, it's super important here. Super bumpy track, tough to pass on, so I'm extremely happy. I mean, I can't be happier with the team. They gave me a perfect rolled off yesterday. Everything felt amazing. So Ernie killed it this time, and I drove everything I had out of it, and we're lucky we were the quickest ones out there. So hopefully we can go to race, have a clean race, and get more points. That's where it's at.
Car better than yesterday? Or you have a good race car?
Yeah, I think we have a great race car. We were running on old tires, and we still had really good pace. So I'm ready for the race, and hopefully we just stay out front.
Pair of pit reporters here for this 35-lap race. Let's start with Jim Murphy. Jim, a beautiful day here in Toronto.
Absolutely gorgeous. 76 degrees. The track temperature very good at 108. That'll give him lots of grip. But one guy not enjoying that day is Shelby Blackstock. His machine only made it as far as the exit of pit road. They've now rolled that Velarde machine back into his pit. They're looking at the rear end of it. The engine's off. It's going to be a long afternoon for that young driver.
Jim's going to be joined on pit lane by Canadian Rob Howden. Rob, we just saw a Canadian pick up a big win in the USF 2000 series.
Yeah, fantastic victory, Nick, of course, for Parker Thompson, a Canadian team as well. Exclusive Autosport out of Saskatoon. Parker Thompson from Red Deer, Alberta. He won here last year as well, but I could just hear it when I interviewed him in the victory lane. The emotion to be able to win here in Toronto, amazing. And of course, Nick, buoyed by the fans here in Canada. Huge ovations and cheers for both Dalton Kellett and Zachary Clayman DeMello when I introduced them on pit lane. These guys are fired up. This is a race that they want to do well and they want to win like Parker did, but the bottom line is to be able to run here at home, so important to these young drivers.
Field of 14 working the final parade lap. We've got two talented broadcasters out on the course to help describe the action down there in the treacherous turn 3 portion of the racetrack. Jake Query, they're heading to you for the final time at pace speed.
Warming up those Cooper tires they are. Kyle Kaiser, the pole sitter, and then behind him Matthias Lace as they work their way. It's Lakeshore Boulevard under normal conditions here at Exhibition Place. It's a long stretch that leads to that very tight right-handed turn number 3, then a slight kink that is turn number 4 between Ontario Place and BMO Field here. It's a great vantage point, Nick, and we're about to go racing here in these Indy Lights.
Dave, first, how about that view from turn number 5?
Back into the field, making their way through turn 5, a 90-degree left-handed turn as they pass that little kink in turn 4, then an ultra-smooth area of turn 6, 7, and 8. We're located just south of BMO Field, home of the Toronto FC and CFL's Toronto Argonauts, who, by the way, lost Thursday at Winnipeg. A couple Canadians, though, trying to make up for that. Dalton Kellett and Zachary Clayman DeMello here today, Nick.
Here's how they line up. It's Kaiser and Lace on the front row, Clayman DeMello and Kellett in row 2, Urrutia and Pedrojita in row 3. Then you've got Herta, Blackstock, Jamin, Tielitz, Norman DePero, and Rickards. Off of the final corner, green flag. Lace gets a little sideways. That's going to allow the 18 of Kyle Kaiser to get a nice jump into turn number 1. Further back, they'll think about going 3 wide. They will, as Zachary Clayman DeMello slips to the inside of Lace, and he'll grab the second spot. Jake, everyone chasing the points leader and the pole sitter, Kyle Kaiser.
So Kyle Kaiser will try to hold off the hometown kid in the form of Zachary Clayman DeMello, the Canadian just behind him. They're going to go 3 wide. Juan Pedrojita is all of a sudden going to sweep to the outside. That's the battle for the 6th position. Neil Alberico works his way around him. Leaders already today first.
At turn 5 here as Kyle Kaiser makes his way cleanly through, and then that's followed by Zachary Clayman DeMello and Matthias Lace. 2 wide as Colton Herta loses a spot towards the rear end of the field, now making their way through turns 7, 8, and 9.
About the front 5 or 6 have settled out, but about further on back, we're seeing a lot of guys going side by side. Now they'll start to settle in. Davey, that was an interesting start for the guy who's been awful hot and laced. Got sideways there coming to the green flag.
Just, it's so hard to, he had the inside line, which normally is a pole sitter coming off the final corner, but in this case, he chose the outside. Got on that throttle just a little bit hard, got it sideways, lost some momentum, allowing Clayman DeMello to get by him.
And as a result, Laced is going to be stuck in that 3rd position, and he is seeing Clayman DeMello and Kaiser stretch out that advantage quite a bit after the opening lap. It is Kaiser, Clayman DeMello, Laced, Urrutia, and Kellett, the front 5 here on lap 2.
Kaiser with now a sizable advantage. Let's call it 10 car lengths before you go back, and then you get to Clayman DeMello. Urrutia now is all over the wings as he tries to work his way around Matthias Lace. Dave, the battle for 3rd.
Yeah, he's right on the tire track. So the number 26, Matthias Lace, as Urrutia takes a peek to the inside, but then falls back in line. Further back, Garth Rickards now. This field already through turn 5.
That golden black Arrow-sponsored car for Belardi Auto Racing running in that 4th position. It is Santi Urrutia, the driver from Uruguay, as he is run down and is trying to catch that 3rd-place running car of Matthias Lace as they come back through turns 8, 9, and 10 and on to the front straightaway. Kyle Kaiser leads yet another lap. Again, that best battle, though, Davey, is for 3rd as they head towards turn number 1. Urrutia is going to choose the inside line just a couple car lengths back.
Yeah, tough place right there to pass because the bump's going down into turn 1. Although it is a passing zone, he tried to get down underneath there, but what happens, the car starts bouncing up and down, you're braking, they want to lock up. The very best passing zone is going to be here in turn 3 coming up.
Urrutia full song, Jake Query, looking for the 3rd spot.
Going to try his way towards the outside, moving into turn number 3, and Lace shuts the door. Urrutia can't get there. That allows Dalton Kellett to peek in on both, Dave.
Tough to pass here through turn 5, although the number 5 of Urrutia tried to make a Urrutia lost. He lost a couple spots there, Nick, already through turn 5, heading through that ultra soft portion now through turn 8.
He was able to hold on to that 4th spot, Dave, but that car bounced left and right, trying to get around Matthias Lace. Davey, he's not wanting to waste any time because Dalton Kellett and it looks like Neil Alberico are sitting right there in 5th and 6th, hungry to grab some spots.
Yeah, one thing what Lace is doing is kind of driving in the middle of the racetrack, not leaving a line inside or outside, so it's making it very difficult for Urrutia to come through and and tried to make that pass. Meanwhile, Kellett's all over the back of him, but for sure, Lace is holding these next three guys up, it looks like.
A Canadian driver, Dalton Kellett, would love to post a big result here in Toronto. First and second already heading towards you, Jake Query. That battle for third rages on with Lace leading that battle.
That's the one we'll keep an eye on. Again, Urrutia with Kellett following behind him, going to try to close in. Kellett starting to make a move on Urrutia, but Lace holding off both.
Again, we watch this battle for third. Lace cleanly through turn 5 with Urrutia right behind him. Single file as they make their way through turn 5. Double curving here to driver's left, so there's no chance anybody's going to cut off any racetrack here today.
Let's get an update on pit lane from Jim Murphy.
Shelby Blackstock sits under an umbrella, his head shaking side to side in frustration. And
stand by,
Nick, we've got some trouble out there.
Yeah, we've got an accident. It is Matthias Lace who was nosed into the tire barriers, and while he was sitting there and the rest of the field tried to clear him, it was the 27 of Nico Jamin who caught the rear wing. Davey Lace is popping out of his car. That's the winner of 3 of the last 4 races, and Jamin has brought that car to pit lane.
Well, Lace, as we've seen, was struggling. He's really holding the guys up behind him. It looks, we haven't seen a replay of that yet, but looks like possibly just overcooked it down that corner, just trying to protect his position, but unfortunately got in the tire barrier, then got collected by Jamin.
Well, you can see the look of frustration on that driver's face as he climbed out of that car. Davey, it's been such a strong last month of the season for Matthias Lace, and he's been good on so many different racetracks. This hurts. He came into this weekend 13 points back of Kyle Kaiser. Going to take a big hit today on this Saturday.
As it shows right now, he's about 30 points back, so big loss for him.
Let's go to pit lane and Rob Howden.
Yeah, big loss as well for Nico Jamin. Remember, 2 wins already this year for the driver who was so strong last year in the Pro Mazda category. He's got a couple of wins already for Jamin, but guys, big damage to the left front of this car. Actually, almost ripped the entire left front off the car. Surprisingly, the front wing, not that much damage. He was almost able to get out of it. The car was obviously turned, just got the wheel, and I'll tell you, Jim Murphy ripped the left front right off of the car, Nico Jamin.
Well, he's got a problem on the left front. The right rear is the problem for Shelby Blackstock. Broken half shaft. They've got that car disassembled, and they are moving quickly. Well, if there's anything good to be said, the yellow slows the pace down. If he's going to get out there and get any points or move up, this helps his case, but it's a frustrating start to the race. A little bit of a mystery how that can happen so early on in the race.
Yeah, with 4 laps in the books, if Shelby Blackstock can get that car fixed, he can get back out there. Davey just saw a replay of that 26 car into the tire barriers. No doubt about it, just going in there with a lot of speed, and then, boy, Nico Jamin just couldn't get it wound down.
Yeah, just unexpected coming around that corner, and he had the momentum going, and actually kind of popped out in the middle of the racetrack right in the groove, and man, just you can see he had it turned, it just wasn't turning. So, how close is Herta? Colton Herta was the next one, just so close to getting into that, but made it by.
Yeah, Ryan Norman, Nico DePero also happened to kind of hide and duck for cover as a lot of carbon fiber laid down after the accident involving, Matthias Lace, who came in to this weekend second in points, and Nico Jamin, who entered this weekend. He was still in the championship hunt as well. He was actually 4th in the points championship, so that's a big hit. Good news, Davey, is with a doubleheader weekend, get an opportunity to fix those cars and go racing tomorrow.
Yeah, like I said earlier, try to keep your cars in one piece. Remember there's another race tomorrow, and it's so important to make sure that you take advantage of both points opportunities, and unfortunately Lace, he just didn't have a great race car today. It just wasn't doing what he wanted to, and he was just trying to get too much out of it, and when he got down in that corner, no fault but his own. He just locked the thing up, slid it up there, and just that's what happened when you try to get more than the car has.
Well, while cleanup continues here on this 11-turn street circuit, let's jump behind the wheel with Canadian driver Dalton Kellett. We asked him a little bit earlier today to describe a lap around this Toronto street circuit.
All right, so going around Toronto here on this bumpy street circuit, corner 1, brake zone's really bumpy, downshifting, you got to be really careful to time your downshifts correctly so you don't get locked up going into the corner. Concrete patch to the apex, you might get some understeer, oversteer, depending on how your car is set up. And then the long run down Lakeshore Boulevard into a hard braking turn 3, down a few gears, and same thing, concrete patch at the apex uphill. So you got some competing factors there. You get understeer from the concrete patch, and you get some grip from the elevation change. So you can get on power nice and early. You just got to make sure to be really tight. into turn 5, tricky complex. It's quick in, and then it really tightens up on exit, so you got to be really careful not to bite off more than you can chew there. Turn 6, fast right-hander. Fastest actual corner on the track. As the IndyCar rubber has been laid down, it's really gripped up. That first session was really slippery. In qualifying here, we had a lot of grip, so it was maximizing using the downforce there and getting a good run into turn 8, which this year the brake zone's been repaved, so it's not as bumpy as last year, but it's still challenging because when you transition off the new pavement, you have a really bumpy apex, and that leads right into a dirty, bumpy section of the track, 9, 10, 11, that new complex as of last year. And there, it's really tricky. You got to be really careful not to get too much understeer going through 9 to set yourself up for turn 10. Because if you're offline there at all, your run down the pit straight, it's not going to be good. So you got to be really careful there.
A big thank you to Toronto's own Dalton Kellett for taking us on a lap around this 11-turn bumpy street course here at Exhibition Place. Full field rundown with 6 laps in the books. Kyle Kaiser's your leader. Zachary DeMello runs in second. Santi Urrutia is third. Dalton Kellett, the Canadian, runs in the 4th spot. Neil Alberico rounds out the top 5. Juan Pedrohita, driving for Team Pelfrey, is in 6th. Aaron Tielitz is 7th. Colton Herta is 8th. Ryan Norman runs in the 9th spot. Nico DePero is 10th. Garth Rickards is 11th. Mateus Laced is 12th out of the race. Nico Jamin 13th. It appears he may be done for the day as well. Both of those drivers now 3 laps down, and Shelby Blackstock has yet to answer the bell, has yet to turn a lap here. He is running in the 14th position, sitting in that Bilardi Auto Racing car on pit lane. Davey, 14-car field, and I don't like the way we're trending. We've already lost 3.
Yeah, I think Blackstock may get out. Obviously, we won't be in contention for anything, but they're working very hard to try to get Blackstock out. And by the way, if he can get out here soon, he will find himself maybe 12th.
Whoa, Dave, we just had contact coming to the green flag here. It looked like between 4th and 5th, Dalton Kellett and Neil Alberico just ran into each other going through the S's. We'll see if any of those drivers have any damage. It does look like Alberico's got some heavy nose damage.
Sure does.
Green flag is out. The front 3 will streak into turn number 1. This is going to be a little interesting to see if these drivers can keep those cars that may be wounded around this racetrack. Alberico stays to the inside. He's going to get freight trained. The leader, Kyle Kaiser, heads to Jake Query.
And Kaiser has action just behind him. They're going to go side by side. Urrutia being aggressive around the outside takes Zachary DeMello, moves Santi Urrutia behind Kyle Kaiser for second.
Yeah, that battle for second now heating up as Urrutia is trying to. Now he's in second. You're right. Zachary DeMello losing a spot as further back single file. Juan Pedrohita trying to move up everyone towards the back after Alberico's issues on the start.
Boy, Colton Herta was banging wheels with Pedrohita. He got awful sideways coming out of that corner. Aaron Tielitz is slotted in between those two drivers. A lot of tire smoke, but Davey, a lot of contact as we've gone back racing here at Toronto.
A lot of contact, and he's coming in for a new nose wing right now. He just, on that start, just got a little bit aggressive, but Herta had a good restart there. He was in 8th. He's moved himself up by a couple spots, but wow, how about being aggressive? They're bumping wheels, rubbing side by side, especially going into that little short kink going into turn 5.
Rob Howden, Neil Alberico has brought that damaged number 22 to pit lane to your attention.
Yeah, there was some aggressive racing, as you guys said, out of turn 3 over to 4. It was Herta and Pedrohita going side by side into the wall a little bit even. Definitely wing damage. Right side of Alberico's perch, the way the wing drops off the nose, broken. But one key thing I want to bring up as well, not surprising that Bilardi Auto Racing was trying to get Shelby Blackstock back out, get him on the track, get some more seat time here. But remember as well, once Shelby Blackstock gets back on track, that's going to put Mateus Laced down one more spot. We're thinking points, of course, for Santi Urrutia and the rest of the team trying to win this championship. So Davey Hamlin, pretty solid deal here to get him back out to move Laced down the order.
Davey just saw a replay of that stack up coming to the green between Urrutia, Kellett, and the 22 of Alberico.
Yeah, and what happened there is Kellett actually got into the back of Clayton. I think he got in the back of Clayton DeMello, broke his nose piece, had left Alberico with nowhere to go, ran into the back of him. So just that accordion effect. I don't know if the leader slowed down, kind of checked him up, but boy, they stacked up on each other there.
And Kellett's car is wounded. The front nose, big old hole ripped off the front of that car, and he just lost the 4th spot to Colton Herta. So Jake, as they roar out of turn number 2, it has been a disjointed start to this race, to say the least. All good, though, for Kyle Kaiser heading to turn 3.
Kaiser is already into turn number 3. Things have settled down. Great restart there for Colton Herta. He went from 8th all the way up into 4th as we see Aaron Telitz now get inside of Dalton Kellett. Pedro Heat is going to do the same, so Kellett's got some issues. Davey, my question for you is this. When they take the right-handed turn number 3, the inside lane, if you will, of Remembrance Drive that they turn onto is a small patch of concrete versus the black asphalt everywhere else. Herta was able to swing wide and get out of that concrete when he made that move. Is there more grip on the black asphalt as opposed to the natural line of that concrete?
Well, that's a good question, because there is a little bit more grip out there until by tomorrow, with all these cars get out here and really start racing, that concrete will actually rubber up and have really good grip as well, so it makes it a little more challenging. But right now, he took a bit of a gamble to go on that asphalt on the outside. The grip's still good right there, and he was able to pull it off.
Let's hear from the driver who entered this weekend second in points. Matthias Leist is done, and he's standing by with Rob Howden.
Matthias had a great run of a bunch of race wins. Big one, of course, at Iowa Speedway. You were pushing really hard out there. Can you walk us through what happened? First off, are you okay? And then what happened?
Yeah, I'm okay. I exactly don't know what happened. I was just trying to push as hard as I could. It was very difficult to drive the car. The car was heavy. And I don't know what happened exactly. I think I missed a little bit of the braking point, and I missed a little bit of the apex when got a little bit of understeer and then hit the tires, I think, with the rear and then after the front. But yeah, it's just a shame, we were in a very good position for the championship. And right now it's going to be a little bit more difficult, but it doesn't matter. We are still going to fight for the championship, and tomorrow is a new day.
Yeah, I'll get a chance to come back and do it again tomorrow. Good luck.
Yeah, definitely. Tomorrow is a new day, completely new another one qualifying, and then let's go for the race, and hopefully we can do a podium tomorrow.
We'll watch you tomorrow.
Sorry?
There he is, guys. Well done.
Well, appreciate it, Rob Howden. Davey, the bad day for Dalton Kellett just got a little bit worse.
Yeah, it knocked the front nose cone off the car, so it didn't affect the nose wings, but there's a big hole that's going to the cockpit, so it's just like a parachute out there, so it changes the handling of the car, the aerodynamics, and the straightaway speed, so he is in pit lane right now, going to change that nose piece.
Dalton Kellett comes to pit lane. Rob Howden, you can see that number 28.
They brought him into pit lane as well. They got some tires laid out as well, like there could be an issue. As I worked my way up here, the crew just going to work, guys, to get that rear wing, front wing changed. As you said, the whole front of that nose pitched off, very similar to what we saw at Ed Jones at the Indianapolis 500. New wing goes on. The number 28 machine, Kell, will head back up. And again, an opportunity for guys to continue to move forward as the Canadian driver going to fall down the order.
So to recap, an accident on lap 3 ends the day for both Matthias Leist and Nico Jamin. Shelby Blackstock was not able to see the green flag. He has gotten back onto the racetrack, though, but he is 8 laps down. Dalton Kellett and Neil Alberico run into each other under yellow coming to the green, and as a result, that's 5 of the 14 drivers with problems early, Davey, into this race.
You know who's taking advantage of all that is a guy that has a horrible car, not horrible, but not what he wants, is Colton Herta. Didn't qualify well. Looks like maybe, a lot of zigging, zagging across with Clement DeMello and Uritia. Man, there's a bit of blocking there. They may get a little bit of a penalty here, but Colton Herta, back to him, he's just taking it easy, cool. He was in 10th place at one point. All the cars in front of him just falling out. He's the guy that's fighting for this championship, finds himself 3rd in it currently.
Yeah, it's been an interesting start to the day, and Herta is starting to close in on that battle for second. Zachary Clayman DeMello and the 5 of Santi Urrutia have been slugging it out. Those were the 2 cars that you talked about that were zigging and zagging down the back straightaway. They've been fighting tooth and nail for the last couple laps, and that helps, Davey, if you're Colton Herta trying to creep up on this battle.
Yeah, Colton has passed a couple guys legitimately, but most of the people in front of him have just been falling out, so he just takes them easy, and he'll come back tomorrow, fix that race car up to where it handles a little bit better for his liking and be more competitive, but just being a smart drive right now.
Jake Query, you had a bird's eye view for that battle for second. They're going to be heading your way again momentarily, but got awful wild there down the back straightaway.
It's interesting because Kaiser is getting in down through his gearbox a little earlier entering turn 3 when he has that luxury. But Dave, let's take a look at this. Zachary Clayman DeMello right now is holding off Santi Urrutia, but Colton Herta is awfully close to both.
They've gone back and forth. DeMello still leads Urrutia through turn 5, but I tell you what, Colton Herta is making a play in this thing. He started 8th, and has taken advantage of a lot of other drivers' miscues, moving all the way to 4th. He looks like a guy that can make a charge here this afternoon.
Those 3 cars race around the BMO field here in Toronto. It is just a spectacular race course as these drivers, fun to watch them, Davey, kind of dance around. This is a bumpy racetrack, a lot of character to these street circuits, and as we see an onboard shot there with Dalton Kellett, it is not easy wrestling these cars around.
Yeah, no, it really is not, and that's a great view. Unfortunately, our listeners can't see what we're talking about, but that steering wheel gets so heavy and it's so rough, it really beats you up, and some of this course is actually, it's really fun. The layout of this course is tremendous, but they could fix a few bumps just to make the passing a little bit easier for these guys.
Back to pit lane, another update from Rob Howden.
Yeah, guys, no fun today for Dalton Kellett. They're actually going to bring that car back in. You saw the INDYCAR. It was a handful. They're expecting something wrong with the car, actually damaged suspension. In fact, they'll bring him in here right now. They're going to go to work looking at the back of that car. Of course, look at all the suspension, look at all the toe links, all the ABRAMS. Everything looks good from where I am here, guys. But again, Dalton complaining of a car. You guys saw it on the INDYCAR camera. Definitely a handful for Dalton, number 28.
Pit reporter's been a little busy today so far, Davey Hamilton.
Hey, for a series that has no pit stops, they've been a little bit too busy.
So with the issues for Dalton Kellett, the one hope for the Canadian fans, Davey, is that driver, the number 13, Zachary Clayman DeMello, has already been to victory lane once this year, and he's cleared the 5 of Urrutia, starting to stretch it out a little bit.
Yeah,
for
you know,
second.
right now he's got his rhythm going. They have a nice gap between him, Urrutia, and Hurtis. So far, clean sailing, not really any pressure right there.
Got a report from Rob Howden that the 28 car was deemed okay by the crew, so they're going to send Dalton Kellett back out onto the racetrack. Let's pick up a pretty nice battle as things have settled down in the top 5. It's for 7th position, Jake Query, Andretti Autosport's Ryan Norman trying to hold off Nico DePero.
And I'll tell you what, Norman actually had Dalton Kellett when he cycled back in, running with him for quite some time there. He has since distanced himself from that, has Kellett actually, but now DePero is right on the rear wing of that 48. As a matter of fact, it looks like he's trying to stalk him in into turn number 4.
Petrahita leads this group in a battle for 6. Norman, the last time by, the back end really went wide as now Dalton Kellett tries to get clear of this battle. But Norman, the last circuit, really went wide. That allowed DePero to make up a little ground. So, yeah, Nick, that battle for 7th heating up here today.
Hasn't been a good day for Dalton Kellett, Davey, but did the smart thing there to move over to let those guys battle?
Yeah, absolutely. Just let him go. He's actually 1 lap, 2 laps down at this point, so no sense fighting with the guys running for position.
And as a race car driver, I mean, those things, they come around, they go around.
They come around, yeah, they'll remember it, right? So if he's ever in that position, you want to hope, if the other guys are in that position, you hope that they remember that he pulled over for them.
19 laps to go here on the streets of Toronto. We are watching that battle for 7th. Ryan Norman got about a 3 or 4 car length advantage to that Juncos car. Nico DePero stalking him, Jake, into turn 3.
Yep, DePero going to swing it wide coming off of turn number 2, but can't close before they get to 3. So Norman closes that door. Oh, Norman got really loose. DePero couldn't take advantage. At 48 got sideways.
Norman loose a couple of laps ago, and loose as well here. Now DePero is all over the backside of Ryan Norman through turn 6.
Davey, I about fell out of my chair.
Wow.
Ryan Norman's car is about as sideways as you could possibly get.
That was, yeah, he all but lost that car, but saying that is, he blocked the track, so DePero couldn't get by him. I mean, he slowed up from hitting the side of him, but wow, Norman definitely had a sideways car. He's got to be cautious right now, knowing his car's super loose, so I foresee that spot going away here momentarily.
Yeah, DePero closed up really tight through the S's portion of this racetrack near pit lane. He's going to close within about a couple car lengths as they run into turn number 1. Not close enough to make a move, but DePero clearly has the faster car. These drivers roaring out of turn number 2. This is a great battle for the 7th position. Ryan Norman is holding on to it, Jake, but it may just be a matter of time for Nico DePero.
DePero getting a view of every angle of Ryan Norman's machine. Once again is going to try to swing it to the outside. Now he is almost side by side. Again, Norman able to hold him off.
And he's probably going to be able to hold him off through turn 5 as well as they go single file, nose to tail through this this area. And Nick, further up the grid, I'm not so sure that Colton Hurd is making up a little ground on Santi Urrutia. He might be thinking podium finish here today.
Well, let's go to pit lane, get an update from Rob Howden.
Yeah, guys, I had a chance to talk to Kyle Kaiser, who obviously leads this race comfortably. Before the race, I said to him, what's the strategy? What do you need to do? He said, I have a fantastic race car. I know it's going to be good. It was obviously qualified well, but I'm going to race well. He goes, the only thing I'm worried about is that 1.5 second gap. He just wanted to get away from the push to pass. We know that long run down the straightaway, perfect for the offensive push to pass program that we have, the 50 extra horsepower. All he was worried about, if I'm 1.5 seconds up, if they can't push to pass me, I'm going to be good to go.
That was a good pickup by Dave First, as Colton Hurd actually just set the fastest lap of the race. That battle for 7th not going away. Ryan Norman in that orange and black car, Nico DePero in green, white, and orange. Headed to you, Jay Query.
It's like deja vu all over again, but this time DePero not able to get side by side as they work their way through turn number 3. It's a one-car length advantage for Ryan Norman.
Cooper Tire signage to drivers left here as they pass through turn 5, nose to tail, single file. Ryan Norman trying to keep those tires underneath him. Tire conservation becoming an issue here today.
Davey, is this the perfect example of how frustrating it can be to be just a little bit faster than a guy, but not fast enough and not enough spots around a track like this to make the move?
Well, here's the key thing. He's not fast enough in the passing zone, which that is that coming off of turn 2, going down into turn 3, you have to carry a lot of momentum. For whatever reason, DePero cannot get off of turn 2 like he needs to really challenge him in the best passing spot of the circuit, turn 3.
Boy, he does close up so tight, though, through the S's and pit lane, though.
But Norman, he may be playing it kind of smart, knowing that there's no passing zone. They're just taking it easy on his car through there. Norman does get just a little bit sideways coming off of turn 1. But you can see right here in turn 2, he just pulls such a big gap out over DePero that he just can't make the move.
He is, Jake, as close as DePero can get. Not able to get alongside going into 3.
DePero, again, this time he's going to try to tuck in, and he's going to go right where Norman does. Didn't try to go on an alternate line, so Norman's still in the lead.
We'll keep an eye on that battle for 7th. Again, it is Kyle Kaiser, Zachary Clemente-Mello, Santi Urrutia, Colton Herta, and Aaron Telitz, the top 5. Juan Pedro Hita runs in 6th. Ryan Norman is 7th, trying to hold off Nicholas DePero, who runs in 8th. Garth Rickards runs in 9th, and Neil Albarico runs in the 10th spot. Let's get an update on pit lane from Jim Murphy.
I'm down here in the Juncos pit with the vicinity of both the crews for that aforementioned Nicholas DePero and our leader, Kyle Kaiser. Kyle's got a pretty good gap on the rest of the field right now. They just came over and got and said, hey, can you get on the radio and tell Nickel, listen, to chill out. We don't need a yellow. They're looking at the big picture for the team. They want that win. They don't want that gap going away.
Great point, Dave. That team's focused on a championship. For Kyle Kaiser, the last thing that they would need is for one of those team cars to bring out a yellow. Is Dalton Kellett about tags the wall.
Comes off turn 11, gets that thing completely sideways, overcorrects, just looks like he may have just barely skimmed that wall, didn't do any damage to the car, and off he goes. But absolutely, if you're a teammate to Kaiser, you don't want him to lose that, by the way, 5-second lead right now that he's got with, where are we at on lap count? I'm at 23 laps down, I think. So 20 laps down, I'm sorry. So yeah, with 15 laps to go, you don't want to mess up your teammate.
Davey, this is as out of control as I've seen these drivers at just about anywhere all season long. What do you chalk that up to?
Well, I think a lot of it is, number one, the bumpy facility and how difficult it is to pass around here, I think is the biggest thing. And then that you have to be aggressive and really tackle this racetrack. And really, turn 1, we haven't seen a pass down there yet except on the initial start. So that tells me that the bumps down there just really dictate if you can pass down there. So really the only passing zone on this entire facility is turn 3. So what do? You try to be off of turn 2 as fast as you can, which Norman's doing. That's where you got to get your car the best, be able to get down on power, make it down that long straightaway before turn 3. The rest of the facility, you can just kind of block.
It is. There is a lot of narrow portions of this racetrack where, as you mentioned, if your car isn't set up perfectly, you can still maneuver it and put it in positions where you can't get past. Kyle Kaiser is your leader here as he's completing lap number 22. His lead over Zachary Clemente-Mello is 5.3 seconds. Second, third, and fourth still awful tight as Clemente-Mello's lead over Urrutia is just 1 second, and Urrutia's lead over Herta is just 0.8 of a second as those drivers drivers come down the front straightaway and complete another lap. They'll roar through turn number 2. Again, it's Clayman DeMello and then Navy and blue car. He's got the second spot holding down for now, Jay Query. Battle for third starting to pick up between Urrutia and Herta.
Now, I'll tell you what, Herta is closing all over Urrutia. As a matter of fact, he's got the faster race car, tries to take it to the outside. Urrutia holds him off through turn number 3, but it may not be long before Herta's in third.
Zachary Clayman DeMello takes a peek at his mirrors, and he sees that Santi Urrutia goes wide that time through turn 5, and now here comes Colton Herta. Herta with the play here for a podium finish.
Boy, he did, Dave. He swung wide, and Urrutia nearly caught that outside wall there at the exit of turn 5. That opened the door for Colton Herta, but not enough room for Herta, Davey, to get that white and blue number 98 alongside.
Well, he's definitely fast enough to use the push-to-pass and try to take advantage of straightaway speed, which we've seen him do going into turn 3. But right now, through this tight technical section of 9, 10, 11, he loses some ground on him.
Watching those drivers snake their way down the front straightaway from the inside of the racetrack to the outside so they can master the entrance into turn number 1. Colton Herta did a little sideways with that steering wheel as they exit turn number 2. Urrutia's lead right now, Jake, it looks like it's about 5 or 6 car lengths to turn 3.
I thought for sure Herta was going to be able to close in on him. Now he's going to try to dive to the bottom of the racetrack. Herta not able to make the move. Santi Urrutia is still holding him off for third.
You got to think that Herta, when he saw that he really closed up on the back of Urrutia, that he was able to make a pass at least through turn 8, but things have settled back down now. I'd call it a 2-car length advantage for second place, or third place, rather, Urrutia over Colton Herta.
12 laps to go here on the streets of Exhibition Place in Toronto, Canada. Let's get an update from Rob Howden on pit lane.
Yeah, Nick, it's been an up and down weekend so far for Belardi Auto Racing. Remember, last year they were able to sweep the weekend with Felix Rosenquist, and we said if they were able to offload quick here on the streets of Toronto, they were going to challenge for race wins. Jake, back to Jake.
Alton Kellett just locked him up. I think he knew he had an issue going into turn number 3, went through the runoff area, and he just goes ahead and now tries to reverse it and get back in. But that 28 machine that's been giving Dalton Kellett fits all day long through the runoff area, and I think he's decided that his day's done, guys. He just pulled it completely off the grid.
Yeah, he's actually parked that car right behind where Jake's lift is positioned. So Kellett, the Canadian, looks like his day is going to end no better, Davey, than 11th. And he had high hopes. Again, started in the second row, the outside, starting in the 4th position. And this being a home race for him, I know I've saw a lot of fans up and down the paddock that had those teal shirts on supporting Dalton.
Well, one thing I think happened, maybe a little pressure got to him. He had a little bit of bad luck, too, in that little jam up on the restart. But you know what? He'll refocus. He'll go through that car, and he'll probably have more determination for tomorrow's race than ever, being this is his home track.
Rob Howden, before that incident, you were talking about Belardi Auto Racing. We're watching Santi Urrutia. He's really the last Belardi hope here today, trying to hold on to a spot on the podium.
He's definitely wheeling the car, and that's kind of what I was trying to say. They came in with high hopes, and you know, Nick, you and I did that opening practice session from the booth. They unloaded very well. They were in the top 5, all 3 drivers, but they went the wrong way in qualifying, and they knew it. Those cars were not as quick as they wanted to. They just went the wrong way. They're doing whatever they can to battle back. You can see they've been able to find some more speed. Urrutia running in 3rd, and of course, Aaron Tielet's running in that 5th spot. Pretty decent run so far for these guys here as they try to claw back to the setup that they had when we rolled off the trailer for practice on Friday morning.
Yeah, quick question for Davey Hamilton. I'm watching Aaron Tieletz and Juan Piedrahita make their way through this 1.7-mile layout. This race course, Davey, is so tight where there are times when they'll turn a corner and not see anyone in front. I wonder, at least when it comes to concentration, how do you keep that when you don't even see a car behind you or in front of you, but the race continues?
You know, that's a key point as well. You know, this track is definitely a street course, although it's through the streets of the park here, but it's so hard to see over the walls and to see the next car in front of you. The only plus you have is the front straightaway and that long back straightaway into turn 3, and you try to keep your focus together, saying, I got to chase this guy down without making mistakes, but you just, the rest of the time, you're really in a tunnel.
And that frustration and that point that Dave makes kind of sums it up for Nico Jamin, who was exiting that corner and, of course, couldn't see the lace.
Yeah, you just can't see. And you know, one thing I've watched, too, every time we see DePero, you know, making a charge on Norman, he makes that charge super hard and then starts losing ground. We've seen that right now with Herta and Urrutia. Is Urrutia starting to pull away just that little bit? Herta's really works those tires. I see smoke coming off his front tires. He's still there to charge, but just seems seems like he's falling back just that little bit, getting a little bit too much heat in these tires.
And can you chalk a lot of that up to the setups that they put on these race cars? Because some guys are going to want to have those cars trimmed out to handle the long straightaways, and other guys want those cars pinned to the racetrack to handle the current.
It's so key, and one thing I have to say about this particular racetrack as a driver, my key point would be get me off of turn 2 and get me down that straightaway as fast as you can. The rest of that racetrack in the race, now qualifying you have to be fast everywhere to start up front, but in the race, just make sure that you get me off of turn 2 and down that back straightaway as fast as possible, and I'll take care of the rest.
Leaders making their way through turn number 2. Got to report the battle for 6th is heating up, and it is, as we see Juan Pedrohita trying to hold off Ryan Norman, who has started to pick up. You know, we saw Nicholas DePero challenge him quite a bit, Davey, and now all of a sudden Pedrohita's under the fire as Norman's found some speed.
Well, that's two things. DePero, the team, asked him to back up just a little bit, but as I said, he charged, and then all of a sudden I think they just overheat their tires and just wear the cars out just that little bit more. You know, obviously you have to take care of these tires on this facility, but then, you know, this is a very physical racetrack as well with all the bumps and the turning. You're constantly, right now, Norman trying to look at the outside of Pedrohita right now, but doesn't get it done down in turn 3.
Here comes that battle for 6th. Dave first into turn 5.
Ryan Norman took a peek to the inside of Pedrohita, thought better of it as they make their way through turn 5. I got to think Pedrohita, not too long ago, was driving all by himself, and perhaps that little concentration we were talking about, Davey, played a factor in all of that, because the next thing he knows, he looks in his mirrors and it's full of Ryan Norman.
You know, and that's one thing, when you have mirrors in race cars, you can't help but to look at them every now and then, right?
Right.
And so anytime that you do that and you see a car right behind you, it does put you in that defense mode, and every time you're in defense mode, you're prone to make mistakes, unless you're Scott Dixon, I think, but in the IndyCar series, but you're prone to make mistakes with that car right behind you, and I think that's what we see right now with Pedrohita. He's trying to play offense and stay going, but you just can't help but to glance to see where that guy is behind you.
It is 6th, 7th, and 8th, Jake Query, led by Juan Pedrohita down the back stretch, headed to 3.
I thought for sure Pedrohita might give up that position the last time by, but how many times have I said that? Now he finally does. Norman sweeps to the outside. No, Pedrohita going to hold him up. They're going to go side by side. Norman ran out of real estate, and DePero got up on both.
Tough to pass through turns 4 and 5 as they go single file through there. It's Pedrohita, Norman, DePero in that battle for 6th.
Boy, Davey, you're allowed to hold that inside line headed down to turn 3, because that is the preferred groove to the inside. That makes that race around the outside awful tough to pull off.
You know, here's the tricky part for these officials to watch. If you can't keep that inside line, as you said, you could use that not so much as a blocker, but as long as you stay in that line, that's your line. A guy comes on the outside of you, but when you get down to turn 3, it's a long ways around that corner, and it's always that question: does the guy on the inside need to leave some outside room, or is it okay for him to block? Which obviously we've seen Pedrohita do to Norman.
6 laps to go. It is still Kyle Kaiser over Zachary Clayman DeMello, Santi Urrutia, and Colton Herta. 2nd, 3rd, and 4th has stayed pretty tight, but no change. Been watching that battle for 6th, though. Juan Pedrohita. Does Ryan Norman have anything for him, Jake, heading to turn 3 once again?
Okay, we're going to try this all over again. Again, Norman pops to the outside, can't close, pops a second time. DePero follows him. Pedrohita able to hold him off again through 3.
Norman's best finish this season, a pair of 7ths, and that's where he is right now. Now to the inside of Juan Pedrohita, but now he gets back in line. Pedrohita still leads that group through turns 7 and 8.
Pedrohita's car swung wide. That allowed Norman a groove, but Davey, as this track twists to the left and to the right, that groove for Norman quickly became the outside, and now he's got his hands full once again with DePero.
Let me tell you, that area of the racetrack, you just normally don't see any passing through there, and I'll tell you, Paul Tracy tried to pass me in a truck down there through one time.
How'd that end?
It didn't end good for him. You know, he tried that outside lane, and they're just really, you have to lift if you're on the outside, which Norman did wisely, but that is just very tight through there.
This has just been fantastic racing mid-pack. Again, Kyle Kaiser has kind of stunk up this show as he's got a 5.5 second lead, but Jake, that doesn't mean that we haven't seen some fantastic racing and battling throughout the course of this field.
Yeah, exactly. Up front, Kyle Kaiser has been all by his lonesome. lonesome, but all kinds of activity behind him. Again, Norman with Pedro just in front of him. DePero right there. They look like one car coming at you, Dave.
Yeah, they sure do, as all of a sudden Norman has to check up a little bit. That allows DePero to make up a little ground. You tell you what, throw a proverbial blanket over those three cars. They make their way through turns 7 and 8.
And Davey, all these drivers deserve a lot of credit because as much as they're sliding around, that sets up the possibility of getting run into from behind. All of these drivers doing a great job of racing aggressively but keeping it off of each other.
Yeah, exactly. And one mistake by a guy in front of you when you're that close, you're usually into it. So these guys got to be careful, and especially DePero, being his teammate, has such a nice lead that he doesn't want to be a cause of a yellow, that's for sure.
Hey, Dave, first, how about that battle for third as Colton Herta continues to stalk Santi Urrutia?
Yeah, he's all over him, but not really reeling him in, as we saw earlier. I will say this, it looked like Urrutia is all over this race course. The back end's really coming around, where Colton Herta's ride seems a little smoother, at least through this portion of the race course.
Battle for sixth, back into turn number 3.
Norman finally dispatched to Pedro. Then he locked him up. He missed the turn altogether. DePero's able to get by him. What a disappointment for Ryan Norman. And he now all of a sudden is trying to get that car whipped around. And guess what? The engine just went off, and you can see through the helmet the dejection on Ryan Norman as the field passes by. He had made the move. He missed the turn. He locked him up. And Ryan Norman sits and waits now, trying to get that 48 machine back on course.
It's just a matter of time, Davey, because...
It was a good pass. That's the way you're supposed to do it. He just kept on the accelerator a little too long and just couldn't get it slowed down in time. But tough place to pass, even though that's the passing zone, still very, very tough place to pass.
Yeah, this is a tough position now because with the local yellow, you can't do any passing down there into turn 3. And
yeah, it's green everywhere else, and local yellow there with only 3 laps to go in this race. And Norman did get the car in reverse. It does have it backed up right now, trying to get back going again. And it'd be great, obviously. Wow, what a bummer for him. I mean, running for that position, and now he finds his way all the way back down in the 9th. It's going to be 10th before it's over.
So Ryan Norman was able to get that car refired, as Davey talked about, and the good news is we can let this battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th rage on, as Kyle Kaiser's lead is 5.1 seconds here with just a couple laps to go, 2 laps to go, in fact. Kyle Kaiser already out of turn number 2. Jake, you can pick up the leader heading you to turn number 3, but keep your eye on that battle for 2nd, 3rd, and 4th, about 5 seconds behind.
Not difficult to ID that leader of Kyle Kaiser because that Juncos Racing color scheme is so familiar. White machine with green accentuation already through turn number 3. But let's keep an eye on that battle for 3rd. Clayman DeBello running in 2nd. Then Dave first. Santi Urrutia still has Colton Herta all over him.
Yeah, he's had his mirrors full of Colton Herta the last several laps here at Exhibition Place, and that continues as they make their way through turn 6. Once again, Urrutia's back in, comes around just a tad. Herta looks much smoother through this portion.
Yeah, Urrutia did take the wide way around turn number 6. Colton Herta slings it through turn 7. He closes to within a couple car lengths. But again, this is not a part of the racetrack where it is easy to get alongside a driver and make a pass. Out of the final corner, though, Kyle Kaiser is going to see the white flag here on the streets of Toronto. They'll rage on behind him. It has been a perfect day so far for this driver for Juncos Racing. He's entered the weekend as the points leader, and Jake Query, he is poised to pick up his 2nd win of the season.
He has been a model of consistency, has Kyle Kaiser. He has not always finished up front, or he has certainly started races there, but he has not missed a point this entire day today. Kyle Kaiser, Dave, first coming at you into turn number 5.
Yeah, BMO Field is located to driver's right as he passes through turn 5. The BMO, as mentioned earlier, the home of the Toronto Argonauts, a franchise that's seen 16 Grey Cups, and a lot of alumni go on to the NFL, namely Joe Theismann. Will a win today here help send Kyle Kaiser onto the Verizon INDYCAR Series one day? It looks like his day here in Toronto.
It would have been very understandable if Kyle Kaiser would have started to feel the championship pressure with Matthias Lace winning 3 of the last 4 races. If he's feeling that pressure, he hasn't shown it. Out out of turn number 11. Kyle Kaiser, right fist pumping in the air. He'll see the checkered flag. He picks up the win in race number 1 here on the streets of Toronto. Zachary Clayman DeMello scores a well-earned second-place finish. The Canadian will stand on the podium. Santi Urrutia holds off Colton Herta for third. Herta's going to pick up a nice points day for fourth. Aaron Telitz comes home in the 5th position. We see that battle for 6th continuing to rage as Juan Pedro Hita trying to hold off Nicholas DePero as they will continue to battle for the 6th spot. But Davey, what a perfect day for Kyle Kaiser, your points leader in Indy Lights.
Well, not only is he chasing points down, he's chasing wins down as well. Great run by him. Dominant run, really, today. He only won by 3.6 seconds. That's because the last lap he just took it easy and gave them guys a couple seconds to just to make sure he had a good, safe lap. Juncos Racing, can't say enough about those guys. The only thing missing is a big sponsor on the side of that car for this team because obviously they're a championship and winning contending team.
Kyle Kaiser, the young man from Santa Clara, California, takes Juncos Racing to victory lane, and again, it's his 2nd win of the season. He picked up a win on the road course at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. It has been consistency throughout the course of the season. His one poor result, Davey, was a 9th on the oval at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Every single race, 9 of the 10 races, he's finished in the top 6. That's how you win a championship.
That's how you win a championship. That's why he has 248 points, by the way, and Laced is still 2nd, even though after his 13th place finish at a 211 points. That's 2nd place, 248 to 211. And then Colton Herta, a good points day, as we talked about for him, still stays in 3rd with 201 points.
Yeah, so that's how much things can change. The gap from Kaiser to Lace was 13. Now it's 37 with 1 race in the books here at Toronto. Kyle Kaiser has taken that Juncos car to victory lane, where we will hear from him momentarily. Here's the full field rundown, though. Kaiser picks up the win. Zachary Clayman DeMello comes home 2nd. Santi Urrutia is 3rd. Colton Herta finishes 4th. Aaron Telitz comes home in 5th. Juan Pedro Hita does hold off Nicholas DePero to grab the 6th spot. DePero ends up in 7th. Alberico was 8th. Garth Rickards is 9th. Ryan Norman, a frustrating day as he ends up 10th. Shelby Blackstock was 7 laps down in 11th. Dalton Kellett parked his car in turn 3 with issues. He comes home in 12th, 14 laps down. And then it's Mateus Lace and Nico Jamin rounding out the 14-car field. Let's hear from the winner. He's in victory lane with Rob Howden.
Kyle Kaiser, those are one of those days that you just dream of. You come in with a point lead, you qualify on the pole, flawless run, start to finish. You told me before the start of the race you want a 1.5 second gap, so you don't have to worry about push to pass. You got that done early. Give me your thoughts.
We executed exactly what we had to do. I got to thank Mazda and Cooper Tire right off the bat. This thing was a rocket ship. I got to thank my team, Juncos. The car was beautiful. Nobody was close. I got the gap early, and we just were maintaining the gap pretty much the whole race. So I can't thank everybody enough. Just a perfect day.
What about track conditions? Can you give some insight? Were you surprised by the grip levels? Was it greasy? What was it like out there?
Yeah, it was a little greasy. I was definitely getting some wheel spin, but that's how it is here. It's a street course. It's always going to be low grip. So we drove to what the track gave us, and we were the fastest by far.
You're obviously going to get a lot of data out of the car and yourself as well. What do you think about tomorrow? Can you make it a bit better?
Well, it might rain tomorrow, so I'm excited for a little change in the track conditions. We were quick in the rain in 2015, so I'm fine with whatever happens tomorrow.
Congratulations.
Yeah, thank you.
Jim Murphy, this guy down here, this young California for Juncos Racing, just stretched out his point lead. Kyle Kaiser victorious here in Toronto.
Well, the guy who was filling his mirrors for much of that race, Zachary Clayman DeMello, 2nd place. Tell me about that start. You had a great run down into the first turn.
Yeah, I had a good run into the first turn. There was enough room, so I went for it. It was tight, but I made the move. I made it stick, so I got the 2nd, and then I just tried to focus on catching Kyle. He had really good pace. He had a good car today. He earned it today. I think tomorrow we'll make some changes and try to catch him and maybe beat him.
What's the biggest challenge for the drivers out there today? It looks like it's rough. It looks bouncy. It looks like the tires get a lot of wear. What goes through your head? What's the biggest challenge?
Yeah, it's bouncy. It's a very physical track. It's mentally tough for the drivers. Santi was behind me the whole time. I was just trying to break the push-to-pass range. I think if I broke it, I could have drove away from him. But he did a good job at staying with me, put me under pressure, and then at the end, him and Colton fought, so I got a bit of a break. And Kyle was just gone. I tried to hit my marks, not make any mistakes, and do the best laps I could.
It's Zachary Clayman DeMello coming home 2nd today, as we mentioned. As he told us, watch out tomorrow.
A great run for Montreal, Canada's Zachary Clayman DeMello as he comes home in the 2nd spot. That's always big, Davey, for a Canadian driver. We know how much the fans have loved, Paul Tracy over the years, and now James Hinchcliffe. To get a chance to root for these young Canadians, it's pretty cool as well.
Yeah. Without a doubt, and a lot of great Canadians. Jacques Villeneuve, coming from Montreal as well. Obviously a champion not only in IndyCar but in Formula One. So not a lot of racers from Canada, but the ones that seem to be coming out, and the late great Greg Moore, who lost his life 21 years ago, I think it's been. It's a long time ago, was another true champion. So a lot of great Canadian race drivers.
Let's hear from the final driver on the podium, Santi Urrutia, standing by with Jim Murphy.
It's a sunny day. Your disposition, though, Santi, you look a little. You don't look quite as smiling as I would expect to see on the podium. I think you had more out there.
For sure, this is not what we want. Championship is going away. Quite on championship right now on points. For sure, the third position is good. It's better than 5 or 6 or whatever, but I won, so we have to work with the team. I mean, we have been working hard in these past days, and we were good on free practice, and I don't know what happened on qualifying, and today on the race I just didn't have the pace to follow Kai, so yeah, coming on third, I think it's a good result, but this is not what we want. I mean, if we want to win the championship, we have to win races, and but we can have a better car for tomorrow.
As you mentioned, tomorrow, the good news is you get to go and try it again tomorrow on the same track with the same group of guys. What's the one thing you got to go back and work on tonight? What's the conversation going to be back in the garage?
Well, I need a little bit more grip overall. I mean, I was good on the first few laps, but then I wasn't quick. So yeah, we need to work. I think changing the springs. Probably the car is too stiff. That's what I think, driving the car. So it's going to be a long day today working, and we'll see what we can do tomorrow.
We'll keep an eye on him. He's a very fast driver week in and week out. That's Santi Urrutia.
Santi Urrutia, a guy that's not going to be happy unless he hoists the winner's trophy. That is understandable. He does move up one spot in the championship standings, though, past Nico Jamin. He moves into 4th. A great job by Jim Murphy and Rob Howden down on pit lane. They're going to stay down there, as are Dave First and Jake Query out in the corners, as Verizon IndyCar Series knockout qualifying coming up at 2:10 Eastern. Just about a little over 15 minutes from now, as we will set the grid for Sunday's running of the Honda Indy Toronto. Great job by Davey Hamilton as well. My name's Nick Yeoman. We'll talk to you soon from Exhibition Place. Congratulations to Kyle Kaiser, the winner here in Toronto on the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
This is IndyCar Radio on the IMS Radio Network.
Clayman DeMello for Carlin Racing. Again, 3 teams on the podium here today. Dream day for this driver. Comes in with a point lead, puts it on the pole, and scores a wire-to-wire win. Keep your eye on this young driver. The Verizon IndyCar Series is on the horizon. Give it up for your winner in Indy Lights, Kyle Kaiser! Kyle to jump up on the top of the podium. Devin Weber will bring in the first place trophy, his 2nd win of the year for Kyle Kaiser, won at the Indy GP as well, and pads his point lead here on the streets of Toronto. And the great thing here about this event, we're going to do it all again tomorrow. We've got some hats we're going to give away. We've got some hats, actually, a hat dance here. We're going to do a hat presentation for the event hats. Let's get the photos done here, though. Kaiser's got that trophy up in the air. Again, a great run for Zachary Clayman DeMello to 2nd, and Santi Urrutia in 3rd. Let's bring the event hats in, Sue. We've got Teddy Mershkowitz, our contest winner from Metrolinx, going to give one of the hats away. Norma Grigas from Rofa and Grigas is a Tim Hortons store owner. Great to have them here as well. And Jason St. Croix, another one of our Tim Hortons store owners coming in here. A little bit of Canadiana for you, ladies and gentlemen. Again, Teddy Merkowitz, Norma Grigas, and Jason St. Croix helping to give our event hats out to the drivers who were able to get here to the podium in the Indy Lights program. Again, I cannot reiterate enough, these drivers here just one step away from the Verizon IndyCar Series. The champion in this series will win a 3-race scholarship program to run in the Verizon IndyCar Series next year, including the 102nd running of the Indianapolis 500. We watched our champions like Spencer Pigot and Ed Jones work their way into full-time rides in the Verizon IndyCar Series. Who will it be from the class of 2017? Kyle Kaiser's making a bid for it himself, of course. A win here today allows him to stretch his point lead. Tremendous run for Kyle Kaiser as your victor here in the Indy Lights program. Of course, Verizon IndyCar qualifying is going to be next up. We'll see who's able to put it on the pole here. Track position so crucial at the event here in Toronto. And qualifying, absolutely imperative for these drivers to try to get out and get into that fast 12. They want to get out of the first group of qualifying to put yourself in the front half of the grid. Of course, that qualifying session is going to be coming up. We'll have full coverage on INDYCAR Radio. Mark James, the anchor, will take care of that for everybody. We'll have a bunch of great broadcasts out of the racetrack. We got a bunch of guys with me down on pit lane as well. Verizon IndyCar Series qualifying next up. But I simply love being part of this program in Indy Lights, where we get to see these young drivers come all the way through through the Mazda Road to Indy Lights, then down into Pro Maz, and of course the young drivers getting started in USF 2000. Bringing in our High Tide Kids on Track guests coming in to enjoy a weekend here with racing at Toronto. But otherwise, ladies and gentlemen, one more time a round of applause for our winner today in Indy Lights, Kyle Kaiser!
We'll get ready for qualifying the Verizon IndyCar Series. They are coming up next, and that will begin at 2:15. Still plenty of racing action remaining. The PINTY'S Grand Prix of Toronto. We'll also have the GT3 Cup Challenge as well. A reminder for you fans, if you need a quicker way, whether it be you have a stroller or if you're in a wheelchair and you'd like to not get across that bridge, we have the tunnel open and you can access that from the Intercare Center. It's on the east end, and you will see it at the very end. There's an escalator that will take you down, and you'll be able to get to the tunnel, have tunnel access that will come up with escalators on the other side, and then you can exit to the other side of the track if you'd like to make your way down to that Turn 11 grandstand, or find your, I guess, way easier into the infield of the Honda Indy Toronto. So that tunnel is open, and again, it's on the east end of the Intercare Center, and if you would like to utilize that, it is open. It will remain open for the remainder of the afternoon, and it will be open again tomorrow. A little easier access if you're unable to get across the bridge. That is the route to take. Well, fans, IndyCar would like to thank the following official sponsors for their continued support. Autodesk, the official technology partner. Borg Warner, official turbocharger. Coors Light, the official beer. PerkinElmer, official instrument supplier and fuel certification. Racing Electronics, official racing radio communication. Safety Clean, the official environmental service company. Sirius XM Radio, exclusive satellite radio partner. Sunoco, an official fuel partner, an official convenience store. Tag Heuer, official watch, timepiece, and chronograph. Verizon, official wireless telecommunications and technology partner. United Rentals, official equipment partner. And Extract, official technical partner. Borg Warner, proud to be a long-standing partner in the Verizon INDYCAR Series as a leading innovator of powertrain technologies. Borg Warner helps vehicle manufacturers all over the world improve fuel economy, reduce emissions, and deliver great performance. Borg Warner, driven to create a cleaner, more energy-efficient world. With 20 years of racing experience under their belts, Featherlight knows what it means to protect your car as another cargo. Their heavy-duty, all-aluminum construction means Featherlight trailers are both durable and lightweight. Go to fthr.com to find your local Featherlight dealer. Featherlight, proud sponsor of INDYCAR. Cholmatro Rescue Tools have been manufactured out of its Glen Burnie, Maryland facility since 1988. The machining process to its laser-controlled detail of work, Cholmatro delivers high-quality tools which consistently perform under the most adverse conditions. Proud to be a manufacturer in America and employing U.S. citizens, Cholmatro is the official rescue tool of INDYCAR. Experience the heart-racing thrills of the all-new 2017 Civic Type R from the crew at Honda, a proud sponsor of the Verizon INDYCAR Series, and the Honda Indy Toronto. We have one of those on display. You can actually sit inside of Honda World. Worth the trip over there and check that out. Just across that Honda bridge, make a left, you'll see it right inside. Justin's pleased to announce they are the official supplier of championship rings and trophies to the Verizon INDYCAR Series. They're also proud to produce commemorative products for race fans as well. Visit Johnston's.com to see all of their great commemorative racing products. Attention race fans, get your car or race car ready for the track. Do you have the things around the house, shop, or ranch that need welded by chance? Well, look no further. Weld it with Lincoln Welders. Lincoln Electric is your choice when it comes to welding equipment, cutting equipment, and safety apparel. Go to LincolnElectric.com for more information on welding machines and accessories you may need to get the job done. And remember to hashtag WeldRed with all of your projects. Seen a lot of good-looking ball caps. New Era, proud to be the official on-track headwear supplier of the Verizon INDYCAR Series. Stop by the trackside store and pick up your official New Era INDYCAR caps today. PerkinElmer, proud to be the official fuel certification partner of the Verizon INDYCAR Series. From the racing we enjoy to the food we eat, PerkinElmer delivers the analytical testing solutions to match your laboratory needs. Sunoco, the official fuel of INDYCAR, would like to welcome you to this afternoon's event. We invite you to visit the Sunoco Racing on Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram for behind-the-scenes INDYCAR insights, giveaways, and more. Sunoco is the essence of racing. United Rentals is the official equipment partner of INDYCAR and sponsor of Rahal Itterman Lanigan Racing and the number 15 driver, Graham Rahal. On or off the track, you can count on United Rentals across North America for the right equipment and tools right now. Once again, this race season, United Rentals is donating $50 to Soldier Strong for every lap Graham Rahal completes. To learn more, visit turnsfortroops.com. The Honda Checkered Flag event is on. Now get a $1,000 lease or finance bonus on all 2017 Accord sedan models. Don't miss out on a great deal at their biggest event of the year. Hurry into your local Ontario Honda dealer today and celebrate the over 50 years of racing innovation. See HondaOntario.com for more details. Grain Farmers of Ontario, proud to support the 28,000 barley, corn, oat, soybean, and wheat farmers around the province. Whether in their food, fuel, or furniture, every grain brings a natural and sustainable solution to our everyday lives. While visiting Thunder Alley, don't forget to stop by the Grain Farmers of Ontario and that great Growing Connections trailer to learn more about how Ontario grains are fueling our province. Cooper Tire, proud to be the official tire of the Honda Indy Toronto. as well as the official tire of the Indy Lights Series presented by Cooper Tires and the Cooper Tires USF 2000 Championship. Both racing this weekend here at Exhibition Place. Just saw those USF 2000 drivers. Cooper Tire offers tires for your car, truck, and SUV, covering the comfort and performance you should expect from your tires. To find a dealer nearest you, visit coopertire.ca. And you can also follow them on Twitter and Instagram at Team Cooper Tire. Safety Clean, a Cleveland Harbors company, is the official fluid recycling service company of the Honda Indy Toronto. Safety Clean provides automotive fluid services, recycling, and all of its competitors take advantage of that here this weekend in Toronto. Safety Clean, the largest refiner of used oil, antifreeze, and cleaning solutions worldwide. Safety Clean encourages all of our race fans to do their part and to properly dispose of their used automotive fluids. Safety Clean is a Cleaning Harbors company. Help keep Canada green. Well, the Honda Indy Toronto, of course, more than just racing. It's about community. And at Honda, we believe in the power of dreams. And together, we can make the dreams of children with life-threatening medical conditions come true. Please join us at Honda World and make a difference by donating to Make-A-Wish and have a chance to win some exclusive raffle prizes, including once-in-a-lifetime fan experiences from the NHL, your Blue Jays, and much more. Tickets to the Indianapolis 500, lots of great prizes. Don't miss out and donate today. Well, Honda Indy Toronto, sponsored in part by Tim Hortons. New, perfectly uncomplicated lattes made with freshly ground premium espresso beans and freshly steamed 100% Canadian milk. Come try one at the Tim Hortons booth in the INDYCAR Center. Well, at Meridian, we do banking differently. As a credit union, we're 100% owned by our members, and that means we work for you. We invest our profits into better services, like the best mortgages on the market, ATMs all over Ontario, and competitive interest rates that help your money make more of itself. When you truly know that your financial institution has your back, that's more than good banking. That's wealth esteem. Join Meridian at meridiancu.ca. There you see it. The various tweets from the race fans, the teams, is we welcome you to day number 2 of the Honda Indy Toronto. What a beautiful day. Expecting much the same tomorrow. And we appreciate you spending your weekend with us. And fans, now you can blast into overdrive with the all-new Nerf Nitro. Get ready for car blasting action and outrageous stunts. Set up challenges with the obstacles and load the foam car into the blaster. Take aim and blast the car into high-speed stunt action. Blast into stunts to go high, go far, go fast. Check out your Rookie Racers Kit for your very own Nerf Nitro Blaster. And more information, please visit nerfnitro.com. And race fans, this picture-perfect race day brought to you by the Weather Network, Canada's #1 weather source, proudly providing you with the most trusted local forecast, analysis, and insights that put you in the driver's seat. Visit theweathernetwork.com and join now to share you.
From the streets of Toronto, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series on the Advance Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network.
A few events bring a smile to the face of drivers, teams, race fans alike, just by its mere mention. This is one of them for sure, the Honda Indy Toronto. Hello, everyone. I'm Mark James. We're ready to go qualifying in preparation for Sunday's race. Happy to be joined in the broadcast booth by our driver analyst, Davey Hamilton. And Davey, this is getting old for everybody else. We get done with 3 practice sessions. Penske, huh?
It's just which Penske is going to be on top. But it's the Penske and Chevrolet, by the way, that has been struggling for power and speed throughout this year, but not here lately, and especially in practice and qualifying. It seems to be a Penske sweep. Now, can they do it again today? There's a few good Hondas right behind them. Graham Rahal being one of those guys who dominated on a track somewhat like this, and this has the same characteristics and feel as Detroit does.
6 drivers, Davey, under 1 minute in that final practice session. That's the fast way around here.
Just amazing, especially since they've changed this course last year with turns 8, 9, 10, 11 in that area. All a little bit different because the pit lane is now on driver's left, not on driver's right. It's made it very tight through there, much slower through that area. These guys going the speeds that they are, just pretty amazing. And by the way, track has not got any smoother, Mark. I mean, down in turn 1, we've seen these cars with a bunch of tire smoke. We've seen a potentially suspension, I hear, failure maybe on a car or two down, because under braking, under those bumpy conditions, it's very, very hard on the A-arms and uprights and so forth.
It is smoother from 6 to 8. New paving there. Some new patches scattered around the racetrack. Other changes, Davey. Turn 5, last year we saw, 3 wide through that section, in fact, between 4 and 5. And then turn number 5, almost half the car to the left of that curbing. So that's double stacked now. Turn 11, not quite as tight as it was. They widened that about 6 feet. But you talk about how bumpy it is. The most troublesome spot that we have seen would be the entrance to turn number 1 in the racing groove, where we literally saw cars bouncing up and down at the approach to that turn. However, we've not seen any issues in turn number 1 yet in terms of guys losing the balance to the race car.
Well, let me just say, when you visually see a car bouncing, let me tell you what it's like for that driver in there. It's almost unmanageable, because there are times, and we just came from Iowa Speedway, which was a very bumpy 7/8 mile oval, that you cannot see the car bounce around a lot, but inside that cockpit, it was still brutal and hard to hang on to. So when you can physically see it, Mark, it is definitely a torture for these guys, and it's not going to affect them in practice or qualifying physically, but when it gets to this long race, it's gonna wear these guys out.
Nick Gilman joins us for the session as well. Nick just wrapped up coverage of Indy Lights race number 1, and Nick, after a fairly uneventful couple of days worth of practice and qualifying, we saw how delicate that balance is to the ragged edge. Some of these young drivers, even some veterans, struggled a little bit in that race number 1, which was won by points leader Kyle Kaiser.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Kyle Kaiser had the field covered, but we saw some great battling throughout the field, which has me really promised for race number 2 tomorrow, as well as the Verizon IndyCar Series race, the Honda Indy Toronto on Sunday. And, Mark, you talked about the weekend that Team Penske has had at the top of the timing and scoring charts throughout the course of this weekend during the practice sessions. That reminds me a little bit of Road America, where they were dominant throughout the course of the weekend, and lo and behold, it was a Honda, Scott Dixon, that snuck up and won that race. One of the guys that I got my eye on is Graham Rahal. He actually mentioned on Twitter earlier today that he's already sore from feeling those bumps that Davey talked about. So he's got a fast race car. Everybody's looking up at Team Penske, but Verizon knockout qualifying is going to be awful fun to watch.
Slotted in just behind Graham Rahal, Alexander Rossi, Takuma Sato, James Hinchcliffe, and Carlos Munoz, all within a couple of ticks at that 59-second lap turned in from Pagano through position 6, which is Graham Rahal. Group number 1, Elio Castroneves, Will Power, and Graham Rahal. Takuma Sato, Carlos Munoz, Spencer Pigot, Marco Andretti, Ed Jones, Charlie Kimball, and J.R. Hildebrand. Connor Daly, Max Chilton, Scott Dixon, Saavedra, Gutierrez, Kanad, Hitch, Rossi, Hunter Ray, Pagano in group number 2, along with Joseph Newgarden, who's standing by with Jim Murphy.
He's getting ready to go out. He's going to watch this first group. But Joseph, you guys, all of your teammates, all the Penske team have been very strong all weekend. What's the magic sauce that you guys brought this week?
Well, these Team Penske cars are always good, and the teammates are just as good with them. So it's always difficult to find the edge on the guys around us in the pit lane here. But we always felt confident. We got a lot of hard-working people back at Team Penske at the shop, and we put a lot of effort in. They've been racing for 50 years. It's the 51st year for Team Penske, so lot of history, a lot of notes. Just going to try and make the most of it today. Hopefully we can be the fastest teammate.
From the outside looking in, we can see the bumps. We can see the cars bouncing around. What's it like inside?
Yeah, I mean, Toronto's tricky. You know, all street courses are bumpy. That's, you know, what makes street courses what they are. It's fun to drive. They're difficult to figure out. But, you know, Toronto is unique with the patches that they have here. Everyone talks about that, but it's really unique. The changes that you get from asphalt to concrete, you generally have a different balance, entry, middle, and exit of the corner, and then you throw in a bunch of bumps as well. And it just it makes it very difficult to figure out what you need from the race car, what you need to change on it to make it faster. So it's typical Toronto, but that's what we love about it. We love coming to a street course, trying to keep it between the walls and not hit them, and figure out how to make the race car fast.
Well, it's Joseph Newgarden. We'll keep an eye on you there in a few minutes when you get your turn to go out. Watch for him. He'll be looking forward to the front of the field as I believe it was Dave First was checking in.
Sunshine and blue skies, the order of this day, and some worries about tomorrow in terms of precipitation. Our other pit reporter is Rob Howden. Rob, no such worries for this qualifying session for the Verizon IndyCar Series.
No, Mark, we do have some sporadic clouds, though. It was actually under cloud cover when we went green here. It's since closed again, and the blue skies are back out. The sun again beating one down. We do have a lot of clouds here, though, so we may see a little bit of temperature drop throughout the session if those clouds do come back. Currently 74 degrees ambient temperature down here on pit lane, 109 degrees on the racetrack. Very comfortable for the drivers, very comfortable for everyone down here. It'll be interesting to see how this track, of course, reacts if we do get some cloud cover. I did get a chance to talk to Taylor Kyle, the team manager for Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports, and he really kind of reiterated what you guys talked about in terms of the track. So many new patches around this track. Of course, the big bump in turn one, very important. So drivers having to get the cars to work, the engineers working on getting the shocks to work around these bumpy racetracks. But he also mentioned the fact that they redid the concrete patches here, and it's still very new. They're used to having even more grip than they normally would have on the concrete patches, Mark, but because they're brand new, still a little slicker than they usually are.
After a great call during the Indy Lights race, kept our turn reporters out to give us their perspective on the action today. We'll start first. That's at the end of the longest straightaway on this course, which leads to sometimes troublesome turn number 3 as Will Power comes into the view of Jake Query. Hello, Jake.
Hello, Mark. It is Lakeshore Boulevard, as a matter of fact, that runs along in between Ontario Place, the entertainment area here along the water in Toronto, and then BMO Field would be on the right. It's a right-handed turn that you talk about after that long jaunt up Lakeshore that is actually going to the west. A right-handed turn that is turn number 3 of this complex. It is concrete on the inside of the turn. Marco Andretti just negotiated that. It is asphalt if you're on the outside lane. Carlos Munoz goes through on those Firestone Red Firehawks. Right now, about half the field on the primary black tires. Helio Castroneves just went by. He and his teammate Will Power both on black tires. It's a tricky area of the racetrack, Mark. Right now it is sun-drenched. The cloud cover occasionally cools it off just a bit, but a lot of race fans are here to watch this qualifying session for the Verizon IndyCar Series.
A rarity for a street course in that there's a bit of an elevation change. That describes the exit of turn number 3. After they make that right-hander, it quickly bends back around to the left, goes uphill just a little bit. It narrows up, then it widens out just a bit in preparation for turn number 5. That's where all the activity was last year. That's where Dave First is today.
Yeah, Mark, I tell you, there's not one but 2 areas on this race course where drivers are able to open it up. This area really through turn 5 is not one of them. It's a more technical portion of this 1.7-mile layout, but it could still promote a little passing as we saw last year, really depending on, as Mark mentioned, how they exit turn 3. Once they exit turn 3, they make their way through a slight bend to the left in turn 4, and then it's hard through a gear, maybe even 2, before a 90-degree left-hander just below me here in turn 5. The curbing here, pretty pronounced to driver's left. It's a higher, as Mark mentioned earlier, a double curbing, so really no chance of cutting off the corner as we have seen drivers do in years past. From there, it's onto the newly repaved and smoother portion of this race course through turns 6, 7, and 8 as Will Power makes his way right now. Momentum and carrying it is the key through this western portion of the course. course. We'll see how they negotiate it here this afternoon, Mark.
Little bump of that outside retaining wall by Takuma Sato that sends him onto pit road, getting a look-see from the crew. And we're about halfway through this session now, a little under that. Will Power, Elio Castroneves, Hildebrand, Munoz, Rahal, and Sato, the top 6, Davey. For now, Andretti, Piggott, Kimball, and Jones on the outside looking in.
Yeah, we got, Marco's had some good laps yesterday as well. Finds himself in that 7th position. Carlos Munoz has had some issues yesterday. Didn't get his full practice in. And Takuma Sato, who just had a slight contact with the wall, actually had that yesterday as well. So kind of picking up where they left off yesterday with some of these guys.
Yeah, and interesting to note that, let's face it, Penske has an opportunity, Davey, because of the way that the groups were sorted out. They could conceivably get all 4 of their cars into the Fast 6 because of they being divided in 2 different groups. Yeah. Power and Castroneves in the Newgarden and Pagano in the next group.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they know how to get it done. They have those 4 cars. It's very likely that they could be 1st through 4th again. I mean, from practice and the consistency of the speed that they've had this weekend. So, but which one's it going to be? I think Simon's kind of the leader of the pack right now at this point with the Penske group, but we'll find out when he goes out in the next session.
Pattern very familiar, Nick Yeoman, as the stand starts to run out of the proverbial hourglass now. Pit road becomes a busy place, and now all of a sudden, with 3 minutes left in this session, it's go time for this first group.
Yeah, and a majority of those drivers have thrown on the reds. It looks like Will Power, Elio Castroneves, Graham Rahal have not yet. Graham Rahal might, though, but you're right. With 3 minutes to go, this is right when we're looking to find that maximize the track temperature with the tire, the grip level that you can have on those alternate reds. So with 3 minutes to go, Mark, this is when we start to see the big laps here around these street courses.
Graham Rahal, currently P6, Rob Howden.
Yeah, just rolled in here, Mark. No changes whatsoever. Started, of course, on the Firestone primary blacks. Made the move to those reds, the alternate reds. Talked to Kara Adams earlier on in the weekend. She expected there was going to be a bigger gap between the blacks and the reds. They were trying for about 7/10 of a second. It ends up being about just 3 to 4/10 of a second, the difference between reds and blacks. We'll see how that plays out come race time. But Rahal back out, sticker reds with about 3 minutes to go.
Davey?
Confidence with that Penske group. How about this? Will Power, a 59.391, almost into this 58-second bracket, along with his teammate, Elio Castroneves, also a 59.684. Oh, and by the way, they're sitting on pit lane with the new Firestone reds that sit beside their car. They did that on blacks.
Yeah, they did it on blacks, and you know what? They may sit there for a while yet because you don't have to be necessarily the fastest in this session. You just can't be 7th fastest.
Yeah, they got over a second on Graham Rahal, who is 6th at this point right now. Now, will all of them be in the 59-second bracket? Then when I say all of them, I mean the Fast 6. Yes, I do believe that they will be, but I think that Elio's time and Will's time for sure, I think, is definitely good enough to stay in the top 6 with those blacks. So what does that do strategy-wise? That allows them to have a set of sticker reds for that Fast 6. So it just helps them out to try to get on that front row or pole position for these guys.
Number 14 of Carlos Munoz. He's off of turn number 3. That means before long that ABC supply machine will come into the view of Jake Query, and Jake Takuma Sato will be behind him. He's currently P3.
Yeah, Munoz, as a matter of fact, works turn 3 right now. He used all lanes of Lakeshore as he came into view. Now Takuma Sato does the same. Sato running 3rd right now, but not really on his giddy-up between turns 3 and 4. One more car coming into view. We'll wait for it to go under the Acura Bridge. It is that of Spencer Piggott. Here comes Spencer Piggott coming at you, Dave. He's running 8th right now.
Up through turn 3, now turn 4, and now the left-hander in turn 5. Running 8th and not exactly looking the smoothest of the bunch in this Group 1. Spencer Piggott making his way through turn 7 and 8. Marco Andretti, 10th quick. He's got to pick things up if he's interested in moving on.
Under a minute to go in the session. An update from Rob Howden.
Yeah, Mark, obviously when you're Penske Power and you're 1, 2, 3, 4 in practice and qualify, rather the practice sessions, you've got a different strategy coming in. Like you said, they rolled out on the black tires. We're able to put a good lap down. In fact, they are pulling the reds back. They're not going to go back on track. They're good to go, as you know, as the time winds out. If you're Ed Carpenter Racing, I talked to J.R. Hildebrand. What they're thinking about doing is getting into the Fast 12. That's all they want right now. They went red. They used their 2 sets of reds here because really the primary focus, get into that Fast
last 12.
That's an acceptable mindset, Nick Hillman. Like we said, you don't want to finish 7th, but anywhere 1 through 6 is fine.
I'm telling you, that is an absolute game changer what Will Power and Helio Castroneves are attempting to do, because on most race weekends, if you go out there and only run a set of black tires and never go to the alternate reds, the competitive level of this field is so good that you'll usually get bounced outside of the top 6. Helio's been bumped to 3rd as Graham Rahal's found some speed on those reds, but and Takuma Sato has as well. But Davey, if Power and Castroneves are able to save that extra set of reds for the final round, if they can get into it, that's an absolute game changer.
Well, you know, the tricky part for Helio Castroneves is that 59.6. It puts him right on that edge. Right now it's a 59.7 to get in that, which is Marco Andretti just popped himself into that 6th position. And so until these guys cross the line, Helio Castroneves isn't completely safe yet, but Will Power still is P1.
How frustrating must it be, Davey? Your Ed Jones, your Spencer Pigot, 59.7, 59.8. That's not fast enough to move on.
How about this? Everybody.
Kimball, too, yeah.
Yeah, everybody is 59 second in this, and we figured they'd all get down to that area, except for Carlos Munoz, and he's still out there, could finish his lap and could pop into that 159 bracket. But how impressive. Marco Andretti did get his right at the last second, pull off a 59.746, beating Spencer Pigot at a 59.759, just barely getting him in that top 6 right now.
An update from turn 3 with Jake Query.
Carlos Munoz was really on his giddy up, but I think he might have waited too late when he went on to those reds. In talking about conserving, as Nick Yeoman did, a set of red tires and managing to get through a round of qualifying without going to the reds itself. Every time that happens, Mark and Davey, I think about the late, great Justin Wilson. Nobody was more so the master at conserving those softer compound red tires through qualifying than Justin Wilson. How many times did we see that little engine that could for Dale Coyne Racing with Justin Wilson put himself in great strategic position during a race because he had set a set of reds aside that everybody else had used up during qualifying? I think about it every time it happens.
Moving on, Will Power, Graham Rahal, Takuma Sato, Helio Castroneves, J.R. Hildebrand, and Marco Andretti. But on the outside looking in, Spencer Pigot, he'll start 13th. Ed Jones will start 15th. Charlie Kimball 17th. Carlos Munoz 19th. Round number 2 when we come back for the Honda Indy Toronto.
From the Firestone broadcast booth in Toronto, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series. During the 1969 Indy 500, Mario Andretti's crew couldn't get his tire to come off, so he had no choice but to keep driving on it. That tire held up the whole race and took Mario to the winner's circle. Right, Mario?
That's right. If it wasn't for the dependability of Firestone tires, I wouldn't be an Indy 500 champion.
Here's to making more champions with the official tire of the Verizon IndyCar Series. Whatever you drive, drive a Firestone. From the Firestone broadcast booth in Toronto, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Group number 2, Simon Pagenaud, Joseph Newgarden, Ryan Hunter-Ray, Alexander Rossi, James Hinchcliffe, Tony Kanaan, Esteban Gutierrez, Sebastian Saavedra, Scott Dixon, Max Chilton, and Connor Daly. One of those who missed round number 2, but barely. Spencer Pigot will roll off 13th tomorrow, Rob.
Spencer, it's been a great weekend so far. You've had good speed. You were 6th early, again, top 12 in the other practice session. Close. A 1/10 of a second behind your teammate, 1/100th of a second behind Marco Andretti. You just missed the fast 12. You'll start 13th. What are your thoughts on the car, though?
Yeah, I think it's been pretty good. I think we've definitely been happier on blacks so far this weekend. So hopefully that's the tire to have in the race and we can move forward. But yeah, it's a little frustrating to miss it by just a little bit. But happy with what we've got and looking forward to seeing what the Fuzzies car can do tomorrow.
First driver off the track, can you give us an input on the way the track is right now? Were you surprised by grip levels, or are you still fighting with those patches?
Yeah, it's definitely getting grippier, I think. As the more rubber gets laid down, it's a little hotter, so it's going to get a little stickier. So track feels good, just shame to come up a couple hundred short.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thanks.
He'll start 13th, Mark Janes, but he's won here before 2 times in Indy Lights.
Back in the car for Ed Carpenter, and of course running only the ovals. Davey, how huge for his teammate J.R. Hildebrand was his performance at Iowa last week. Got off to a rough start, rebounded nicely. He and the team both did, and was in contention all night long and got on the podium.
He got on that podium and in that second position, but as much as he needed that and that team needed that second place, if it wasn't for the Penske Helio Castronova pit stop, bringing him from second to first, because JR, remember, was leading the race going into that final pit stop, and I really do think that he had what it took to stay ahead of Helio Castronova. He had that kind of speed. But when you come in first and go out second, that little teeny bit may have cost him a victory.
You know, it's interesting to note that we talked to JR a couple of times about, you know, the ability to exchange information. Texas, for instance, comes to mind when he and Ed were lined up very close together on the grid, and we asked, hey, is it possible to exchange any data or share information when you guys are lined up so closely together? He said something that I think is underestimated a bit. He said, yeah, we're pretty much in sync anyway before this session ever starts. So, you know, our cars are set up very similarly. So there's really not much to discuss. And that's huge because he's been associated with that team for quite some time.
Yeah, absolutely. And now full time. And you got to remember, JR really is kind of a rookie, so to speak. I mean, he's been out of the seat for a long time, and he's been at the Indianapolis 500 and has ran a race here and there as a fill-in. But this is his first full season for quite some time, and with these tracks and the competition level, just a whole different game. And I think he's doing a tremendous job. I mean, he's got the new look. He's got that long hair going on and some facial hair. I mean, we used to know JR as the clean-cut kid, but just a whole different approach and style coming into this year.
Again, Pagano, Newgarden, Hunter Ray, Rossi, Hinchcliffe, Kanan, Esteban Gutierrez, Scott Dixon, Max Chilton, Connor Daly, and Sebastian Saavedra, Nick Yeoman, piloting the number 7. You can tell he was trying to reach his comfort zone most of the day yesterday, but actually showed some pace and flirted with that 59-second bracket in that final practice session today.
Yeah, and this is a story that we've been kind of watching throughout the course of the weekend. Schmidt-Peterson Racing staying kind of tight-lipped about this situation. Mikhail Aloshin is here this weekend. We know for sure that Sebastian Saavedra is going to run this car this weekend. In terms of moving forward, we're not exactly sure. It's an uphill battle, Mark. It's a lot to ask for a driver to jump back into a race car when he's been out of the seat since the Indianapolis 500. But as you mentioned, Sebastian Saavedra's done a very, very nice job driving for Sam Schmidt this week.
Group number 2 out in full force now. Round 1 complete. Ed Jones will start 15th tomorrow. Rob's caught up with him.
Ed Jones, P15 tomorrow. Last year you raced here in Indy Lights en route to the championship. A little bit of a difference running Indy Lights and running the Verizon IndyCar Series here. Give me your thoughts on your qualifying session and how this weekend's gone so far for you.
Yeah, the cars are, they're quite similar. Obviously, it's a bit faster. You can go, you have better braking performance, better grip, etc. This weekend we struggled a bit with the car. So, we knew it was going to be tough coming into qualifying. I think we did a pretty good job with what we had there. Obviously, if we had a 10th, we could have maybe made it into the last 12. But it was tough, especially with the reds. It was quite a big jump, and just didn't get enough out of the car.
Talked a little bit about the fact that you injured your foot, heavy braking at Road America, broke a bone in your foot. How is that right now?
Yeah, it hurts. But I just have to get over it and keep pushing.
Good luck this weekend.
Thanks.
Again, broke a bone in his foot, Mark James. This is it, right? A 10th of a second. You're talking to me right now. 10th of a second in the other direction. You're in the fast 12.
I wish he wouldn't skirt the question like that, Davey. I wish he'd just come right out and answer.
Yeah, right. How is it, right?
Yeah, it hurts. No question. Yeah, that pretty well sums it up. So, again, pace picking up a little bit. We see Tony Ganon make that bumpy approach into turn number 1. Bend it to the right. Couple of cars now on that main straightaway, working their way through 1 and 2. So that means eventually they'll clear turn 3 and come into the view of Jake Query.
Interesting because in this session only the rookie Gutierrez and Connor Daly started on the softer red tires. Perhaps that early session result led people to have a little bit of strategy. Simon Pagano is the points champion from a year ago, and he's coming into the view of day first.
We see Simon Pagano in some new livery this week. He's in the DXC Technology Chevrolet, black and white with a little bit of hit of silver as well. Further back, we see themselves sorting out James Hinchcliffe as well as Alexander Rossi. Ryan Hunter Ray past me now, and Scott Dixon. Take nothing away from this group, Mark James, but 4 of the 5 pole sitters so far in 2017, they were all in Group 1. Scott Dixon's the only one in this group that has already won a pole this this season, going for number 2 here this weekend.
Nick, got our eye on Scott Dixon, no better than 17th after 3 practice sessions, and you're looking for a little pace in this session. Right now, he's 7th quick.
Yeah, that's a little interesting. So far, Scott Dixon has been struggling. His teammate, though, Charlie Kimball, is out of that car after round number 1. Rob Houghton, he's going to start 17th on Sunday.
Charlie Kimball, we had a quick chat before coming on here, and you guys are just struggling right now. You're trying to find things. You're throwing the kitchen sink at it, just trying to see if the car will react.
Yeah, we're looking for more appliances to throw at for tomorrow. We're pretty frustrated. The Novo Nordisk Honda's been okay balance-wise. It just hasn't been able to get the lap time out of it. And standing here in pit lane and watching these guys come through 9, 10, 11, man, they're nuts. That's insane.
You're one of those guys, you know that, right?
Yeah, I realize, but I don't think I'm going quite as quick as those Penske cars at the moment. They look really good, and we're just struggling with the balance. But the engineers, we've got a lot of data between the 9, the 8, and the 10 car. The 10 was good this morning. The 9 was good yesterday. I think if we can put it all together and be smart, these guys will dial up great strategy in the race. I'm not worried. It's just the lap time's hard to get at the moment.
Hey, good luck on Sunday.
Thanks, Rob.
Mark Janes, he said straight up to me, he said, we've been working hard. We got good balance. We just can't find the speed in the car right now. But you know, with Chip Ganassi Racing and the guys they have in this stable, they'll find the speed for Sunday.
Nick, I remember a few years ago, first time we had Kyle Moyer up in the booth to help us with an Indy Lights race. I asked him afterwards how much he enjoyed it. He said, I'd rather be on the pit box because up there I can't see how crazy these guys are and the moves that they make.
Yeah, and this is one of the more unique pit lanes in the entire IndyCar calendar. A lot of times drivers can hop on this pit box and look out onto pit lane or across pit lane onto the front straightaway of a racetrack, but usually, Mark, it's always straight. Here at Toronto, you've got the S's, the bend around this portion of the racetrack that Charlie Kimball and all these drivers can see, and he is right. It is crazy watching some of those guys because you got to nail that part of the racetrack if you're going to turn some fast laps here, Mark.
Right now, with under 3.5 to go, Pagenaud, Newgarden, Chilton, Dixon, Kanaan, and Rossi the top 6. That puts Daly, Hunter Ray, Saavedra, Gutierrez, and Hinch on the outside looking in, but it's about time to throw on the reds and push the button. An update from pit road to Jim Murphy.
That is exactly what the team of Joseph Newgarden has opted to do. We talked about the pace of his teammates Helio Castroneves and Will Power on the blacks. Joseph Newgarden now rolling out with a set of reds on, so we're going to look for him to be exceptionally fast. They're probably going with a little different qualifying strategy, maybe going to get him in solidly into that top 12 and then work on the race position from there. Maybe he doesn't think he has a pole. He's going to use the reds now, but Joseph Newgarden out on a set of reds. Keep an eye on him.
You know, Davey, at issue, Tony Kanaan and Ryan Hunter-Ray, they've been working for about 3 turns now, trying to gap themselves a little bit because they came off a pit road together.
Yeah, I seen that, and Tony Kanaan really has a big gap in front of him. I was surprised he didn't already take off. Now they're starting to gain speed. They have to because the timeline is right here in turn 11. They're just now crossing it up to speed. Ryan Hunter-Ray is, so we'll see what they can get now. Now, I do agree with Simon Pagenaud that 59.5, I think that will get him in. That's on the blacks. Joseph Newgarden was a 59.8. That would not have got him in first round, so that's why they had to put those reds on. Now, I expect to see, I don't think this group, whenever you got Dixon and Kanaan, you got to watch out for them. The rest of the group, Ryan Hunter-Ray, very consistent this year. We'll just see what he can pull off, but these red tires, now Newgarden, he just took his first lap, warm-up lap on those reds, so this will be his fast lap. We'll see if he can knock it to P1.
Ryan Hunter-Ray off of turn number 3, slipped through turn number 4. Ryan Hunter-Ray into the view of day first.
I tell you, 2 times in this Group 2 qualifying session, it seems like everyone was released off pit road at the same time, which is great if you're racing, not so great if you're qualifying. You need to gap yourself a little bit. And so that created twice in this Group 2 qualifying session really a huge traffic jam through turns 5 and 6, as you guys noted earlier. Now we see Joseph Newgarden in that orange and white De Vilbiss Chevrolet. He's got the softer compound reds. We'll see what happens. It looks like he's probably in, but that battle to maintain themselves and get into the top 6, that's now on here this afternoon.
Connor Daly flirting with the top 6. He exits turn number 4. Jake Query. Meanwhile, Sebastian Saavedra in front of you.
Saavedra, as a matter of fact, negotiating turn 3 right now. Then behind behind him, Tony Kanaan. Kanaan running in the 5th position. Hunter Ray better hope Kanaan doesn't have an issue because he is right there behind TK and Scott Dixon behind Hunter Ray.
And that traffic moves towards Dave first in turn 5.
Yeah, Kanaan, if he doesn't watch it, he's going to be all over the backside of the number 7, Sebastian Saavedra, subbing this weekend for Mikhail Aloshin. James Hinchcliffe making his way through. And now Max Chilton, he's 6th quick. So right now he's in. And Alexander Rossi, he's 4th. In now. We'll see what happens in the next couple of minutes.
Under 30 seconds to go. Rob Howard, an update on Simon Pagano, who's P1.
Yeah, Mark, if the sticker blacks in your first session put you at P1 just like it did for Will Power, why not have it work as well for Simon Pagano? He came in, he's sitting here, they put on the actual sticker reds, but they're not going anywhere right now. They actually just pulled the tires off the left front of the car. Mark Janes, it's exactly, again, here for Team Penske. They got the job done on blacks. They're going to save a set of reds.
And Nick Yeoman, it happens when you have a multi-car team.
Oh, we got one on the wall there,
yeah,
Mark.
That looks like one of the coin cars.
It's Gutierrez.
That's the 18 of Gutierrez, and a big fire comes out of the back of that machine, and he made heavy contact with that outside retaining wall. And Davey, that's in the area around troublesome turn 1.
Yeah, it sure is. Boy, a heavy hit on the right side of that car, front and rear. And unfortunately, this session is going to be over right now. And he was 6th, actually. He was one of the guys in. Now, he didn't get underneath that 1 minute mark. It was very, very close. But that's going to put James Hinchcliffe, who's 7th, into that top 6 right now. He's going to be happy. But guess who it leaves out? Tony Kanaan, Ryan Hunter-Reay, Connor Daly, and Sebastian Saavedra. Now, Alexander Rossi, he jumped up with another good time of 59.5. But how about this? Newgarden went a 59.8 on blacks. He goes out on reds, only went a 59.6. Didn't pick up a lot of time with that, from the blacks to the reds. So very interesting.
Yeah, that's part of the conversation, Davey. I think ideally everyone would like to see a bit more disparity between those reds and blacks. People would like to see strategy enter into it with those reds and blacks not being so close together in terms of their wear. Know that the reds that the Firestone brought, or the alternate compound, they did add some grip level to that the compound.
Yeah, and so it's gonna be interesting how it all lays out. But wow, what a big hit that was! And I have to tell you, I haven't seen a replay yet, but I have to think this could have been under the bumps, or who knows what really happened right here. But I'm looking forward to seeing the replay. And one thing I want to look back on Charlie Kimball's comments when he said, wow, these guys are crazy going through this, 9, 10, 11 section, which is very, very tight. And he goes, yeah, we're fast. Yeah, I know I'm one of those guys, but not as fast as the Penske guys. So that just tells you how good those cars are, because that has nothing to do with engine. That has nothing to do with power going through those circuits. That's handling race cars. And I really think that's where Penske, they have those cars handling so well, and I think it's a situation to where down on power they've just had to. Oh yeah, that is coming off of turn 11. It happened a little bit earlier than where I thought it did, and when that turn 11 is so tight right there, and if you missed it at all, and it looks like he turned in just a touch early, the front end slid, and he pile drive that outside wall in turn 11, just destroying the right side of that car.
And Nick, he was not in a hurry to get into the safety vehicle. I mean, he's leaning up against that outside retaining wall, and he's trying to collect his thoughts a little bit. That was a big-time hit, heavy right-side damage to that race car.
And it has been such an up-and-down weekend for Esteban Gutierrez. He had problems yesterday during the second practice session, exiting turn number 1, where he smacked the left side of that car that brought out a red flag and ended his session early. And as Davey talked about, boy, what a kick to the gut, because he was sitting there in 6th and was going to put that car into the second round. This driver from Mexico with a lot of Formula One experience that jumped into that car mid-season has really done a nice job. Did a really good job in Iowa last week, Mark, of taking care of that car. And as you mentioned, that was a big hit exiting turn 11, coming to the start-finish line.
It'll be a long night for that race team, Davey.
Yeah, it is, and we just talk about him getting in that wall and how fast those Del Cohen cars have been this week or this year. It's been amazing, but they've had a lot of damage, destroyed race cars, and this one's big enough where you can replace a lot of things, but if you damage the tub on these race cars, that's a completely new race car. He hit hard enough where it could have done some tub damage. Let's hope not, but it could be a big repair for them.
Beneficiary would be James Hinchcliffe. He slots into the top 6 along with Simon Pagano, Alexander Rossi, Joseph Newgarden, Max Chilton, Scott Dixon, and we mentioned Hinch. narrowly missing Kanan, Hunter-Reay, Daly, Saavedra, and Gutierrez. And Nick Gilman, we talked about it earlier. Scott Dixon mired around 13th, 14th, 17th on timing and scoring all weekend long. And then when it's time to go, he slips himself into the Fast Six. He's at least got a chance for a top 12 start.
Yeah, and think about that interview we heard from Charlie Kimball. He was optimistic that he felt like the data gathered from the other 3 cars could be really positive for him. And as you mentioned, Scott Dixon punches his way into the second round, and a nice qualifying effort for Max Chilton as well, who just step by step, Mark, continues to impress as Chilton joins his Ganassi Racing teammate Scott Dixon into the second round of qualifying.
This could be somewhat of a lengthy cleanup because it was a pretty extensive debris field after the initial contact off of turn number 11. One of the guys on the outside looking in. 8th in this session, Ryan Hunter-Reay. Rob Howden has it.
Ryan, very fast in practice number 3, and you had the car rolling you wanted. You weren't quite in yet, but you were on a flyer. The red flag comes out. Just hard luck here right now.
Yeah, I don't really get it. The incident was behind us, so everybody would have been checkered in pit. We would have all come in the pit lane, so nobody was going to go by the incident again. But they, for some reason, threw the red. I have no idea. I don't get it sometimes, but yeah, another call didn't go our way, unfortunately. We had a good car in practice, so unfortunate.
You feel you got a good car for the race?
I don't know. Too early to tell. We'll see tomorrow morning and warm up, but it's so hard to pass here. It's so tough to just get ahead that we'll have to get creative on strategy, I guess.
Mark Janes, you can hear it in his voice. He had a good car going. They were quick this morning in the top 6. Had a good car going here in this qualifying run too. Just did not get that last lap.
Have a lot of appreciation for guys that are willing to stand there and answer questions and talk to us, Davey, when they quite frankly have no interest in doing that.
Yeah, right.
So
that was
thanks
one of
Ryan to that. Yeah.
That's right. But Ryan is right. Ryan is right on that. That accident happened after the end. So everybody could have completed their laps, and it was not their fault that somebody had an accident, right? So they could have completed their laps, came in the pit, and that would like Ryan said, he was in, he had a time that would have got him in the top 6.
Because Dick Checkers is not at the start-finish line.
Well, my only concern, the only question I would have is where are the safety vehicles set up at? Because if they need to roll immediately, and that being a big hit, that's something that has to come into play. Again, that's not a question I can answer, but Davey, that's something they got to keep in mind. They'd love to let all these drivers finish their laps, but as hard of a hit as that was, the Cholmatro safety team needed to get out there immediately.
Nick, us race drivers don't want to hear reason, okay? We don't want to hear reason. We want to get our lap in, right?
How hard was it? Hard enough to do damage to that outside wall off of turn number 11. And those repairs are being made to reset for you. Moving on, Pagano, Rossi, Newgarden, Chilton, Dixon, and Hinch. They'll join Will Power, Graham Rahal, Takuma Sato, Elio Castro Neves, J.R. Hildebrand, and Marco Andretti. Starting 13th will be Spencer Pickett. 14th, Tony Ganon. 15th, Ed Jones. 16th, Ryan Hunter-Reay. 17th, Charlie Kimball. 18th, Connor Daly. 19th, Carlos Munoz. 20th, Sebastian Saavedra. 21st, Esteban Gutierrez. Back to pit road, Jim Murphy.
One of those guys just missing that cutoff to move into the next session, Connor Daly. Looks like he had some pace, but you also was watching the body language during the debrief. It was one of those things that I could sense a little frustration.
Yeah, I mean, it's always frustrating when you're, when after the year we've had, we're trying to just slowly get there. And I think, for us, each session, we've had a couple issues. We didn't get to run a second set of tires in the first session or the reds in the second session. So, but each session we've picked up like over a second in time. So we're gaining on our own performance, which is nice. But, we're just looking for small things, 2/10. But that is big in our world of IndyCar. So I think we've done a good job getting there, and Carlos and I are still sort of right in the same place. So as a team, we're just sort of we just need to continue moving forward, which I think we can do. It just takes time.
Well, we'll keep an eye on him moving forward tomorrow. That's Connor Daly. Rob Howden.
Jim Murphy, I'm standing by here with Sebastian Saavedra. I talked to your team manager from Schmidt-Peterson Motorsports, Taylor Kyle, and he said they are very happy with what you're doing right now. They want you to bring the car home. They want you to finish the race. But I've known you since you were probably about 13 years of age, and you're one of those guys that is never happy unless you're performing at the top of your abilities. Coming here to this racetrack, Sebastian, tough place to come back and not have the seat time.
I mean, very excited to be here again. It's the biggest blessing of all. But definitely, I mean, I'll be disappointed. We could put it in the top 6 in this session. That red really destroyed us. I think I waited a bit too long. That second lap was not the best, and when I waited for that, it just did not happen. But again, very appreciative to the whole Schmidt-Peterson organization for inviting us to join them for this weekend. Looking forward to have a fun race tomorrow.
Only your fourth time on the racetrack, though. Tell me about your progression throughout this day. How are you feeling? Obviously, you're back here. You haven't been in Toronto for many, many years. So you're, into your fourth session. How was that qualifying run? Do you feel better in the car?
Oh, definitely. Every time I'm out there, I just feel a lot better. I learned something different. The track is very different from 2 years ago, when was my last time I raced here. But these guys have made it so nice to get me up to speed, talking to Hinch, talking to Mikael as well. They've helped me to understand this Honda-powered machine, which I've never been part of. So everybody has made me feel like home, and that has helped to this quick progression, this quick evolution that you've seen here.
Hey, put on a show for us tomorrow.
Let's do it. Thank you, guys.
Mark James, that's Sebastian Saavedra, and he's definitely going to have a guy to help when they go over the data. James Hinchcliffe, obviously very quick here right now in the Aero number 5.
Yeah, Gary Peterson, of course, connected with Saavedra through the sponsorship and AFS, and Gary's been around it a long time, and, Sebastian Davey kind of echoing the sentiments of Gary when we talked to him in that session today. One of the biggest adjustments is the fact that this is the first time he's ever been under Honda power, and he said it's a vastly different animal for Sebastian than the Chevys he's used to piloting.
Yeah, that's right. Completely different theory there on engine, or let's say a different driving style probably from a Honda to a Chevrolet. But like I say, he's back to these courses he hasn't been to for a couple of years in a completely different car, so it's all new. But he's very fortunate to have a guy like Gary Peterson on his side and really to back him, because that's the key thing, is to have that guy that loves motorsports, that loves being in the ownership group, that is behind you, and you're going to be in the car if he's there. And I'm not really sure what's going on with Mikael and the Schmidt deal. Pretty close lip about that. He's here. He's helping Saavedra, so it's great. And Mikael's a good guy. I hate to see him out of the car, but if you're going to get filled in by somebody, it's good to see somebody like Sebastian Saavedra have that opportunity to hop in.
Well, again, we're in a holding pattern because of the one-car accident involving Esteban Gutierrez. We saw him get out of the car under his own power, but some repairs to the wall are being made. Well, throughout the course of this season, Jake Query is giving you an opportunity to get to know the drivers of the Verizon IndyCar Series a little better. It's called simply Getting to Know with Jake Query. And this week he caught up with Joseph Newgarden.
It is the Fast Six Questions. It is with the pilot of the number 2 machine. He is Joseph Newgarden from Team Penske. Very simple, Joseph. I have 25 questions written out. I only need 6 of them. You give me a number 1 through 25. I will give you that question. You ready?
All right, number 10.
All right, number 10 for Joseph Newgarden. Would you rather hike a mountain, go to a beach, or go on a safari?
Oh, I like all of those. How about all of those? You can probably do everything like that in Africa, but if I was going to choose one, I'd say go to the beach.
All right, going to the beach for Joseph Newgarden. You have 5 questions left.
All right, give me number 4.
Do you cook?
Yeah, I cook. My girlfriend cooks a lot more than me, but if there's anything involving grilling, then I normally take that duty over. But yeah, absolutely, I cook a bit.
The next number gets you halfway through the process here. What number?
Yeah, number 7.
How many different card games can you play?
I know blackjack, Texas Hold'em, a couple different poker style games, but nothing much more than that.
You spent some time in Indiana. You didn't learn euchre?
I didn't learn euchre. No. Ed tried to teach me that one time, and then I gave up on it. So pretty much just Texas Hold'em and blackjack.
All right, halfway through. Give me another number.
21.
What is your favorite holiday? I'm going to take Christmas off the board because I think that's kind of obvious.
Come on, Christmas is the best. Enjoy Thanksgiving, man. I like the food. I like the family time.
And you cook?
And I cook. Yeah, I like helping cook on Thanksgiving. I think it's fun.
All right, 2 numbers left.
Okay, number 1.
It's funny because people actually see race car drivers and marvel over your guys' skill set. What profession do you marvel over where you think they're really good and I could not do that?
Ooh, okay. I always admire any athletes in any sport. You watch like a professional pitcher in baseball, and it's impressive what they do. You watch a really good quarterback in the NFL, and or any position in the NFL. I marvel over other sports because I know that I can't play a lot of sports as well as most athletes do. So it's impressive to me to watch any position in any professional sport.
You're on to your last question here, 1 through 25. Give me another number.
Number 3.
Are you the most famous graduate of your high school?
I have no idea. I don't know what anyone else is doing. I guess I haven't heard from anyone or seen from anything, so maybe, but I have no idea.
They're all actually sitting around telling people they went to high school with Joseph Newgarden, which means you are.
Probably not. I don't know. I have no idea if that even happens. You know, I haven't talked to anyone from my high school days, so I don't know if that's a good or a bad thing, but I kind of left early and went to Europe to race and came back to America, and I've just been doing my racing things. I haven't heard from anybody.
The questions went fast. I appreciate it.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
That's Joseph Newgarden.
Yep, good stuff, Jake. Always enjoy it for sure. Getting a look at the car of James Hinchcliffe parked on pit road. Scrubbed a little bit of that red ring off of the Firestone alternate. So let's go back to pit road. Jim Murphy, you're standing by with the driver that brought out this red flag condition. The good news is you're standing by with him. Talking about Esteban Gutierrez.
Indeed, Mark, and he can even manage a little bit of a smile. He had a great lap going, was on the verge of putting himself into the next round of qualifying, and this became a game of inches. What happened?
Well, I mean, I had a little bit of on the steery car. I was trying to anticipate a bit the corner, very high-speed corner, and I touched the wall. I went a bit too early, touched the wall on the inside, and it sent me pretty hard to the outside wall. I feel sorry for the team. It's not great to be in this position. But yeah, I mean, luckily I am okay, and that I can, be ready for the race tomorrow to try to recover.
So you're okay. We think the car is going to be okay. I got to ask, you hit the wall hard enough to pick it up and move it. That's what we're doing, is we're repairing the racetrack. What's that feel like?
It was very hard crash. I could feel it all in my body, so the walls here are very solid, pure concrete.
But you're more solid. We'll see you tomorrow. We'll keep an eye on him. Esteban Gutierrez.
Yep, thanks. Good stuff, Murph. And Davey, it's going to happen eventually. There are those who have and those who are going to.
Yeah.
And,
so one thing when you have an understeer race car, it's so hard, Mark, because you know that it's not turning like you want it to turn. So natural reaction is to turn into the corner a bit early, which is just the wrong thing to do. But that's your natural reaction. The best thing to do is do a later, more aggressive entry and maybe a little slower to get the exit, but we all do it. It's just so hard with these cars to say, okay, it's going to understeer, I'm going to go in early, and what does he do? He just clips that inside wall, as he said, shoots him to that outside wall, and we've seen that happen many times. This isn't the first or last time somebody's done that.
I thought it was interesting, Jim Aiello, the Indianapolis Star, conversations he had with Sebastian Bourdais. Sebastian here this weekend, his recovery continues to be miraculous, but he says he remembers absolutely everything about that crash at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway, and he knew as early as turn one that he was in trouble. And he said, quite frankly, I was getting caught up in the moment because I knew how fast I was going. And he said, even with all the experience I have, I stayed on that ragged edge, and he admitted it.
Yep, and coming towards the end of that run, when you have a pole run like that, I have to say, you don't have an opportunity to be in that position very often, to be running for the pole of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway in the Indianapolis 500.
That's that moment he was talking about.
That's that moment. That's how you get caught up, absolutely, and thinking, okay, the car is very neutral. Obviously, it was, but you know what? It hung on the first couple laps. It's going to hang on this lap too, and you just get that in your mindset, and you get the confidence. Hey, and that's what we do as racing drivers. You have to, when it comes to qualifying for that particular race, there's no more difficult situation that you could ever be thrown into. Qualifying here, qualifying in other races, yeah, is it hard? Do you put out a little extra? Absolutely, but get 4 consecutive laps at that facility is just very, very difficult.
And as we go back to green flag conditions here for the third round, Nick Hewlett, we'll put a period on this conversation by saying over the past couple of years, James Hinchcliffe, Sebastian Bourdais, and let's not forget the hit that Joseph Newgarden took in Texas. And the recuperative powers of these drivers speak to the conditioning and the fitness level of these drivers, and of course the safety of the series as a whole.
Yeah, it's a partnership, no doubt, between man and machine to make sure that these drivers can walk away from these race cars. And again, Mark, another big hit for Dale Coyne Racing. Boy, how many times have they had to, repair an engine or install a new engine or completely rebuild a race car? It's been a tough season for that small team. And once again, it's going to be a long night as they put that 18 car back together.
Round of 12, Rob Howden, Power, Rahal, Sato, Castro-Neves, Hildebrand, Andretti. Pagano, Rossi, Newgarden, Chilton, Dixon, Hinch. You have an update from pit road.
Yeah, and talking to a couple of team managers and strategists, and really this is, if you're not a Penske driver, you're trying to go for the 2 positions remaining in the Fast 6. They realize how quick these guys are right now. And for a team like the Preferred Fraser Services crew here for J.R. Hildebrand and Ed Carpenter Racing, they've already, I think, got a win. They're able to get into the Fast 12. They don't have any sticker reds left out here. They've used both of theirs, of course, we said, to get into the Fast 12. Right now, J.R. out there on his scuffed reds, and again, no stickers left. I think he's just going to see what he can do to get into the top 10.
Jake Query, welcome Will Power to turn 3.
Will Power is already now going through turn 3 on those black tires. Then behind him, the aforementioned J.R. Hildebrand on those scuffed reds that Rob Howden had mentioned. Let's eye in on Elio Castroneves, Dave, first. That Hitachi machine right now is coming into your view with Sato just behind it.
Yeah, Elio, the guy everyone has been talking about for the last week or so. Big win for Elio in Iowa a week ago tomorrow, trying to get into the Firestone Fast 6 here today. Further back, you see the 15 of Graham Rahal. He has a pole on a street course. Did it at Belle Isle several weeks ago. Marco Andretti further back as they make their ways through turns 7, 8, and 9. Scott Dixon now bringing up the field, bringing up the rear of this field, I should say, as they head towards the front stretch. Mark.
Jake, you should see Max Chilton coming into turn number 3.
That Max Chilton, as a matter of fact, does just that. Running at 12th right now. He started on the red tires and just now is starting to get some heat into them, is Max Chilton. Then behind Chilton now, you go back to Will Power. That number 12 Verizon machine sits 4th right now, Dave First.
Yeah, Will Power already has 4 poles this season. He's back in that familiar silver livery for Verizon. The Chevrolet makes its way through turn number 6. Elio Castroneves on the outside looking in right now. He is 9th quick. Further back to Sato, the Indy 500 champion. He's on the outside looking in. How about the Canadian everyone asks here? James Hinchcliffe, right now he is in the top 6.
NTT data. Jake got him to you a little late, so Dave First pick up Scott Dixon off of turn 4.
Yeah, let's see what Scott Dixon can do. Already a pole winner earlier this year. 10th quick on the outside looking in. Touches those left side tires just over the curbing in turn 5 and comes close to the exit of turn 5 with a wall filled with Cooper Tires signage in turn 6. Also Joseph Newgarden making his way through turn 6 here in Toronto.
Will Power back into the view of Jake Query coming to turn 3.
Yeah, Power was the first out and runs kind of by his lonesome. You always want to get all spaced out when you do this so that you get yourself a clean lap. J.R. Hildebrand still on those scuff reds coming at you, Dave First.
Easier said than done. Will Power right now 4th quick as we see J.R. Hildebrand. He is 8th quick again over that double curving on the left side. We talked about Elio. P1 for now. Takuma Sato on the outside looking in 10th quick. And then James Hinchcliffe. He's really got to pick things up. He's 11th.
Under 6 minutes to go in the session. Power, Castroneves, Rossi, Marco, Chilton, and Newgarden the top 6. Pagano, Dixon, Hildebrand, Sato, Hinch, and Rahal from 7 through 12. Davey right now. Elio, Power, and Graham Rahal on blacks along with Newgarden and Pagano.
You know what's interesting is Elio just now did it, but Will Power, well, all the Penske cars were in the 59-second bracket on black tires. Right now, we only see 2 of them. That's Elio and Power so far on the blacks, with Joseph Newgarden and Simon Pagano. Have yet to see Simon Pagano on the blacks. Just got 1 minute, puts him in that 7th position. Newgarden 1 minute as well, puts him in 3rd on those blacks, but still not under the 59 second.
And Nick Yeoman, it's interesting to watch this tire management unfold by Team Penske.
Yeah, for sure. And for Joseph Newgarden, they're in an interesting situation because he used a set of reds in round 1. If he wants a chance at the pole, Davey, for the Firestone Fast 6, realistically, you think he'd have to try to get into the Fast 6 by only running blacks in this round, because we know Castroneves, Power, and Pagano with a massive advantage having that sticker set of reds for the Firestone Fast 6.
Yeah, that equalizes. If he can stay on blacks and not use up the red, it puts him on the same pace as his other Penske teammates.
An update on pit road, the tire situation from Jim Murphy.
Well, you're talking about what Joseph Newgarden's going to do, and he just put a sticker set of reds on that car. To Rob Howden.
Yeah, I'm standing here as well, Jim Murphy, with the number 12 of Will Power. Of course, currently sitting P2 after the initial laps here in our Fast 12 qualifying. They've put the sticker reds on the car, Mark Janes, but at this point, they got another set sitting back here as well. They're not rushing to get back out onto the racetrack. Well, J.R. Hildebrand, he's headed out with sticker blacks.
Davey?
Well, Penske did it again. They're top 4 right now. Casper Nevis, Power, Pagenaud, and Newgarden, all on blacks. But saying that is, I don't think it's going to hold up. I think some of these guys could put red odds and get in that 59-second bracket because they've already done it. They know that they can run down that 59, mid-59-second range. So I would have to think that Penske teams will put those red sticker tires on to go out and really cut a lap to make sure that they're in the Firestone Fast 6. The only one that would be off pace doing this is Joseph Newgarden because he had to use one set of reds in round 1 to get to this position.
One thing's for sure, Nick Yeoman, this track continues to rubber up. It's all weekend long. No rain really to wash anything away. Conditions right now are as good for these drivers as they've been all weekend.
Oh, no doubt about it. We've been treated to an absolutely perfect Saturday here on the streets of Exhibition Place. The skies have been some sunny, and then we've seen some clouds in the area, but no rainfall really over the last couple days. So it's been picture perfect, Mark. Tomorrow's going to be another story. We've got our fingers crossed, but for qualifying and for speed, conditions perfect here with 3 minutes to go.
With 3 minutes to go, that means activity usually picks up on pit road, Rob Houghton.
Yeah, Mark Jane's very impressed right now with the improvements that Andretti Autosports did. We have contact. That's the number 21 of J.R. Hildebrand, Mark Janes, off the racetrack and on those sticker blacks.
Davey.
Yeah, so what happened right there? Oh, what a bummer, because he was coming through. He found that he was 1 minute 9 the slowest. He was 12th, just going to cross that timeline on those blacks to come into the pits and put the reds on. But now the red comes out, guys, and I think this could be it. I would think just so slightly misses it. Doesn't do a lot of damage to the car. Little bit of left front suspension and the nose wings are destroyed, but oh boy, just very interesting in what's going to happen from here.
Davey, you're watching the replay as we speak. The car really, quite a bit of the right side got up on the curbing.
Yeah, same thing that we talked about. Turned in just a little bit early, got up on that curbing, shot the car straight to that outside. Didn't have a lot of speed. He had the thing slowed down pretty good, but just couldn't get it slowed down enough not to sustain substantial damage to the front of the car.
Mark, has J.R. Hildebrand had a clean session yet this weekend? I mean, he got to the wall this morning. I know he definitely in session number 2 yesterday, the exit of turn number 1 brushed the wall, and he might have, I don't know. It's just been a rough weekend all in all for J.R. Hildebrand, but this is certainly the biggest hit and probably the most detrimental accident of the weekend for that Ed Carpenter Racing team.
A good portion of that front wing assembly is gone off of that race car, and it looks like, Davey, they're just going to kind of roll him back out of harm's way and pick up the pieces that broke off of that car.
Yeah, we still have 1 minute and 11 seconds left in this session, so what does that say? Well, if they don't add time on, there's no way that they're going to be able to get out and cut a lap.
Let's go to pit road. Takuma Sato 5th. Rossi currently 6th, Rob Houghton.
This plays right into the hands of the Andretti guys. I said they were struggling early. Rossi, man, they had trouble yesterday. They actually changed the geometry in the rear of the car during one of the practice sessions. They were searching for something. Well, they've obviously found it, and a little bit of luck as well for both Sato and Rossi. Mark James, they just rolled onto the racetrack with sticker reds to try to hold on to that position with inside the Fast 6. They're already there. They're in 5th and 6th position. They've got only 1 lap on those sticker reds. They're going to have a chance, at least a challenge Penske for the top 4 positions.
And we're here in 10 seconds, Nick.
And that's, that's probably enough time. I don't think we're going to see the cars back out on the racetrack, but it's fascinating. We pay attention. We are going to see Scott Dixon. They are going to be given a lap, but actually, forget it, Mark. That's going to throw what I was going to say about the tire strategy, because now I think some of these guys are going to have a chance to go out there on those reds. I thought it was going to be the great equalizer in terms of bringing those Andretti Autosport drivers into the final round with sticker reds. It was going to help Newgarden as well, but now, Mark, I think it's a clean slate.
And you get that one-time lap, though, Davey. What kind of a gap are they going to give one another?
Well, they need, it's funny that it's qualifying. You're going to get a lap. You're going to get a lap. So, but then they send everybody out all at the same time to where you're going to be in traffic. Penske guys up front and have a nice, clean route, nobody in front of them. But a lot of these guys are bunched up in traffic, so you want to make sure you do have a clear racetrack when you cut that one lap. And no pressure, but you got to get it perfect to get in that top 6.
Day first, a couple of cars have already passed you, but you'll see Scott Dixon slowing to a crawl as he approaches turn 5, trying to find some room.
Well, just in front of him, his teammate Max Chilton slowing to a crawl as well. He makes his way through 6. Now Scott Dixon, now the 98 of Alexander Rossi and James Hinchcliffe. Simon Pagenaud further back now through turn 5. He is, I can run quicker than he's driving right now, as is the 26 of Takuma Sato. So things have come to a standstill here. Everybody knows how important this one lap is this afternoon. Jay Query.
Field starting to work its way now. Very, very quiet in turn 3. That's about to change because Will Power now is on his flyer. Will Power went through. Now we'll pick up just behind him. It is his teammate, Elio Castroneves. Behind Castroneves, you wait just a second. Then it's Graham Rahal. Everybody's slugging it out now. Max Chilton as well, Dave First, trying to put down that last good lap.
Elio with the number 1 LED display, saying to everyone he's the quickest, at least for now. Max Chilton comes awfully close to the exit of the wall, rather the exit of turn 5. Now Scott Dixon comes through. We see Alexander Rossi, James Hinchcliffe, 11th quick on those alternate reds. He's on the outside looking in.
Jake, I believe the final car in that line, the 26 of Sato.
Yep, Pagenaud and then Takuma Sato. Sato already now into the view of Dave First. No, I take that back. Joseph Newgarden behind him.
Sato makes his way through turn 5 cleanly, and now Joseph Newgarden on the outside looking in. 9th quick, he's got to pick things up. Marco Andretti, 11th quick, same story for him. Now through turn 6, headed to that start-finish line.
And Davey, for a moment, Scott Dixon went to P1, but look who slipped past him. Simon Pagenaud, Joseph Newgarden still on a flyer.
And doesn't make it. Wow, we're not going to see a Penske sweep. Joseph Newgarden just barely misses it, finds himself in that 7th position. But I'll tell you what, pretty impressive by Scott Dixon going through turn 11, knowing that he had to make up some time there, and it went through there, I think, in control but out of control, and really laid a fast lap through there. And he crossed that line to put him in P1. I think Simon kind of did the same thing and took that P1 from him. But right now, you do have 3 of the 4 Penske cars in there. They're 1st, 3rd, and 4th, only separated by Scott Dixon in that 2nd spot.
Scott Dixon in the 3 combined sessions coming into this qualifying round, Nick Yeoman, was 17th on the chart.
What did Davey say about logic and common sense? Throw it out the window, because it doesn't matter sometimes when it comes to Scott Dixon. That's a fantastic effort by him to get into the Firestone Fast 6. Graham Rahal's been fast all weekend as he just clipped Joseph Newgarden. And then how about the mayor of Hinchtown? The hometown boy, Mark, is going to have a shot at the pole and is going to start no worse than the outside of row number 3. A fantastic story. We'll see if any of those 3 Honda drivers have anything for the Penske threesome of Pagenaud, Power, and Castroneves in the Firestone Fast 6.
Yeah, that probably didn't make anybody happy here at all, did it?
Yeah, right.
So got into the top 6.
Hinch is the local hometown hero. There's no question about it, and hasn't showed a lot of speed this weekend, actually, but when it comes time to really have to throw it down, it made it happen. But how about that call that the series did by giving everybody 1 lap? Well, who did it help the most? Well, it definitely helped the most of James Hinchcliffe and Graham Rahal, who finds himself in that Fast 6. Who did it hurt? Obviously, Joseph Newgarden kicked him out. Takuma Sato, Marco Andretti, those guys that were in there, and Rossi, they're all out.
Graham Rahal, Nick, has not been 1st, 2nd, or 3rd all weekend, but he's been running in the top 6 consistently. You know, you follow him on social media, as do I, and he said all weekend long, he said, we got a lot of work to do for sure. But Graham Rahal slots in right where he was at the end of the 3 practice sessions.
Yeah, said he was feeling a little beat up down there on pit lane after the course of this weekend. But for Graham Rahal, that's kind of been the season, Mark, just kind of laying in the wings, hanging tight, and that's why he's still got a chance to win this championship. Comes into this weekend tied for 6th, 66 points back. So he's still got a shot at it, and it's just been one of those weekends, kind of waiting in the wings there there with a chance to strike. And we know if that 15 car is up front, you give Graham Rahal a good setup, he can put it in victory lane.
Davey, the two of Joseph Newgarden. Joseph waited a little while to get out of that race car.
Well, he got out of the race car, took off his gloves, started taking off his helmet. The next thing I see, he putting his back on his helmet back on, puts his gloves, steps back in the race car. So I thought, well, maybe somebody got penalized. Maybe one of the guys in the top 6, which was going to put him up. But then he stepped back out of the car. One of the crew members said, no, we're out. So, but some confusion down there what was going on.
Yeah, well, he's pretty, I guess, obvious now to Joseph Newgarden. Is pretty clear. He will roll off 7th. Rossi will roll off 8th. Max Chilton 9th. Takuma Sato 10th. Marco Andretti 11th, and J.R. Hildebrand will roll off 12th. Again, setting the rest of the field for you from earlier rounds. 13th, Spencer Pigot. 14th, Tony Kanaan. 15th, Ed Jones. 16th, Ryan Hunter-Ray. 17th, Charlie Kimball. 18th, Connor Daly. 19th, Carlos Munoz. 20th, Sebastian Saavedra. And 21st, Esteban Gutierrez made hard contact with the wall off of turn number 11. So the Firestone Fast 6, Simon Pagenaud, Scott Dixon, Will Power, Elio Castroneves, James Hinchcliffe, and Graham Rahal. Davey, always a sense of relief expressed by these drivers to get to the final round of 6.
Yeah, very, very important. And I can't say and stress how important it is at tracks like this where it's so difficult to pass. It's so physically demanding. But there is one thing that does play into the results here, and that is strategy. You could go completely off strategy. We've seen it before. Fuel mileage does play a factor here as far as being able to have a big window to change your strategy up. And what you could do on tracks like this, if you're in the middle towards the back, being held up, when that pit window opens, you could come right in and get pitted. Puts you towards the back, but you have clean, free racetrack to make up lap time. And then when everybody cycles around, those guys that were still getting held up, it puts you in front of those guys. So it's still exciting. Just because you start up front doesn't mean that you're going to stay up front. But, boy, it's the best place to start from a driver's point of view.
I'm beginning to think, Davey, that the inspiration for the phrase, whoever came up with it, whoever coined it first, never ceases to amaze me. I think maybe they had a guy like Scott Dixon in mind when they came up with that phrase.
Yeah.
I just marvel at what he's able to do. Boy, just when you think it might be a weekend that he doesn't have a firm grip on things, he might be struggling a little bit again, like we said. Don't know what the strategy was over the course of the weekend, if they were chasing the car a little bit or not. But now all of a sudden, after being 17th after 3 practice sessions, second quicken in the Firestone Fest.
Well, yeah, absolutely. And as we talked to Charlie Kimball, one of his teammates earlier, said, you know what, we just can't find the speed. The balance doesn't feel bad. But between the 10 car, Tony Kanaan, who, by the way, is 14th, and the 8 car of Max Chilton, who is 9th, and then his teammate, Scott Dixon, will find something. Well, I think they maybe found something. Now, is it just the driver, or is it something they found in the car? Who knows? Because Scott Dixon is a master. He's a guy that continues to impress, set records, and continue to stack up wins and change the history book as we go forward.
Well, we're talking about 3 guys, 2 at the top of the points, and Dixon and Elio and the defending series champion Simon Pagenaud. The harsh reality is, for those who find themselves 50, 60 points back, those are 3 guys that aren't known for piling up DNFs. Those are guys that can get very, very dominant in a relatively short amount of time. And so it could be a struggle for those trying to catch those 3 as we reach the final quarter of the season or so. Alexander Rossi will roll off in the 8th position, Rob Howden.
Alexander, it's been a bit of an adventure here this weekend so far. I know you guys struggled at one point on Friday, but you guys really have worked hard. Your team's been able to find a setup and pretty solid running qualifying almost into the Fast 6.
Yeah, I mean, the crew did an amazing job overnight, I think, to kind of revolutionize our performance. So I'm very grateful for that. And yesterday we would have been thrilled to be in the top 12, and now we're upset to be out of the top 6. So that just shows the improvement we made.
Close there in that session. Do you feel like you have a race car that's going to be able to move forward? I know it's hard to do here in Toronto, but do you feel like you have a package that can do that?
Yeah, I think, there's the top 4 spots are pretty strong. But I think we can definitely fight for something, and we need to get some points on the board. But, yeah, it's disappointing that they allowed the session to go green again after it was red flagged and there wasn't enough time left. That's a little bit random, but it's the way it goes, and the same for everyone.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Jim Murphy?
Joseph Newgarden, another one who sort of came up short on that last-minute one-lap flyer there. We had you all but pegged into the Fast 6, but wasn't quite in the cards today. Tell me about the run.
Yeah, we didn't have a good run. I mean, we couldn't really get going on the outlap. You get one lap, so you got to make sure you have heat on the outlap, and
I felt like whoever was in front of me wouldn't go, and we couldn't get going until out of 8, It just wasn't good enough, obviously. We didn't do a good enough job. I didn't do a good enough job on the one lap, and, we'll try and we'll focus on the race now. That's all we can really do, but it's disappointing. I mean, obviously we'd like to be up there with our teammates in the Fast 6. I think we had the capability of that, had a great race car, so we'll work on it for tomorrow.
We gave us a little bit of a pulse race there at the end. You took the helmet off, all of a sudden you were back in, you're getting back in the car. Did they give you some word that you might have been moving forward?
Yeah, they just said get back in the car, and then they said get back out. So I don't know what it was about.
We do what we're told. All righty, Joseph Newgarden.
Yep, and again, he will roll off 7th. We'll be back for the final round after this in the streets of Toronto.
Hi, I'm Mario Andretti. To promote the Firehawk Indy 500 tire, Firestone asked me to describe what it feels like to win the world's biggest race on Firestone tires. I would say it feels like vroom, 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 ba-dum, bum, 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 bum. And that's pretty much it.
Whatever you drive a Firestone. From the Firestone broadcast booth in Toronto, this is the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Just like the past couple of practice sessions, Davey, 59, 59, 59, 59. Sub 1 minutes continue to be the order of the day here for the Verizon IndyCar Series.
Well, James Hinchcliffe was the only one that didn't get in that 59-second bracket, but still finds himself in that top 6 right now and has opportunity to go out for the pole. The hometown, a local guy, the fans would go crazy if he could do it, but they do have the Penske guys, 3 of the Penske guys, and Scott Dixon he's got to try to beat.
Max Chilton will roll off 9th tomorrow, Rob Howden.
Max, we've seen some various results coming out of Chip Ganassi Racing here today. Obviously, trouble for TK, a little bit of trouble for your teammate Charlie Kimball as well, not able to get into the Fast 12. You almost got into the Fast 6. Let's talk about your race car and how you think you're going to be tomorrow.
Yeah, it's been a very bizarre weekend, I'd say. The track grip changes. It depends on what series you're going out afterwards. We seemed to be quick yesterday and absolutely nowhere this morning. We had 3 Ganassi cars in the bottom 5, and we were sort of scratching our heads, made a few changes, came out in qualifying, and we're back to where we were yesterday. And actually, I think I was pretty unlucky not to get through in that Fast 6. I went early on the new reds. I was on finishing my hot lap, and it went red. And they're really only good for 1 lap, so slightly got caught out. But I can't complain. From where we started this morning to finish 9th, I'm very happy for Gallagher Chip Ganassi.
There's some input coming from the drivers of how this car is going to handle the reds, and that could be important for tomorrow. How do you feel your car is, damper-wise, setup-wise, balance-wise on the reds?
I was actually quite happy with the setup and the handling of the car on the reds. The issue is how long they're going to last. I don't think they're going to last that long. I think definitely the black is going to be the tyre you're going to run majority of the race on for tomorrow. So we'll see and hopefully pull the right strategy.
Good luck tomorrow.
Thank you.
Another Indy Lights graduate in the program here, Mark Janes. And again, getting that input on both the blacks and the reds.
Yeah, that's one of those guys that Nick Gilman, we've watched him mature over the past couple of years. Came in Indy Lights, obviously with a lot of fanfare. Was really, really good with Carlin Racing, and I think he's really starting to hit his stride with Ganassi.
Yeah, so much experience in Formula One, and as you mentioned, made an interesting move. I think a lot of people saw him stepping into an Indy Lights car, but I think that really paid off. It got him ready to jump into the Verizon IndyCar Series, and we're now seeing in his sophomore year some of those results start to come, and that's a big positive for Max Chilton.
So again, Power, Castro Neves, Pagano, Scott Dixon, Hinch, and Rahal. Davey, this session a bit shorter, only 6 minutes in length, so not a lot of time to take that wait-and-see approach. As a matter of fact, after initial couple of laps, teams already going to pit road, and not a lot of track activity right now, most of the action on pit lane.
Yeah, it sure is. They went out, got the cars warmed up, came in, putting some sticker reds on, and off most of them go. Our the fast time right now is Simon Pagano, that 59.7. Good run for him, and he's been the guy to beat the entire weekend. But man, when you got Dixon and Power and Castro Neves, those 4 or 3 especially, man, it's hard you never know what they can pull off.
Nick, we talked about it in the session this morning as we watched James Hinchcliffe work his way through turn number 3. First couple of years for Hinch, this place was not very kind to him. A lot of pressure on him, in fact, running in front of the hometown faithful. And boy, last year it was almost like a win for him to end up on the podium. Needless to say, it was very popular with his fellow countrymen.
It's a big way. It was a big podium finish for James Hinchcliffe, and you just see it walking around the grounds here of Exhibition Place. You see a lot of Hinchtown hats, a lot of number 5 shirts. They love him up here, and this is a nice positive sign to see him into the Firestone Fast 6. No matter where everything shakes out here, Mark, it's been a good weekend so far for James Hinchcliffe, and with a good starting position, that Schmidt-Peterson crew, they went to victory lane on the street course at Long Beach, Mark. We'll see if they can pull off the double. This is a race that Hinch has said outside of the Indy 500, this is the one that he wants to win.
Understandably so, much like Mid-Ohio was for Graham Rahal, for instance. About 2 minutes remaining in the session. An update on Simon Pagenaud from Rob Howden.
Yeah, Mark, it's all you guys from here on in. They just put on their sticker reds for Simon Pagenaud. I talked to Cal Moyer, no change to the car at all. And I'll tell you, these guys are all lined up in front of me here right now. It's Pagenaud, it's Rahal, it's Hinchcliffe. They are side by side on pit lane, and they're ready to go to see who gets the pole position here in Toronto.
Down to 1:40 left in this session. And Davey, much like the end of the last session, although it was kind of necessitated by that red flag condition after that incident, but team's content to go out and give it one shot.
Give it one more shot. And strategy's different sometimes. You just never know what their strategy is or what exactly they're thinking. But Helio Castroneves, he pops to that P1 position with a 59.536, pushes his teammate Simon Pagenaud to second. And his other teammate, Will Power, currently third. Now, you got to remember, Power, I think, has had the fastest lap so far of all qualifying. I think he was down in the 2s. Maybe that was Simon, could have been. But those 3 guys right now are fast. Scott Dixon just pushes his way into that 3rd position now.
If he gets pole number 4, talking about Elio, Nick, he could become hard to live with.
It'd be pretty amazing. It's been the Power and Castroneves show in terms of qualifying, with Power having 48 career poles. Elio's got 3 this year, 50 career poles. They've been the master at qualifying, and Mark here with 42 seconds to go. I wouldn't bet against the 12 or the 3.
Graham Rahal popped up to P3, now slipped back to 4th because Pagenaud goes to the top of timing and scoring, Davey.
Oh, by a half a second he goes to the top of timing and scoring, 59.0, leaving Helio Castroneves in that 2nd position at 59.3. Simon, that doesn't surprise me. He's really been the fastest in every group this week and leading that Penske Power. But wow, 59 flat.
Yeah, like I said, I wouldn't bet against the 12 or the 3 or the 1 because Simon Pagenaud, that's an impressive lap, Davey.
Yeah, that sure is. When you do it by, and then Helio comes by, cuts it down a little bit. He's still 4/10 off the pace of his teammate Simon Pagenaud, and then Will Power just crossed it, still that half a second back. So right now, it looks like Penske's looking great. There's still a few guys have to cross the start-finish line.
One of them, spoiler alert, the number 9 NTD data machine of Scott Dixon. He works his way off of 2, now off of turn number 3, down that long back straightaway. Scott Dixon, we'll see if he's on a run that can get him to P1. Davey, how about Graham Rahal?
How about Graham Rahal at 59.2? Push him into that 2nd position, but Simon Pagenaud takes another lap. He gets into the 58 seconds, 58.912. Amazing lap.
Question is, does his teammate have anything for him? Will Power sees the rear end step out a little bit off of turn number 4, climbs on the binders, and he bumps that high curving to the inside of turn number 5. Now it's a long sweeping turn through 6, now setting up for 7. He might have touched the wall there at the exit of turn number 7. Will Power setting up for 9 and 10, looking for the checkered flag. We will see where Will Power shakes out. He goes to pit road, and Will Power 4th. How about Simon Pagenaud? A time of 58.912. But Nick Yeoman, great run for Graham Rahal. He's got to be over the moon thrilled outside the front row.
That's the surprise of qualifying, in my opinion, because I think we knew with Davey, those 3 Penske cars using that strategy of saving those sticker set of reds, I think it was kind of a foregone conclusion it'd be one of those 3 for the pole. For Graham Rahal to break up that party and grab the outside of the front row, that's a tremendous run. But there's a very happy Simon Pagenaud, Mark James, down on pit lane.
Yeah, great run. I mean, great lap by Simon. Amazing. So he grabs that pole, and he's been fast all weekend. Pretty impressive. So the only guy that hasn't been in the 59s is the 6th place guy of Hinchcliffe.
Let's check in with Rob Howden. Rob?
Graham Rahal, smiles and high fives down here at RLL. Man, what a good qualifying run. There's that smile I like to see after qualifying.
That's a good lap, man. That's a good lap, so.
What's it take to put one in here? That's what's important, right?
Honestly, I think on used tires, that's probably the best lap I've ever put together to put us P2. I mean, the Penske's looked like they were going to run away with this thing, and I'm so geeked for this team. I mean, these boys have worked so hard, and man, I couldn't be more proud of them. That was awesome. That was awesome. Great job.
Obviously, great on those used tires as well. What are your thoughts on the race tomorrow?
Well, I think we got a pretty good race car. We need to settle her down a little bit, but those Penske's had new reds there to finish, and I'm really surprised Elio and Will didn't get us, but I think it's gonna be a great race tomorrow, and trust me, we're gonna give them everything they got.
Congrats on P2.
Thank you.
James, impressive run there for Graham Rahal.
Graham Rahal again rolls off in P2. Great comments, Davey, and observations. He's the best run I've ever had. He's had a few starts under his belt to say that's the best run he's ever had on used tires.
On used tires, right? Knowing that he has to compete against all the Penske guys on sticker tires that were ahead of him, and so he beat them all but one. And that's Simon Pagenaud, who turned just an amazing lap, a 58.912. Outstanding lap for him.
So, Pagenaud, Rahal, Castro-Neves, and Power, the first couple of rows. Spencer, no, that's not a...
Yeah, that's not accurate.
Yeah, so Pagenaud, Rahal, Castro-Neves, Power, Dixon, and Hinchcliffe. Then Newgarden, Rossi, Chilton, and Sato, the top 10. Row number 6 would be Marco Andretti and J.R. Hildebrand. Row 7, Piggott, Tony Kanaan. Row 8, Ed Jones and Ryan Hunter-Ray. Row 9, Charlie Kimball and Connor Daly. Row 10, Carlos Munoz and Sebastian Saavedra. And then Esteban Gutierrez will roll off in that 21st starting position. Simon Pagenaud, Davey, as we mentioned, very much in the championship hunt, and it's awfully tough to repeat the Verizon IndyCar Series, but he keeps himself in a position to be a contender to do just that.
Yeah, without a doubt. He is just an impressive champion. I mean, he's our champion from last year. He has the number 1 on that car for a reason. He knows how to win races. He knows how to win championships, and obviously he knows how to qualify. He's going to try to. He has got a long ways to catch up with how many poles he has compared to his two teammates of Will Power and Elio Castroneves. 50, I think, for one, 47 for the other. But wow, what effort!
Now I think we could buck the trend of first-time winners in the series. Although anything can happen with the pit strategy and the way it lays out, especially with the threat of rain being thrown into the mix tomorrow. But as it stands right now, Davey, all of the front runners, the top 6, in fact, have all won races this season.
They all have won races this season. You got Joseph Newgarden, who also has. The first guy that hasn't, Alexander Rossi, then Chilton and Takuma has as well.
Sato won a race, I think, earlier this year.
Yeah, that's right. That might have been a
big win or something.
So actually, 8 out of the 10 guys have won. Yeah, that's correct.
Yeah. So Simon Pagenaud, P1. Graham Rahal will join him on the front row. A pole for Simon Pagenaud and Rob Howden. That sure helps planning race strategy on race day, does it not?
Makes it a little easier, Simon, starting from pole position. You'll be the first guy to roll through turn 1, 58.9. What a lap. Talk about it a little bit.
Yeah, it was a really good lap. One of the best I've ever put together. Certainly, there's not much more in it, but the whole qualifying, I worked on the details and driving. My teammates, they're tremendous. It's such a good atmosphere. And when we work together in practice, each practice we talk about how we manage the corners, and we keep improving each other. So, I feel like I really extracted the best out of my car, the best out of myself today. So it's obviously the most satisfying thing, and that's what I'm always seeking for.
Congratulations on P1.
Thank you.
Guys, he's got the number 1 on the side of the car. He's your point leader. Impressive drive here in qualifying for Simon Pagenaud.
Davey, go back a couple of years ago when Roger Penske added him to the mix, brought in Kyle Moyer and Ben Bretzman. I won't say they struggled, but certainly it was a get-to-know process. And once they got it all figured out, that they reeled off 3 wins in a row last year, which helped propel them to the championship.
One thing that, him and Ben go back so long ways, so you knew that relationship and that friendship was there. It was just, I think, both of those guys, not one, but both of them learning the Penske way, how it works over there, knowing that he has a great opportunity, and just didn't go too crazy with it. But then once they got a foothold on it, man, they came out second year and really showed them how they're a championship contender and win the darn championship.
You've had a little experience working closely with Simon Pagenaud, and just as genuine as he can be, and certainly a deserving champion. Let's go back to Rob Howden.
Team Penske, are you guys just sharing pole positions, Elio? Is that how this works?
Man, good job to Symes. I call Symes Simon. But anyway, I say good job. He was, we knew he was fast too. All 4 of us really jockey position up and down, and share obviously information from each other, and great lap. good. It's good that he got a, if it's not me or Will or Joseph, it's one of us. So it's good for the team. And the good news is we started third last race, and we won. Oh, snap. Maybe it's a good one.
I like that trend. Good luck.
Thanks.
Elio Castro Neves, again, Team Penske having a great run here today in Toronto.
So Nick Yeoman, we see him putting the P1 sticker on the rear of that car, and Simon Pagenaud, believe it or not, the first pole this season for Simon Pagenaud. But anytime you can pick up a point, it becomes so very, very valuable by the time we get to Sonoma.
Yeah, it's big. And with that point, Simon Pagenaud now moves within 30 points of points leader Scott Dixon. He's sitting there in third mark. I think he's just kind of lurking. A lot of attention's been made to Elio Castro Neves and Scott Dixon with his very, very consistent season, but our defending champ is right there, and as we hit the home stretch of the season, he's going to be a factor.
10 wins, 10 poles now, Davey. 24 top 3 finishes, 75 top 10s. Pagenaud, in 112 starts, has led 34 races, closing in on 1,000 laps led in a relatively brief career, all in all.
Yeah, he has a long ways to go in his career, and the guy just, he strives on being better. Doesn't matter if he won the race or won the championship. He continuously works with his team and his people just to be better again. And he'll never give up. He's never going to be content with a win or a championship. He's going to come back and fight harder for another one.
So, Davey, let's talk about race strategy tomorrow. They managed those tires throughout the course of this weekend. And again, Mother Nature could very well intervene tomorrow. We could have to go to those tires with the gray sidewalls, which means we'd have a little moisture.
Yeah, that is going to be interesting because it does show rain for tomorrow, and it changes everything up, and especially on a track as bumpy as this one is, rain can be very difficult because mountain braking is the most difficult thing in those conditions. So, but as I said earlier, Mark, the strategies can be so different in this race because of the fuel, and if you're backed up. We've seen guys that are in the back take that gamble and strategy, wind them up front, and they can win this race. So it's not always the fastest car that wins, but the fastest car is in the best position to do it.
Nick Yeoman, you get things started tomorrow morning, 9 a.m., qualifying for lights race number 2. Anybody have anything for Kyle Kaiser, or is he going to sweep the weekend?
So far, no. Kaiser took the pole earlier this morning and led flag to flag to pick up a win and extend his points lead. Saw some guys charging in that lights race. Santi Urrutia was quick, so was Colton Herta, so was the Canadian Zachary Clayman de Mello. But, boy, that Juncos racing car, Kyle Kaiser, awful tough as he'll go for the weekend sweep.
Final warm-up session at 11:30 tomorrow for the Verizon IndyCar Series. Lights race number 2 at 12:15 Eastern. And then flag-to-flag coverage of the Honda Indy Toronto at 3 p.m. Eastern. Again, the starting lineup: front row, Simon Pagenaud and Graham Rahal. Row number 2, Elio Castro Neves and Will Power. Row 3, Scott Dixon and James Hinchcliffe. Row 4, Joseph Newgarden and Alexander Rossi. Row 5, Max Chilton and Takuma Sato. Row 6, Marco Andretti and J.R. Hildebrand. Row number 7, Spencer Pigot and Tony Kanaan. And row 8, Ed Jones, Ryan Hunter-Ray. Row 9, Charlie Kimball and Connor Daly. Row number 10, Carlos Munoz and Sebastian Saavedra. Rounding out the starting grid, the 21 of Esteban Gutierrez. The director of the Indianapolis Motor Speedway Radio Network and the Advanced Auto Parts IndyCar Radio Network is Wally Levitt. Master control operations at our Indianapolis studios today by Chris Pollock. On-site engineering and production by Rick Evans. Great job, Dave First and Jake Query out on the course, and always good stuff from Jim Murphy and Rob Howden on pit road. For Nick Yeoman, Davey Hamilton, I am Mark James. Join us tomorrow, and until then, so long from the streets of Toronto.